Chapter 51. Zhang Ying facing Qin Chen, there would be no good fruit to eat. With the other party's vengeful heart, he would absolutely seek revenge. Ha ha ha, you little shit, I told you not to be arrogant. If you have any guts in this competition, don't admit defeat, ha ha ha. Qin Chen flew onto the challenge arena and said triumphantly, his face ferocious. Zhang Ying, don't go up there. Qin Chen will definitely kill you, Lin Tian said anxiously. No matter what, even if I, Zhang Ying, am not his opponent, I am not a coward who refuses to fight. But you? Lin Tian, say no more. I'm going up. Zhang Ying didn't wait for Qin Chen to speak further and jumped onto the challenge arena. Brat, you dare to come up, Qin Chen said, looking surprised, his fists clenched. Chen, make Zhang Ying admit defeat, or he'll be killed, Lin Tian urged frantically under the stage. Lin Tian, if it were you, would you give up? Qin Chen suddenly asked. Lin Tian was stunned and said, me? Of course I wouldn't admit defeat, but Zhang Ying is. Then that's that. You wouldn't admit defeat, and Zhang Ying certainly won't either, Qin Chen said in a deep voice. If a person does not even have the courage to fight a strong enemy, how can they become truly strong? This was a test for Zhang Ying, a test of breaking from a cocoon into a butterfly. On the arena, Qin Chen looked at Zhang Ying like a cat toying with a mouse. The match begins. With the tutor's low command, Zhang Ying's eyes turned cold and sharp. His body flashed, and he took the lead to attack, just like a cheetah. In an instant, he came before Qin Chen and threw a punch. Sun-burning fist. Boom! The air seemed to burn instantly, the hot wave, like a volcanic eruption, sweeping toward Qin Chen. Ha ha ha, this is your attack. Too weak. Qin Chen looked up and laughed. A glint flashed across his eyes as he threw out a fist. Bang! Zhang Ying, at the middle stage of the human talent level, couldn't compare to Qin Chen at the later stage. The quality of their true qi was not on the same level. With one punch, Qin Chen smashed Zhang Ying's fist technique. His body was like a wild dragon, his fists like a massive mountain pressing down on Zhang Ying. He said with a grim smile, lie down for me. Flying crane without a shadow. Zhang Ying seemed to have long foreseen this. The moment Qin Chen shattered his fist technique, Zhang Ying's feet flew. His body was like a flying crane, suddenly leaping behind Qin Chen and delivering a lightning-fast kick to his back. Golden crane stands alone. Zhang Ying's leg shadow, like a whipped shadow, transformed into a hurricane and arrived at Qin Fen's back in an instant. It was incredible. Flying crane movement technique, a superior yellow-grade movement technique, exclaimed those who recognized it. Zhang Ying was just an outer sect disciple before. How could he practice this kind of movement technique? I heard the flying crane technique is extremely difficult, ordinary martial artists at the later human stage may not master it. Hiss, what the hell? Zhang Ying, Lin Tian, and Qin Chen used to hang out together. Suddenly, the strength of all three seems to have soared. This kick, like an antelope hanging its horns, is untraceable. It's simply amazing. Could Qin Chen miss? On the field, Qin Chen was also slightly stunned. Zhang Ying, who he thought he could easily defeat, had vanished from before him, followed by a hurricane from behind. Qin Chen knew it was bad, but after all, his cultivation was extraordinary. In the crisis, he pivoted on his right foot and threw a punch toward the source of the strong wind. Gesher King Fist. Boo! Fist and leg collided in the void. Qin Chen, without his full strength, stepped back several paces. On the other side, Zhang Ying flew backward like an eagle. After landing, he staggered back 10 steps before stabilizing his body. His right foot was numb, and his blood surged. Damn it, I didn't hit him, Zhang Ying said, his face darkening as his premeditated move failed. You little shit, daring to attack me? Die! Qin Chen was enraged. A top expert at the later human stage being pushed back by an outer sect disciple? Qin Chen felt deeply humiliated. Shwa! In his fury, he moved like a ghost. In an instant, he closed in on Zhang Ying. His hands and fingers were like blades, slashing out several times. Zhang Ying, be careful. Qin Chen's eyes narrowed as he shouted. Not good. Zhang Ying was startled and hurriedly fell back, simultaneously crossing his arms over his chest to block Qin Fen's attack. Too late. Qin Fen's face was ferocious. His hand blades burst with astonishing power, his terrifying qi tearing through Zhang Ying's defensive energy. His hand blades moved like lightning. The first cut landed on Zhang Ying's left arm, the second on his right arm, and the third on his chest. Crack! Zhang Ying's left and right arms fractured instantly. The sound of breaking bones came from his chest. His feet gave way, and he fell to the ground after flying back more than 10 meters, his mouth full of blood, unable to get up. Qin Fen wins. Qin Fen still wanted to press forward, but the tutor at the side had already announced the match result. Damn it! Qin Fen was extremely upset. Blinded by anger, he had seriously injured Zhang Ying too quickly. He should have toyed with him slowly. Zhang Ying! Lin Tian rushed onto the arena first, but Qin Chen was faster, already helping Zhang Ying up. Chen! Lin Tian looked at Qin Chen uneasily. Zhang Ying will live, but this injury will take a long time to recuperate from, Qin Chen said, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Ying had 5 broken ribs and internal organ damage. Added to his completely fractured arms, it would be hard to recover fully in less than a month. Humph, this young master didn't cripple him. That's mercy, Qin Fen grinned, looking like a lone wolf. He said grimly, Qin Chen, don't worry. You're next. Waiting for you, Qin Chen said, standing up. He carried Zhang Ying to the arriving medical tutor, his eyes shooting out a terrifying light. The first round of competition soon ended, selecting 16 participants. Naturally, Li Qingfeng, Wang Qiming, and Zhao Lingshan were the most notable. All had broken through to the earth level and were not on the same level as ordinary students. In the public's mind, the top 3 were undoubtedly them. The top 3 are putting in great effort. I look forward to seeing the competition between them. Yes, I wonder who among the 3 Earth-level powerhouses is stronger. Although the arena competition is said to randomly assign matches, by convention, Earth-level participants are seeded players. They won't be matched against each other in the first few rounds. To see that, it will be at least after 3 rounds. I'm afraid the other students are out of luck. If drawn against them, even students at the peak of the later human stage can hardly be their match for 10 moves. Everyone was discussing, each having their favorite, secretly eager for the competition to continue. Chapter 52. After a rest, the second round of competition began. Just as the instructor was preparing to draw lots, Go Su came over and said with a smile, Tutor Luo Zhan, I will draw the lots for this round of competition. Luo Zhan was taken aback, looked at Go Su, and immediately said with a smile, Good, that's very kind of you, Tutor Go Su. Haha, Tutor Luo Zhan is too polite. Go Su smiled and walked onto the stage, feeling relieved. He knew the power of the Qin family. If he accepted the money but failed to handle the matter well, even as a tutor of Tianqing Academy, he might not escape the Qin family's punishment. Seeing Go Su come to the stage, Qin Fen's eyes brightened and Qin Chen revealed a grim smile. Madam, it has been arranged. On the stage, Qin Yong had returned to Mrs. Zhao's side at some point, bowing as he spoke. I see. You did well. Mrs. Zhao gave a sinister smile. Qin Chen's change made her feel somewhat anxious. If she didn't cripple Qin Chen in this major exam, she would truly be uneasy. At this moment, Qin Yueqi below suddenly glanced at Zhao Feng behind her and then at Go Su on the stage. A cold glint flashed through her eyes. The change of the drawing tutor was an incident no one paid much attention to. Go Su put his hand into the lottery box, fumbled for a while, slowly pulled out 2 wooden tokens, and then announced loudly, the first match of the second round, Wang Qiming vs. Huang Yuxuan. The first match was a showstopper, exciting everyone. Huang Yuxuan was a seasoned senior class student, his cultivation having reached the peak of the later human stage, also one of the students most likely to break through to the earth level. Wang Qiming, I will not admit defeat. Huang Yuxuan held a black iron spear, his gaze sharp. At Huang Yuxuan's level, even knowing he was no match, he would not easily concede. Wang Qiming had no expression and said, whether you admit defeat or not, the result is the same. Not necessarily. Huang Yuxuan snorted coldly. Seeing the two ready, Go Su announced loudly, the match begins. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Yuxuan's feet sprang against the ground, bang, the ground instantly exploded. The fierce air current transformed into a cyclone, and Huang Yuxuan suddenly appeared before Wang Qiming. The black spear transformed into a vast ocean sweeping toward Wang Qiming. Annihilate 1,000 armies. Buzz! The air vibrated. The black spear, wrapped in terrifying force, tore through the air like paper before it. The endless spear shadows engulfed Wang Qiming, like a reef submerged by towering waves. Bang! Just as the spear's shadows were about to overwhelm him, a bright blade light suddenly flashed, like the first dawn before daybreak, instantly filling everyone's vision. Ding! The clear sound of clashing metal rang out. On the square, the myriad spear shadows suddenly dissipated, leaving only Huang Yuxuan with a shocked expression, rapidly retreating. He was fast, but the other was faster. Shwa! Before Wang Qiming's blade, Huang Yuxuan's spear was knocked from his right hand. Poof! Huang Yuxuan's martial robe over his chest was torn open, a blade mark appearing on his chest, blood seeping out. Huang Yuxuan stared blankly at the scar on his chest. His spear clattered to the ground, his eyes dull. On the other side, Wang Qiming had already sheathed his blade and stepped off the challenge arena. Wang Qiming wins. A mentor announced the result. Whoosh! The entire arena erupted instantly. Too fast, ended in one move. Huang Yuxuan is also a peak martial artist at the later human stage. How could he be no match for Wang Qiming? Is the gap between the human level and the earth level that vast? On the field, all the students gasped, looking at Wang Qiming in shock. Li Qingfeng and Zhao Lingshan narrowed their eyes, taking a deep look at Wang Qiming. Amidst the public clamor, the second match began immediately. Go Su put his hand into the wooden box, fumbled for a moment, and then took out 2 wooden tokens. The second match, Qin Chen vs. Qin Chen. Go Su announced loudly. What? Everyone was stunned. Is there a mistake? Lin Tian also looked at Qin Chen in astonishment. All eyes focused on Qin Chen and Qin Fen. Was this too much of a coincidence? The conflict between the two Qin family juniors had been witnessed by everyone earlier, but no one expected they would actually be matched against each other. 16 advancing to 8, a 1 in 8 chance, and they meet? Haha, Qin Chen, get up here if you have the balls. I'll let you know what regret is. Qin Fen flew onto the challenge arena, laughing loudly with a grim smile. Qin Chen slowly stepped onto the challenge arena, looking at Go Su, who appeared indifferent to the incident. From the moment Go Su took the stage, he had been prepared. Except for him, no one in the audience suspected anything, thinking it was merely a coincidence. He walked slowly to stand opposite Qin Fen and said lightly, in a moment, you will understand that the one who will regret is actually you. Ridiculous. I admit your strength has improved a lot, but in front of me, you're always just a piece of trash. Qin Fen grinned, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Between him and Qin Chen, no more words were needed. Today, only one of them could remain standing on this stage. Is that so? Qin Chen was calm and composed. Hearing this, Qin Fen's eyebrows twitched. Qin Chen's calm expression made him feel somewhat uneasy. Did this bastard really have some hidden card? Otherwise, how could he be so composed before him? But soon, this thought was forgotten. He clearly knew what Qin Chen's talent level was. No matter what fortuitous encounters he had or what breakthroughs he made, he could not be his match. For the past 15 years, under his bullying, Qin Chen had never fought back. An internal fight within the Qin family, haha, truly something to look forward to. Who do you think will win, young Marquis? Beside Li Qingfeng, a powerful scion spoke. It's hard to say. Li Qingfeng frowned. Qin Fen's strength is evident, but Qin Chen also seems to have some capability. Who wins and who loses is unpredictable. Wei Zhen, what do you think? Li Qingfeng understood clearly that Wei Zhen might know something. Wei Zhen looked at Qin Chen, a trace of fear in his eyes, and said, Li Qingfeng, if you underestimate Qin Chen, you will regret it. In this battle, Qin Chen will win. No way. The other students beside them didn't believe it. Wei Zhen, you're exaggerating Qin Chen too much. Never mind the young Marquis, even I could kill him with one hand. Another student sneered. Wei Zhen glanced at him, then why didn't you make it into the top 16? The student's face instantly flushed red, and he snorted, that was my bad luck. Believe it or not, this time, Qin Fen will be the one with bad luck. Wei Zhen said coldly. Li Qingfeng turned to look at the arena, frowning. What kind of person was Wei Zhen? He understood better than most. For him to be so afraid of this youth. Could it be that Qin Chen truly possessed some real skill? Chapter 53. While people were discussing and speculating, the contest began. Trash, kneel down and lick my shoes. I might spare your life as your second brother. Qin Fen walked forward with a grim smile. His iron fists creaked, the clenched fists exuding an astonishing momentum, like the clang of two heavy hammers. When a cat catches a mouse, it doesn't bite it to death at once, but toys with it slowly until it dies bit by bit. Qin Fen was now enjoying this process of toying with him. He wanted to play Qin Chen into despair, satisfying his perverse psychology. Is that so? Pity you won't get the chance to lick them now. Qin Chen looked at Qin Fen indifferently. This ignorant fool probably didn't realize his calamity was upon him. You're looking to die. Qin Chen's expression infuriated Qin Fen. As his feet moved, Qin Fen instantly crossed the distance of 5 or 6 meters and, with a ferocious smile, struck at Qin Chen. Boom! The air before him exploded, a vortex of strong qi appearing in front of Qin Chen. The fist force, like waves, engulfed him. Qin Fen's cultivation has improved quite a bit. It's stronger than Wei Zhen's, but still too weak. Facing Qin Fen's fierce attack, Qin Chen gathered his energy with a single hand. His hands were like strumming a lute, embracing a semicircle before pushing out with one palm. Boom! The fierce energies collided, an astonishing sound of gas explosion erupted, and the entire ground seemed to shake. What? Amidst the smoke and dust, Qin Fen's body was as if he had hit a mountain, coming to a sudden halt. A shock ran through his internal organs, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could Qin Chen be so powerful? Gesher King Fist. With a roar, Qin Fen's eyes turned ferocious, his bones emitting crackling sounds. His entire body suddenly expanded slightly, his fist smashing toward Qin Chen. Boom! A hurricane surged into the sky, 10 fierce gales swept across the challenge arena, smoke and dust billowing wildly. Petty trick, broken. Qin Chen pushed out with a single hand, seeming slow yet solid and swift, meeting Qin Fen's iron fist head-on. Bang! The fierce momentum centered on the two. The hair of many students below the arena flew wildly. Within the violent momentum, Qin Chen's body remained motionless, like a rock. In contrast, Qin Fen couldn't withstand the tremendous recoil and was forced to step back 2 paces. It's impossible. Qin Fen's eyes widened. His fist was stopped so easily by Qin Chen. Was this a joke? Weak, too weak. With just this level of cultivation, you want me to beg for mercy? Qin Chen clapped his hands, dusting off the dirt from the corner of his clothes, a look of sarcasm on his face. Everyone was stunned. This kid was really good at putting on a show. It was strange Qin Fen could bear it. Aw! Hearing this, Qin Fen was truly enraged, furious. He roared, stomped his feet on the ground, and a pair of iron fists poured forth like raging waves. 13 waves boxing. Bang! 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 The fierce fists exploded the air, causing the entire arena to rumble. Qin Fen's fist shadows suddenly appeared before him, like a tsunami, rolling forward. It made everyone's eardrums ache and the very scene seemed to change color. One of the students beside Wei Zhen exclaimed in surprise, "Wei Zhen, you're so optimistic about Qin Chen, but he's going to lose this time." This 13 waves boxing is a killing technique created by the martial king of the Qin mansion on the battlefield, said to be refined from a high-grade Shen-level boxing technique. Although its grade is only superior yellow level, its power is comparable to a lower Shen level. Qin Fen's fist power has surged at least threefold, there's no doubt Qin Chen will be defeated. Not necessarily. Wei Zhen stared intently at the field, not blinking. He couldn't explain it logically, but an inner fear told him Qin Chen would surely be able to withstand it. It was intuition, without reason. In the audience, Qin Yong was surprised. He leaned over and said excitedly, "Madam, I never expected young Master Fen has mastered the 13 waves boxing. It seems young Master Fen will win this match." Earlier, Qin Chen repeatedly blocked Qin Fen's attacks, which had made Qin Yong somewhat uneasy. Now seeing Qin Fen display this set of martial arts, he was immediately reassured. How can that bitch Qin Yueqi's son compare with Fenner? Zhao Feng said, a smug smile on her face. In the audience below, Qin Yueqi's eyes showed worry and anxiety. She understood the power of the 13 waves boxing created by her father. It belonged to the legendary military killing fist, specifically used to slay enemies on the battlefield. Once the opponent couldn't resist, the force of the overlapping fists would be like a flood breaking through a dike, raging uncontrollably until the opponent was beaten to pulp. Dust, don't be stubborn. As long as the green hills remain, you need not fear a lack of firewood. Qin Yueqi clenched her hands, murmuring. So nervous was she that her body even leaned forward slightly, as if to rush onto the arena. Besides them, there were experts on the stage who recognized its value. At this moment, they all had solemn eyes, emitting low exclamations. If Qin Chen couldn't withstand this move, he would be seriously injured or die. Qin Chen was unaware of Qin Yueqi's worries. For him, although the 13 waves boxing was decent, it was still far from being able to harm him. But he did not intend to defeat Qin Fen immediately. Giving the opponent hope first, then despair, was the way to make him truly experience what collapse felt like. With a cold sneer, Qin Chen crossed his fists before his chest, like a rock in a torrent, resisting Qin Fen's serial attacks. Bang! 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 One roaring sound after another resounded. Under Qin Fen's storm-like assault, Qin Chen seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed each time, yet he held on. Like a sailing boat on the sea, he stood firm against the waves. This movement technique, refined to the minutest detail, has definitely reached the subtle level. Xiao Zhan, the king of Lingwu, drew a cold breath, his eyes shocked. According to conceptual understanding, movement techniques were divided into 5 levels: introduction, proficiency, delicacy, subtlety, and perfection. Generally, geniuses of this level could reach proficiency. Yet Qin Chen had reached the subtle level. It was the first time he had seen such a genius. It truly is a subtle-level movement technique. Beside him, President Chu Weichen heard King Lingwu Xiao Zhan's low exclamation and also concentrated on looking, so surprised he almost didn't stand up. To train one's movement technique to the subtle level at such a young age, this couldn't just be called genius. It was a monster that shouldn't exist in this world. Qin Fen's face darkened. At this moment, he had thrown 10 punches, yet the other side showed no sign of defeat. Qin Chen's prowess was beyond his expectations. I don't believe it. Unwilling, Qin Fen roared, pushing the true qi in his body to the limit. Finally, 3 punches were thrown simultaneously, completed in one breath. Boom! At the same time, a raging crimson wave rose from Qin Fen's body. It was the bloodline power he had awakened. Chapter 54. In a flash, the entire arena turned into a volcanic purgatory. The flame-like breath soared into the sky, burning the air with a crackling sound. Die for me. Qin Chen, like a rock, pounced down, unstoppable. The final 3 punches of the 13 waves boxing merged into one, launching a fatal attack on Qin Chen. Enough. Qin Chen no longer intended to entangle with Qin Chen. He took a deep breath, his hands held horizontally before his chest. The 9-star God Emperor art within his body stirred slightly, and he struck out with one hand. Bang! Facing Qin Fen's attack of 13 consecutive punches, Qin Chen finally only waved one hand. His untraceable palm pressed into the fierce fiery fist force, producing a startling roar. The next moment, the flames filling the sky dissipated. Qin Fen, powerful and domineering just moments before, flew backwards like a kite with its string cut, spouting a mouthful of blood. I haven't lost. Qin Fen's face showed unwillingness. In midair, he forcefully twisted his body and pounced down again like a falcon swooping, risking his life. Humph! Qin Chen snorted coldly, his hands transforming into blades as he cleaved 3 times through the air. Crack! Crack! These 3 palm strikes were exactly the same. One sliced at Qin Fen's left arm, one at his right arm, and one at his chest, precisely replicating the injuries Qin Fen had inflicted on Zhang Ying. Amidst the sound of shattering bones, Qin Fen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew over 10 meters through the air before crashing heavily onto the challenge arena. He won. Qin Yueqi, who had been extremely tense below the stage, suddenly stood up, a weight lifting from her heart, a smile appearing on her face. How could this be? How could he lose? Zhao Feng abruptly stood up with a crack, the armrest of her chair crushed under her grip, sawdust drifting down. Madam. Qin Yong stared, wide-eyed, also unable to believe what he was seeing. On the other side. I knew Qin Chen would win. Wei Zhen's face held a look of shock as he gazed solemnly at Qin Chen. Beside him, Li Qingfeng's brows furrowed slightly, looking at Qin Chen for the first time with serious attention. On the arena. Go Su looked at the scene before him in horror, having forgotten to announce the match result. The plot hadn't followed the script. Shouldn't Qin Fen have defeated Qin Chen? After a long moment, he regained his senses and announced bitterly, Qin Chen wins. Qin Chen glanced disdainfully at Qin Fen lying there. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, those 3 palm strikes just now were revenge for Zhang Ying. Qin Fen, in truth, you are the real waste. Without the Qin family, you are nothing. Qin Chen's words, like a sharp blade, stabbed fiercely into Qin Fen's heart, piercing it until it bled. No, I didn't lose. How could I lose? It should be you who lost. Watching Qin Chen's back as he walked off the arena, a trace of resentment flashed in Qin Fen's eyes. Suddenly, he roared furiously. His legs transformed into 2 venomous dragons, kicking out fiercely. Qin Chen had crippled Qin Fen's arms, but not his legs. Therefore, his legs still possessed considerable strength. At this moment, all the warriors who witnessed this on the stage changed their expressions. You must understand, the competition was now over. Qin Chen was walking off the arena with his back to Qin Fen. Qin Fen's attack was a complete sneak attack from behind, and judging by the angle and force of his legs. If this kick truly landed, Qin Chen would surely die. He completely intended to take Qin Chen's life. Stop! Audacious! At this instant, Gu Hong and others' expressions changed drastically. Qin Yueqi abruptly stood up, her eyes showing terror as she prepared to rush forward. But it was too late. By the time everyone saw it, Qin Fen's legs had already arrived at Qin Chen's back. No one had expected that Qin Fen would launch a sneak attack, striking to kill after the match had concluded. The only one who could possibly stop it was the referee Go Su, who was close at hand. However, at this moment, Go Su seemed petrified, showing no reaction at all. All eyes could only watch helplessly as Qin Fen's legs shot toward the center of Qin Chen's back. At this critical moment, Taizu long fist. Qin Chen seemed to have predicted this scene. With divine timing, he turned and threw a punch, striking bang on the dantian above Qin Fen's abdomen. Bang! Qin Fen's eyes widened. Like a ragdoll, he flew backward at a speed even faster than before, then crashed heavily to the ground. My dantian, my chi pool, no. Qin Fen struggled to rise from the ground, immediately letting out a cry of panic. Whoosh! He looked up to the sky and spewed a mouthful of black blood. Like a deflated ball, he suddenly withered and collapsed on the ground. His chi pool had been shattered by Qin Chen's fist. He had become a cripple. Qin Chen looked at Qin Fen writhing in agony. He sneered and shook his head. It was strictly forbidden to cripple contestants in the Tianqing Academy's major examination. Therefore, Qin Chen had deliberately not crippled Qin Fen's legs, precisely to gauge whether he would launch a sneak attack. If Qin Fen hadn't sneak attacked, then the match would have been over. But if Qin Fen dared to attack, Qin Chen would be justified in destroying the other party without attracting criticism. It could be said Qin Chen had given Qin Fen a choice, a chance between good and evil. But Qin Fen chose evil. He also chose hell. My son. Zhao Feng stood up on the viewing platform. Madam! Qin Yong exclaimed. His body swayed, and he leaped onto the challenge arena. By then, Zhao Feng had already helped Qin Fen up. She quickly took out several healing pills the size of longans from her person and fed them into Qin Fen's mouth. Looking at Qin Fen's bloodied body, Zhao Feng's heart felt as if sliced by a knife. Mother, your child, my chi pool is ruined, your child, is a cripple. Seeing Zhao Feng, Qin Fen cried out helplessly. Ah! Zhao Feng howled bitterly, her heart dripping with blood. The hairpin in her hair came loose instantly. She looked at Qin Chen with utter hatred and roared, Qin Yong, kill him. Kill this bastard. Yes, madam. Qin Yong roared. His body shook, and he appeared before Qin Chen, chopping down with one hand toward his head. Boom! The cultivation of the peak late-stage Earth level was displayed to its fullest. The powerful momentum was like a vast ocean pressing down on Qin Chen. Even a piece of ironstone would be shattered without a doubt. One shocking event after another on the arena left everyone unable to react. Halt! On the rostrum, Chu Weichen, the dean of Tianqing Academy, was furious. His powerful momentum suddenly swept out as he simultaneously leaped down. Anger. Rage. Chu Weichen could never have imagined such a situation would occur during this year's annual examination. Not only had a student launched a sneak attack after the match, but an external powerhouse was now attempting to kill a student of Star College in front of everyone. Such lawless behavior deeply provoked Chu Weichen's fury. If they were not severely punished, did these people truly think the Star College examination was a place for them to act as they pleased? Chapter 55. But Chu Weichen was fast, and someone else was faster. Dare to harm Chen Xiao. Get lost. At the moment Qin Yong's palm was about to strike Qin Chen's head, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Chen, blocking with one hand against Qin Yong's strike. Boom! A furious roar sounded. Qin Yong was blasted back by the black figure, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He staggered backward for dozens of meters before stopping, his right hand hanging limp and trembling. Chen Xiao, are you all right? Then, the figure turned and spoke to Qin Chen, his face filled with concern and respect. It was Liang Yu. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded upon seeing who had made the move. Master Liang Yu, what are you doing? Qin Yong's face was stunned, his eyes falling to the floor. I'm fine. Qin Chen waved his hand and said to Liang Yu, thank you very much. Not at all, it was nothing. Haha, just a trifle. It's good you're all right. Hearing this, Liang Yu's heart felt even sweeter than if he'd eaten honey. His eyes crinkled into lines with his smile. It seemed Chen Xiao had a good impression of him. Thankfully, when they had come on stage, he had already been on guard. Otherwise, where would he have gotten the opportunity to perform in front of Chen Xiao? Although he thought so, Liang Yu's expression as he looked at Qin Yong was extremely cold and fierce. Like a mountain, he suppressed his aura toward Qin Yong, saying angrily, "Qin Yong, this is the arena of Tianqing Academy. Who gave you the courage to attack Chen Shao here?" By now, President Chu Weichen, Vice President Gu Hong, and others had already landed on the challenge arena, staring angrily at Qin Yong and Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng also regained her senses and understood her situation. Suppressing her anger for the moment, she said somewhat reluctantly, "Gentlemen, it was my Qin family's people who acted impulsively. But this Qin Chen, in the previous contest, crippled my son's cultivation, making him a waste man from now on. How do you account for this matter?" "Account? You're the one who needs to give an account." Before Qin Chen could speak, Liang Yu was already furious and began to shout, if Qin Fen hadn't been so vicious and launched a sneak attack on Chen Shao at the end of the match, he wouldn't have ended up like this. If not for Chen Shao's mercy in not killing him, you should be grateful. You not only show no gratitude but are full of resentment instead. Truly, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. On the field, Liang Yu looked agitated and angry, as if he were the one who had been wronged. "You?" Zhao Feng stared at Liang Yu in a daze. What was going on? Wasn't Liang Yu extremely hostile to Qin Chen before? He used to target the Qin family precisely because Qin Chen had offended him. Why now? Zhao Feng's mind went blank for a moment. Chu Weichen and Gu Hong also looked at Liang Yu strangely. As a newly promoted second-grade artifact refiner in the artifact hall, the 30-year-old Liang Yu's reputation in the capital was still quite significant. But why would such an artifact refiner care so much about Qin Chen? His demeanor was not only that of caring for a junior but almost like that of a protective servant. A flash of doubt in his heart, Chu Weichen turned to look at Zhao Feng and said coldly, "Liang Yu is right. Although the major examination of Tianqing Academy forbids students from killing or maiming during competition, Qin Fen launched a sneak attack after the match concluded, which led to the complete destruction of his cultivation. This is his own fault. As for you, interfering in the final examination of Tianqing Academy, do you take Tianqing College for nothing?" Chu Weichen's cultivation was profound, his terrifying pressure suppressing them like a mountain, making Qin Yong and Zhao Feng unable to breathe. "Since the matter has not caused more serious consequences, you may get lost. If there is a next time, we will not be so lenient." With a wave of his hand, Chu Weichen's aura swept against Qin Yong's chest, almost breaking his ribs. Qin Yong spat another mouthful of blood and fell off the arena. "Good, very good." Zhao Feng gritted her teeth, staring at Qin Chen. With intense hatred in her eyes, she shouted, "Qin Chen, the pain you inflicted on my son today, I will repay upon you in the future. Son, let's go." Zhao Feng picked up Qin Fen, stepped off the challenge arena, and quickly walked out of the square. She was anxious to find an alchemist to treat Qin Fen. She vowed to do everything possible to repair Fenner's chi pool. "Qin Chen, are you all right? What is your view on this matter?" Chu Weichen turned and looked at Qin Chen with a smile. "Thank you for your fair handling. Qin Chen has no opinion regarding the Qin family's punishment, but..." Qin Chen suddenly looked at Go Su. "I have some opinions about tutor Go Su." Go Su's eyebrows jumped, a bad feeling secretly arising in his heart. Chu Weichen frowned and said, "Go Su indeed failed to act in time earlier. That is truly some dereliction of duty. As a competition referee and academy tutor, he absolutely cannot drop the ball at critical moments. Go Su, you are dismissed from the remaining competitions. Go back and write me a thorough self-criticism." Yes. It was my dereliction of duty for failing to handle the match properly." Go Su quickly reproached himself. Qin Chen sneered, "President Chu Weichen, what I want to say is not tutor Go Su's dereliction of duty, but the fact that tutor Go Su colluded with the Qin family to deliberately frame a student and plot his murder." Go Su was startled and hurriedly said, "Qin Chen, I didn't have time to react just now, which gave you a scare. I apologize to you here. But what you said about colluding with the Qin family is completely unfounded. As a tutor, how could I possibly frame a student like you? No matter how clever your act, you cannot hide your collusion with the Qin family and your intent to kill me. President Chu, I suggest you detain tutor Go Su on the spot and conduct an investigation. Qin Chen said. Go Su's face darkened. Seeing Chu Weichen's expression grow increasingly grim, he quickly roared, Qin Chen, the earlier incident was indeed my dereliction. I will make a thorough review. But if you continue spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Go Su looked wronged and angry. Oh? Chu Weichen also frowned and looked at Qin Chen. He felt Qin Chen was making a mountain out of a molehill. Framing a tutor? That was a joke. It was impossible for a tutor of Star College to do such a thing. Qin Chen, one cannot speak recklessly. You say tutor Go Su framed you. What is your evidence? How did he collude with the Qin family? Vice President Gu Hong said solemnly. Naturally, I have evidence. President Chu and Vice President Gu, if you just examine the draw tokens for Qin Fun and myself, you will understand the truth. Qin Chen sneered at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 56. Upon hearing this, Go Su's face turned deathly pale. President Chu, you must believe me. How could I frame Qin Chen? There's no benefit for me at all. Go Su was frantic. Chu Weichen, his face overcast, ignored Go Su and said, Gu Hong, go bring the draw tokens. Then he looked sharply at Qin Chen, his voice sharp, Qin Chen, if you have no evidence and dare to frame a college tutor, for that alone I can directly expel you. A terrifying momentum suddenly pressed down on Qin Chen like rough waves. Faced with Chu Weichen's pressure, Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, naturally, this student would not frame a college tutor. By now, the audience was already in an uproar. This year's Tianqing Academy's final exam was truly too exciting. Not only was there infighting within the Qin family and the Qin mansion's second young master being crippled, these dramatic events even implicated a Tianqing college tutor colluding with the Qin family to frame a student. It was like dropping a heavy bomb amidst the crowd. Everyone's gossip flames were burning, each person excitedly observing the situation's development. Seeing Qin Chen's calm face, unaffected by his pressure, a flicker of interest passed through Chu Weichen's eyes. A student who could withstand his pressure was interesting. A moment later, Gu Hong fetched the draw box and poured out the tokens inside. Beside them, Go Su's face was ashen, his entire body dripping with cold sweat, a trace of fear in his eyes. There were only 16 tokens in the draw box. The tokens for Qin Fun and Qin Chen were clearly presented before Chu Weichen. With just a glance, Chu Weichen's eyes immediately turned cold. He looked icily at Go Su, his voice frigid, Go Su, what is the meaning of this? I don't know, Dean. Go Su did not dare look at the tokens on the ground, nor directly into Chu Weichen's eyes, speaking only with a trembling voice. Gu Hong was stunned. He didn't understand what had happened. He looked carefully at the tokens on the ground and immediately let out a surprised sound, ah. Upon seeing, among the many tokens on the ground, there was no apparent difference. However, the corners of the wooden tokens for Qin Chen and Qin Fen had been slightly marked, as if pressed by something, leaving a tiny dent. Although this fine mark was very subtle, someone drawing the lots would only need to distinguish carefully to be able to feel the tokens for Qin Chen and Qin Fen from among the many wooden tokens in a very short time. Gu Hong's eyes also instantly darkened. Had Go Su truly colluded with the Qin family, intending to cripple Qin Chen? If that were the case, the problem would be serious. This would definitely be an unprecedented major incident in the history of Star College. The audience couldn't see the peculiarity on the wooden tokens and were all talking amongst themselves, looking around in confusion. Go Su, you give us an explanation. Gu Hong roared. Vice President Gu, it has nothing to do with me. The mark on the wooden token wasn't made by me. The dent wasn't pressed by me. Besides me, there are many tutors who could have handled the tokens. It really has nothing to do with me. Go Su cried out in fear. Gu Hong glanced at Chu Weichen, pondered for a moment. What Go Su said wasn't unreasonable. He wasn't the only one who could have accessed the tokens. Haha, tutor Go Su is truly impressive. As soon as these tokens are taken out, you can tell that Qin Fen and I have been marked. You even know precisely where and how the marks were made. This student truly admires your ability to tell such blatant lies with your eyes wide open. From this student's perspective, being a mere tutor at Tianqing College is really an injustice to you, Tutor Go Su. With your talents, you should go to those empires on the continent to be an imperial tutor. Qin Chen said sarcastically. Chu Weichen's eyes darkened. Indeed, Go Su's position wasn't as close as Gu Hong's. Even Gu Hong had to stare for a while before noticing the clue. Yet Go Su didn't even look at the wooden tokens on the ground and could say the tokens were marked and where the marks were made. If he hadn't known in advance, that would be impossible. I. Go Su opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Humph, you dare to frame Qin Shao. What did the Qin family give you to make you do such a mad thing? If not for Qin Shao's immense luck, you and Qin Fen might have succeeded in killing him. Are you still worthy of being a tutor? Hearing this, Liang Yu finally understood what was happening. His face filled with rage. He grabbed Go Su by the collar, shaking with anger. Although Go Su was a tutor of Tianqing Academy, he was powerless to resist. His face turned pale, his blood surging within his body. Liang Yu, stop! Chu Weichen gave a cold shout, the aura of the fourth level of the Xian stage pressing down on Liang Yu. Humph! Liang Yu threw Go Su to the ground and snorted angrily at Chu Weichen. President Chu, I respect you as a figure. But if you don't give Qin Shao justice today, I will never let this matter rest. Looking at Liang Yu's impassioned, furious, and roaring appearance, Chu Weichen and Gu Hong exchanged glances. Liang Yu was a master from the artifact hall, yet he had to get involved. What was his relationship with Qin Chen? After some thought, Chu Weichen's anger was no less than Liang Yu's. He said, Gu Hong, take Go Su into custody. I give you 1 day to investigate this matter thoroughly for me. Go Su's legs went soft, and he collapsed on the ground. Clutching Chu Weichen's leg, he cried, Dean, I'm wronged. I'm truly wronged. But no one paid him any heed. Gu Hong waved his hand, and 2 tutors from the college's enforcement office who had long been standing by came forward and carried Go Su away from both sides. Qin Chen, if we truly find that Go Su colluded with the Qin family, I will definitely give you a fair answer. Chu Weichen said solemnly. This student believes in the dean. Qin Chen smiled and walked down from the arena. Qin Shao, be careful, walk slowly. Liang Yu said with a respectful smile. Qin Chen stopped and said, Master Liang Yu, is there something you need from me? Cough, no. Liang Yu shook his head like a rattle drum. I just saw such criminal behavior and couldn't hold back my anger. That's good. Qin Chen touched his nose and pondered, if there is anything in the future, you can come to the academy to find me. He had completely offended and antagonized the Qin family today. Zhao Feng would certainly seek trouble for him next. He wasn't afraid of it, but his mother might be in danger. Since Liang Yu was actively making overtures, he could utilize that connection. Chapter 57. In the audience, at this moment, there was a tremendous uproar. I never expected a Tianqing College tutor to be bribed by the Qin family. That Qin family's first madam is truly vicious. Qin Chen was lucky. If he hadn't reacted in time just now, Qin Fen might have killed him on the spot. TSK, the grudges among powerful families run as deep as the sea. If old Master Qin Badian, who's on the frontier, knew what was happening at home, what would he think? This time it's a major incident. It depends on how Marquis Anping Qin Yuanhong handles it. On the rostrum, Chu Weichen looked at the noisy square everywhere, his face as gloomy as water. Everyone. His voice, infused with power, spread across the entire square in an instant, making everyone's eardrums ache. They stopped talking and looked at him. You must have seen that there was a slight mishap during Tianqing College's year-end final exam. Here, I do not wish to say much else, only one sentence. That is, if anyone dares to interfere in the subsequent competition, regardless of their identity or background, I will kill them without mercy. At the end of his speech, Chu Weichen's sharp eyes, like blades, swept over everyone present. The killing intent made everyone turn their heads away, not daring to meet his gaze, and the square fell silent. At this moment, everyone understood that the dean of the capital's #1 academy, the famous powerhouse of the Qi kingdom, was already seething with anger. When a strong man is angered, blood splatters for 100 paces. Who would dare to provoke him? After Chu Weichen sat down, the competition continued. In the audience, Liang Yu returned to his seat. Looking toward Qin Chen's direction, he couldn't help but wave his hand excitedly, saying, "Success." This time, he had successfully ingratiated himself with Qin Chen and left a good impression. If there were any problems with artifact refining in the future, he wouldn't be unable to find a solution. Thinking of this, a subconscious, excited smile appeared on Liang Yu's face. Watching Liang Yu return to his seat, King Kong, on the high platform, couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Master Liang, is everything all right?" "Cough, it's fine. What could possibly be wrong?" Liang Yu immediately came to his senses and sat properly. Next, the matches proceeded. Both Li Qingfeng and Zhao Lingshan easily defeated their opponents. Their opponents couldn't withstand even 2 moves from them, leaving many students feeling disheartened. Apart from the 2 of them, the remaining 4 victors were Yi Guang, Gan Hao, Ro Qingyuan, and Wei Zhen. These 8 contestants entered the final 8. After half an hour's rest, the final 4 matches finally began. The first match, Yi Guang vs Li Qingfeng. Both came onto the stage simultaneously. "Li Qingfeng, I won't lose to you easily." Yi Guang was an exceptionally handsome young man with long, black hair tied back. His appearance was so beautiful that he was liked by many female students in the academy. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the screams of countless female students. "That depends on whether you have the strength." Li Qingfeng laughed, unimpressed. Blazing palm. At the start of the match, Yi Guang took the initiative. He knew passive defense was no match for Li Qingfeng, so he attacked first to seize a chance for victory. Fiery red blood energy bloomed from his body. With one hand, Yi Guang exerted his full strength. Boom! Boom! The burning palms transformed into 2 red clouds sweeping toward Li Qingfeng. Break! Li Qingfeng's expression was indifferent. The moment Yi Guang attacked, he struck out with a single palm. With a bang, his powerful momentum directly dispersed Yi Guang's palm force, striking toward his chest. A glimpse of heaven. However, Yi Guang seemed prepared. His body flashed, rising into the sky like lightning, dodging Li Qingfeng's attack. His figure was like a hunting eagle, grabbing for Li Qingfeng's head. Oh! The crowd was surprised. Yi Guang was the first student to avoid Li Qingfeng's move, which excited the audience. Petty trick. Li Qingfeng murmured. His fist struck backward. Fist and palm intersected. Yi Guang flew out like a leaf, landing lightly on the ground and stepping back 2 paces. It's not over yet. Suppressing the boiling blood and qi within him, Yi Guang resisted the urge to vomit blood and closed in on Li Qingfeng. His palms flew, each move extremely fierce. He pushed his cultivation to the limit, like raging waves, never ceasing, determined to defeat Li Qingfeng on the spot. However, Li Qingfeng was like a rock, standing firm against the wind and waves. A trace of impatience flashed across Li Qingfeng's face. Yi Guang, if you want to blame someone, blame your own insufficient cultivation. Meeting me, you are destined to lose. With a low shout, Li Qingfeng's face turned cold, his power suddenly increasing. He struck out 2 punches, one shattered Yi Guang's defense, the other directly hit his chest, causing Yi Guang to vomit blood and fly backward, unable to rise for a long time. The first match of the top 4, Li Qingfeng wins. Although the battle had some twists and turns, the result was not unexpected. The second match, Zhao Lingshan vs Gan Hao. As the voice fell, shua, shua, 2 figures instantly arrived on the stage. Zhao Lingshan had a long sword hanging at her waist. She wore a red military uniform, red cloud boots, and a red silk belt around her waist. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail trailing behind her. Her skin, fair and delicate as if broken by a light blow, had a rosy glow, making her extraordinarily attractive. In the audience, people couldn't help but praise, "What a beauty!" King Kong sat on the high platform, a smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly very satisfied with his daughter. On the other side, Ganhao was dressed in a taupe military robe with a square face, appearing mature and steady. After the match began, Ganhao didn't attack immediately but said, "Princess Ling Shan, please do not hold back. Let me see where the gap lies between you and me." "As you wish." Clang! Zhao Lingshan drew the sword from her waist. A dragon's chant resounded, and stars suddenly appeared on the stage. Zhao Lingshan was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Countless sword lights flashed frequently, dreamlike. Suddenly, a sword like a spiritual snake danced, appearing before Ganhao in an instant, so fast he couldn't react. Ganhao was startled and quickly retreated to avoid the sword. In that moment, even more sword chi poured forth, dense and countless. Ganhao retreated again and again, parrying frequently. Finally, after dodging 5 or 6 sword chi, his throat felt a chill. Zhao Lingshan's starry sword was at his throat. "I've lost," Ganhao said dejectedly, a bitter smile on his face, his defeat accepted wholeheartedly. Throughout the match, he couldn't even mount an effective counterattack. From his first step back, he was doomed to lose. "I concede." Zhao Lingshan sheathed her sword and flew off the arena. Next, the third match began. Wei Zhen vs Qin Chen. The tutor's shout resonated across the arena. Chapter 58. Below the stage, both Qin Chen and Wei Zhen were taken aback. Some college students also wore strange expressions, looking at the two. The junior class students all knew that Qin Chen's greatest rival in the academy before was Wei Zhen, the second son of Marquis Wei's household. Wei Zhen, as the young marquis of the Wei family, would inevitably carry a whiff of gunpowder. Another interesting match was about to unfold. Below the stage, Wei Zhen looked at Qin Chen and said to Luo Zhan, "Tutor Luo Zhan, I forfeit." Luo Zhan was stunned and asked, "Wei Zhen, are you sure you want to forfeit the match?" "I'm sure," Wei Zhen said with a bitter smile. He was afraid of Qin Chen. He had also witnessed Qin Fen's earlier fate. He didn't want to end up a complete cripple like Qin Fen. Anyway, he was definitely no match for Qin Chen. It was better to concede defeat and avoid humiliating himself. As for revenge, he'd leave that to Li Qingfeng. Whoosh! Hearing this, everyone on the field erupted in an uproar. What was going on? How could Wei Zhen just concede directly? Was this a joke? Although Qin Chen had defeated Qin Fen earlier, Wei Zhen was also a seasoned senior class disciple, just one step away from the top class. And he was conceding defeat? Luo Zhan didn't understand the reason, but he didn't pursue it. He nodded and said, "All right, now for the last match of the top 4, Ro Qingyuan vs Wang Qiming. Senior brother Wang Qiming, you must go easy on me." Ro Qingyuan was extremely hot, wearing a revealing leather armor. At 17, she already had a well-developed figure, front and back, and she spoke pitifully to Wang Qiming. The hearts of many male students shattered. Faced with such a beauty, which man could possibly strike? Opposite her, Wang Qiming lowered his head, staring at his toes, as if afraid to look at her. This was how he was. Whenever he saw the beauties of the academy, he was more aloof than ordinary people. "The match begins," Luo Zhan announced loudly. "Senior brother Wang Qiming, the top 4 are really important to Qingyuan. Since you've already broken through to the earth level, could you give me this spot? If I can make the top 4, Qingyuan is willing to repay senior brother." Ro Qingyuan blinked her big eyes, her gentle and sexy voice making people's bones go weak. That ambiguous look made the audience below cry out incessantly. "No!" Just as people were immersed in Ro Qingyuan's charms, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Shwa! A sharp blade light burst forth instantly, slicing toward Ro Qingyuan. On the other side, Wang Qiming suddenly raised his head, his expression cool and impassive. he had never been enchanted by Ro Qingyuan. You! Ro Qingyuan cried out, her body suddenly retreating, barely dodging the blade light. Several strands of black hair fell from her forehead. It had been extremely dangerous. But before she could recover, shwa! 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 Countless blade lights swept over, like snow covering thousands of mountains. Puff, puff, puff. Ro Qingyuan's shoulders, legs, and abdomen simultaneously spurted blood, leaving more than 10 tiny blade marks. Ugh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ro Qingyuan's face turned pale, her internal organs injured by the blade energy. You are defeated. With his sword sheathed, Wang Qiming walked down the arena with his sword held close, as if the sword were his lover, leaving behind a fuming Ro Qingyuan. People were astonished. Here was a man in the world who truly did not know how to show mercy to women. Thus, the top 4 students in Tianqing College's final examination emerged. They were Li Qingfeng, Qin Chen, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Qiming. Apart from Qin Chen, the other 3 were at the early Earth level. Alright, the top 4 contestants have been decided. Now, take a quarter of an hour to recover your true qi and strength, then enter the semi-finals. Vice President Gu Hong announced. On the field, Li Qingfeng, Wang Qiming, and Zhao Lingshan all looked at each other with solemn eyes. In their view, they were the real opponents at the Earth level. As for Qin Chen, reaching this stage was already his limit. Of course, for certain reasons, Li Qingfeng and Zhao Lingshan also glanced at Qin Chen, their gazes profound. After that, the 3 rested on the spot. As for Qin Chen, his last match was a forfeit, so naturally, he didn't need to replenish his qi. Actually, in the previous top 4 matches, the participants' physical strength and true qi weren't much depleted. However, at this critical juncture, the remaining few dared not be the slightest bit careless. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. The 3 opened their eyes simultaneously and stood up. Their eyes almost interlocked instantly, a strong sense of battle erupting. Before the competition even began, the atmosphere among the 3 was already tense. For them, what they were about to compete for next was not just the top 2, but first place. This was not only about victory or defeat but also about who was the number 1 genius of Star College. All of them were Earth-level powerhouses, they had to decide a victor. As for Qin Chen, he had been ignored. Luo Zhan came onto the stage. As a tutor, he had already sensed the smell of gunpowder among the contestants and couldn't help but smile. Only in such an atmosphere could true talents be cultivated. Next up are the semi-finals. Let's see the contestants for the first match. Luo Zhan put his hand into the draw box, stirred gently, and pulled out 2 numbered wooden tokens. Zhao Lingshan vs Qin Chen. When Luo Zhan announced the matchup, Zhao Lingshan was stunned. She looked at Liang Yu in the audience, her brows slightly furrowed. King Kong was also slightly taken aback and said to Liang Yu, Master Liang, this. He knew how much importance Liang Yu attached to Qin Chen. If Lingshan defeated Qin Chen, would Liang Yu hold a grudge against Lingshan? Liang Yu was also a bit depressed. This was the result he least wanted to see. Alas! Liang Yu sighed and said to King Kong, Don't worry, King Kong. Although Lingshan can only stop at the top 4, it's only because she encountered Qin Shao. If it were someone else, it might not be the case. King Kang's heart sank. Sure enough, Liang Yu intended to interfere in the competition. Just who was this Qin Chen? Despite his inner bitterness, King Kong had no choice but to force a bitter smile and say, I'll go talk to the girl. He was about to stand up. With Lingshan's temperament, making her admit defeat would be harder than killing her. But compared to offending Liang Yu, this was the only way. Your Highness, you are. Liang Yu was puzzled. Isn't Master Liang trying to make Lingshan concede defeat? King Kong was stunned. How could I ask you to do such a thing? Liang Yu said, torn between laughter and tears. I mean, if Lingshan meets Qin Shao, she will surely lose. That can't be. King Kong was full of confidence in Zhao Lingshan. If you don't believe me, just watch. Liang Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he didn't believe it in his heart, he still sat down, inwardly breathing a long sigh of relief. Chapter 59. Qin Chen and Zhao Lingshan arrived at the center of the arena and stood opposite each other. Qin Chen, Master Liang Yu asked me to greet you. Zhao Lingshan's voice was soft, like an orchid in an empty valley. She looked at Qin Chen, a curious expression on her face. As one of the four great beauties of the capital, Zhao Lingshan was extremely proud. Even students like Qin Fan couldn't catch her eye, let alone Qin Chen. However, Master Liang Yu's attitude towards Qin Chen had greatly puzzled her. What had happened between Qin Chen and her master in the artifact hall earlier to cause such a drastic change in her master's attitude afterward? It was like a mystery, always lingering in Zhao Lingshan's heart, entangling her. In this college examination, Qin Chen, who had always been called trash, had erupted with unprecedented shock. Even Qin Fan from the advanced class was defeated by him, astonishing Zhao Lingshan. Qin Chen's person seemed shrouded in a layer of mist, attracting Zhao Lingshan, making her unable to extricate herself. "Thank you, Princess Lingshan," Qin Chen said with a faint smile. "But be careful. Although Master Liang Yu is my teacher, I will not show mercy. I hope you understand." Zhao Lingshan bit her lip, her eyes resolute. She didn't want to give up first place in the exam to anyone. Qin Chen said with a smile, "In that case, I will take it seriously. I heard Princess Lingshan is a master of the sword. To show respect, I will also use a sword." Below the stage, someone immediately brought over a green steel sword. The crowd was shocked. Was Qin Chen so smitten by beauty he couldn't tell north from south? Previous matches showed Qin Chen was clearly a fist technique master. Now he abandoned his strong point and switched to a long sword, that was almost suicide. Everyone in the academy knew Zhao Lingshan was a master swordswoman. Zhao Lingshan thought the same as everyone else at this moment. If he used his fists, Qin Chen might still withstand a few moves. With a sword, he wouldn't last a moment. She couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. Qin Chen was also a vulgar person. "Take this." Unwilling to say more, Zhao Lingshan urged the qi within her body. Her red military uniform fluttered as she stabbed toward Qin Chen with a sword. Shwa! The white sword light arrived before Qin Chen in an instant, like a fleeting glance. Ding! The green steel sword in Qin Chen's hand had, at an uncertain moment, left its scabbard. The two swords collided, producing a crisp sound. "Oh!" There were exclamations from the audience. Experts could tell with a look. Qin Chen's sword seemed ordinary, but it was just right, able to block Zhao Lingshan's sword. This made many experts wonder, was Qin Chen truly a sword expert? Zhao Lingshan's heart also skipped a beat. In order not to anger her teacher and let Qin Chen lose more decently, Zhao Lingshan had only used 30% of her strength. "Take this again." One sword ineffective, Zhao Lingshan danced her long sword. Sword chi swept toward Qin Chen like waves. Puff, puff, puff. The sword chi was like light, submerging everything. The chilling cold air caused the temperature to plummet suddenly. It felt as if a cold light were piercing the body. "This is what you call no mercy. Too weak." Qin Chen gently stepped forward, holding the sword in his right hand, waving it vigorously. Poof! The myriad sword lights instantly shattered into pieces, as if severed by a heavy blade, scattering like leaves in the wind. "Take my chop." Qin Chen held the sword with both hands and swung it down with force, like an old farmer digging the earth, without any artistic conception or sword technique. Haha, this is also called a sword technique? Opening and closing, this kid even uses a sword like a broadsword. I can't bear to look. Everyone on the stage cried out, torn between laughter and tears. Qin Chen's movement was too ugly, completely lacking the grace of swordsmanship. However, Zhao Lingshan, within the sword's shadow, could not laugh. As Qin Chen's sword descended, a fierce wind suddenly rose on the arena. The air between heaven and earth seemed pulled by an invisible force, rapidly pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Sword force, this is sword force. Zhao Lingshan's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked. As a sword expert, she could tell at a glance, this was an immensely powerful sword technique. Sword force, something even she hadn't mastered. How could Qin Chen unleash it? Starry sky. Shocked, Zhao Lingshan didn't dare be careless. Her chi surged to its peak. Starlight suddenly burst from the starlight sword, clashing with the green steel sword Qin Chen swung down. Boom! In an instant, sounds of air bursting erupted one after another. Dense sword chi exploded outward, falling on the hard challenge arena like raindrops. Immediately, countless tiny holes appeared. As soon as the wind blew, smoke and dust filled the air. So strong! Zhao Lingshan drew a cold breath. Although she had hastily attacked, she had already used the true chi and cultivation of the earth level, yet she couldn't defeat Qin Chen. How could she know that although Qin Chen's cultivation was inferior to hers, what Qin Chen practiced was the heaven-defying 9-star God Emperor art and had opened up the 12 meridians throughout his body? In fact, in terms of the strength and purity of true chi, it was no worse than hers as an earth-level practitioner, even though she practiced one of Chi State's most top-tier techniques. Immortal guides the way. Realizing Qin Chen's fearsomeness, Zhao Lingshan no longer dared hold back. As her sword force changed, her martial robe fluttered. Switching from contending with sword energy to contending with sword techniques, her figure became extremely ethereal. Shwa! The sword light split a path on the hard rock challenge arena, spreading straight toward Qin Chen. Along the way, fierce chi flew and smoke diffused. Here it comes. Qin Chen murmured. His body didn't retreat but advanced instead. Before the sword chi arrived, Qin Chen severed the source of the sword chi. Bang! Before the terrifying sword chi fully formed, it was strangled in its cradle by Qin Chen. How could he know the flaw in my immortal guides the way? Zhao Lingshan's shock was like raging waves. It took a long time for immortal guides the way's sword chi to fully form. Qin Chen had severed it just before it completely formed. Ordinary people wouldn't know this. If they only knew to dodge, once the sword chi fully formed, even someone of the same level couldn't withstand it, let alone someone of a lower level. This set of sword techniques was a secret skill of King Kang's residence, never passed on. How could Qin Chen know? Zhao Lingshan didn't know how sharp Qin Chen's vision was. Zhao Lingshan's sword technique could be called exquisite in the Qi state, but in the vast world of martial arts, it could only be considered rubbish. Qin Chen could see the flaws in such sword techniques at a glance. In her shock, Zhao Lingshan hadn't even had time to react when she felt a blur before her eyes. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of her. It was the tip of Qin Chen's sword. The sharp sword light, almost instantaneously, arrived before Zhao Lingshan's eyes. Above her brow, she could even feel the cold of the sword tip, as if trying to pierce her skull. Chapter 60. Not good. Zhao Lingshan didn't expect that in a momentary lapse of focus, Qin Chen would seize the opportunity and strike a fatal blow, making her unavoidable. She was about to die under the sword. Blood awakening, morphing shadow. Zhao Lingshan roared. A blue light suddenly rose from her body, her speed instantly soaring as she dodged in a critical situation. Strands of hair fell from her forehead, her bangs. Poof! Qin Chen's long sword struck the ground behind Zhao Lingshan, leaving a sword mark nearly 1 foot long. That sword just now was so dangerous. Princess Lingshan almost lost. How did Princess Lingshan's speed suddenly double? It's her bloodline, the third-grade Ice Phoenix bloodline. The crowd exclaimed, everyone stunned, hardly able to believe their eyes. They had all thought it would be a one-sided match, decided quickly. However, the intensity on the field was beyond their imagination. Qin Chen and Zhao Lingshan had been fighting closely. If Zhao Lingshan hadn't responded in time, she would have been defeated. Hiss! At this moment, sounds of drawing cold breaths were heard all over the field. They knew Qin Chen wasn't weak, But how could he be so strong as to gain the upper hand in a battle across levels? And still using Zhao Lingshan's own forte, swordsmanship? You are very strong. I underestimated you just now, but I won't anymore. This is my third-grade bloodline, the Ice Phoenix bloodline. You should be careful from now on. A cold voice sounded. Zhao Lingshan's eyes were grave, her entire body suffused with cold power, even a few snowflakes falling around her. Shwa! She raised the starlight sword, the tip pointing forward. The blade, 4 feet 3 inches long and 1 inch 1/10 wide, flashed brilliantly, turning a deep blue and filling the air with a palpitation-inducing chill. Freezing winter arrives. Once the third-grade bloodline emerged, Zhao Lingshan's momentum surged wildly. Snowflakes danced wildly on the stage, emitting a bone-chilling air as if to freeze heaven and earth. Qin Chen retreated, his body suddenly pulling back hissingly. Countless sword lights fell at his feet. Each sword light became an ice spike, eventually forming an icy path that spread continuously, yet still remained several feet away from Qin Chen's body. Useless. Seeking plum blossoms in snow. Zhao Lingshan did not relent while in power. Her sword speed suddenly accelerated. She surrounded Qin Chen from all directions, finally trapping him. You are defeated. Zhao Lingshan shouted, sweeping her sword toward Qin Chen within the encirclement, aiming straight for his chest. Not necessarily. The next moment, Qin Chen's body leaped high, rushing into the sky to avoid the sword light. No matter how you dodge, the outcome will still be the same. Zhao Lingshan took a deep breath. The cold breath from her sword tip formed a sword beam nearly a zhang long, cutting through the air toward Qin Chen. At this moment, Qin Chen was mid-air and couldn't evade. Not good. After unleashing the sword, Zhao Lingshan was shocked. This sword contained her earth-level true qi and the power of her third-grade bloodline. How could Qin Chen, a human-level martial artist, withstand it? However, she couldn't retract the sword energy. Zhao Lingshan could only watch with frightened and regretful eyes as the fierce, unstoppable sword attack pressed on. Dust. Under the stage, Qin Yueqi was shocked, subconsciously standing up. Here it comes. Just as Qin Chen was about to be split by the sword light, the situation on the field changed again. Shwa! Mid-air, Qin Chen wasn't alarmed at all. Instead, he laughed. In an instant, his long sword suddenly slashed out several times, ding 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 ding. Each strike landed on the same spot of the icy sword beam. Because the sword came out too fast, people could only hear a single clashing sound. Bang! The next moment, the full-force icy sword beam from Zhao Lingshan was split into ice, snow, and starlight, turning the challenge arena into a dreamlike scene. How? How could my all-out strike be broken by Qin Chen? Zhao Lingshan opened her eyes wide, speaking in disbelief. It's too strong. In an instant, he slashed out 3 swords, all on the same spot. Using the continuous concussive force, he broke Zhao Lingshan's attack. Unbelievable. 4 swords? Why do I feel like 6 swords? The number of swords everyone saw was different, as if in a dream. The smile on Li Qingfeng's face suddenly froze, turning grave. His eyes were fixed on Qin Chen. Wang Qiming, who had always been expressionless, had bulging eyes, his gaze sharp. 7 swords in total. On the rostrum, King Lingwu Xiaozhan's eyes burst with a fine light. The whole person almost stood up. After a long time, he just exhaled a turbid breath and murmured. In an instant, he slashed 7 swords, all cutting at the same point on the sword beam. His eyesight was astonishing. Was this really just a human-level student? Xiao Zhan and Chu Weichen exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. Shwa! On the challenge arena, Zhao Lingshan was also in shock. When she regained her senses, her neck felt cold. Qin Chen's green steel sword had been placed against her neck, she didn't know when it had appeared. You lost. Qin Chen said lightly. Zhao Lingshan looked at Qin Chen before her, then at the starlight sword in her hand. She said bitterly, I am defeated. Even her strongest move had been broken by Qin Chen. Fighting further was meaningless. "Tell me, did you use your full strength?" Zhao Lingshan unwillingly asked. Looking at Qin Chen, this youth was becoming more mysterious in her heart. For some reason, she had a feeling that Qin Chen hadn't exerted his full strength. Yes, and no. Qin Chen gave an ambiguous answer. After that, he sheathed his sword and walked down from the arena. However, Zhao Lingshan seemed to have gotten her answer, a relieved smile appearing. She was defeated. But she was convinced. When the battle ended, the crowd had not yet recovered from the shock. An early Earth-level warrior, an awakened third-grade bloodline user, was defeated by a later human-level warrior, and the other side hadn't even used his bloodline? What in the world happened? Many people didn't even understand how Zhao Lingshan lost. However, after this battle, no one dared to look down on Qin Chen. This seemingly unremarkable youth, once a laughingstock in the academy, was like a dark horse in the year-end examination, beyond their reach. On the high platform, King Kong looked at Liang Yu with a bitter expression and said, "Master Liang, how could you tell that my little girl was no match for Qin Chen?" Liang Yu shook his head, calm, not saying a word. What King Kong didn't know was that at this moment, Liang Yu's heart was filled with stormy waves. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 61. There was an uproar across the entire square at this moment. Even Luo Zhan, overseeing the competition, was unable to calm down for a long time. It took him a while to return to the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed an extremely brilliant match. To be honest, even I was deeply moved. But next, we will face an equally spectacular contest, the second semi-final match, Li Qingfeng vs Wang Qiming." In the contestant area, after Li Qingfeng and Wang Qiming calmed the shock in their hearts, they simultaneously raised their heads, locked eyes, and strode toward the arena. Shwa! Shwa! Two figures, like two streaks of light, landed in the center of the challenge arena. One was ethereal, the other steady. Their auras were more terrifying than many seasoned Earth-level experts, astonishing to behold. The two men stood indifferently 10 meters apart on the arena, staring at each other. "Today's match, you will lose." Li Qingfeng slowly put on his pair of boxing gloves. The dark gloves gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the sun, full of a sense of power. Wang Qiming said indifferently, "Who wins, who loses, that is not necessarily so. Then let's give it a try." Finished speaking. Bang! Li Qingfeng's right foot tapped the ground, the rock beneath his feet exploded. His body suddenly transformed into a mirage, appearing before Wang Qiming in an instant, a fist aimed at his head. Fast, unimaginably fast. People only saw a blur before their eyes. Li Qingfeng's attack was already before Wang Qiming. His powerful fist force enveloped Wang Qiming's entire body like a tsunami. "Good fist, but not fast enough." A cold voice sounded from within the fierce wind. As if thunder had erupted, the sound of clashing metal resonated between heaven and earth. A white light flashed, the sword in Wang Qiming's arms had left its scabbard. It was like a bolt of lightning, cutting toward Li Qingfeng's fist. Boom! A sharp roar erupted between them. The entire earth seemed to shake. The arena beneath their feet cracked like a spiderweb, a terrifying force soaring into the sky. Bang! 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 The two on the stage flashed rapidly, attacking madly. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves, their speed so fast people had no time to react. So fast. Too fast. Is this still a student assessment of Star College? Why does it feel like two martial arts masters are fighting? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Clang! 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 Fists and swords continuously clashed, moving from one side of the arena to the other, from the ground to the air. It was dazzling, overwhelming. Lone Peak Sword Technique. Wang Qiming shouted angrily. The frenzied sword light danced into a mass of white light, impenetrable. Li Qingfeng was enveloped within. The dense blade lights were like isolated peaks, displaying an arrogant and unstoppable might. Crack, crack, crack. Countless fissures appeared on the ground, unable to bear the pressure of the sword qi. If the sword qi was like this, one could imagine the terrible assault Li Qingfeng, at the center of the blade lights, had to withstand. Within the blade light, Li Qingfeng's figure was blurry, like a remnant leaf in the wind, making people break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, heaven-domineering fist, splitting mountains. Li Qingfeng stepped out from the sword aura. His feet were steady, his face cold, his eyes bright like stars in the night sky. With each step he took, his momentum rose by a notch. His dark iron fists burst forth one after another. Bang! 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 The blade lights slashed by Wang Qiming shattered one after another, fragile. Damn it! Wang Qiming's eyes grew colder, his blade light sharper and sharper. Each slash produced a startling flash. However, Li Qingfeng was no ordinary person. As the son of a marquis, he had abundant resources and had long consolidated his earth-level true qi. He practiced the most top-tier techniques of the Great Qi Kingdom, profound and continuous. No matter how fierce and aggressive Wang Qiming's attacks were, they couldn't halt his steps. Even more despairing was his indifferent expression, his chest rising and falling evenly, as if he hadn't exerted his full strength. Boom! Walking before Wang Qiming, Li Qingfeng threw a punch. The black fist force was like a tornado. With a whoosh, Wang Qiming's clothes and robe were torn, revealing his muscular physique. On his lean body were scars all over, knife marks, sword wounds, as well as bite and scratch marks from wild beasts. Each one was startling and made people gasp. Those dense, ferocious, terrifying scars, people couldn't believe how much pain he had endured. He was just a student of Star College, a 17-year-old youth. Yet, the scars on his body were comparable to those of a battle-hardened veteran, an adult warrior who had experienced life and death. People then remembered Wang Qiming's identity, a commoner, the most humble commoner in the Qi state. From a commoner at the bottom of society to the top talent of Tianqing College, the #1 academy in the capital, Wang Qiming had to pay a price 10 or 100 times that of those noble children. Suddenly, on the arena, the situation changed again. Li Qingfeng's fist struck the sword in Wang Qiming's hand. Wang Qiming was instantly blasted back 10 meters. His feet ground against the ground as he struggled to stabilize his body, drawing 2 clear grooves in the hard rock arena. A trace of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. Is that all? Ah, commoners are commoners after all. No matter how hard you struggle, you cannot escape the fate of failure. This world belongs to the nobility. Dogs can never hope to be superior. Li Qingfeng spoke softly, his eyes cold, looking at Wang Qiming with disdain, the mockery at his lips unconcealed. Silence. The field fell dead quiet. No one had thought this match would turn out like this. Li Qingfeng's words pierced the ears of the public, making many commoner children clench their fists, their faces flushed. But they had to admit Li Qingfeng was right. For commoners to rise above their station was too difficult. Even a genius like Wang Qiming, once he graduates from the academy and seeks cultivation resources, could only become a servant to the powerful. Of course, there was another path, to venture into the perilous jungles teeming with bloodthirsty beasts. The mortality rate on this path was extremely high. 99% of people died before becoming strong, becoming food for the beasts. This world, inherently divided by class, was extremely cruel. Put away your arrogance. I am not defeated yet. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang Qiming's eyes were unprecedentedly aloof, like a lone wolf. I endure so much pain. I practice the blade for 10 hours every day. I even sleep holding my sword. I go into the wilderness to battle and struggle desperately, all to defy fate and change my life, to become a truly strong person. I will let you know that no one is born noble, but a true strong person can rise from the grass and weeds. Wang Qiming spoke word by word, his proud, resounding voice echoing through the square. This was the most he had said since the start of the year-end assessment, and it deeply shook everyone's hearts. Even Xiao Zhan, the king of Lingwu, couldn't help but be moved. From Wang Qiming, he seemed to see his own younger self. Chapter 62. Talking so much cannot change the outcome of your downfall. Li Qingfeng sneered. Shua! His body suddenly appeared before Wang Qiming, a fist striking toward him. Heaven-domineering fist, mountain-shattering. Boom! The fierce fist force swept through everything, instantly engulfing Wang Qiming. The terrible power bombarded him. Wang Qiming kept retreating, his clothes tearing wildly as he gave ground. Blood splattered from his mouth, yet with each step back, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, after 7 or 8 steps back, Wang Qiming's momentum reached a peak. Boom! He took a deep breath, and his robe burst into pieces. A faint blue halo rose from him, it was the power of the bloodline within his body. Holding the sword with both hands, Wang Qiming focused his heart and mind, slashing down with all his strength. Lone Peak's supreme blade. Boom! As the blade fell, the air before him exploded. The sharp aura came like a colossal mountain, striving to split heaven and earth. On the rostrum, Xiao Zhan and Chu Weichen's eyes brightened, so startled they almost stood up. What a terrifying blade! Combined with bloodline power, it almost stirred the power of heaven and earth. Xiao Zhan exclaimed. Chu Weichen's gaze solidified as he said, "A born swordsman. This man is a born swordsman." Xiao Zhan sighed, if this youth continues to grow, he may not be unable to comprehend sword intent. Even a mid-stage earth-level warrior might not be able to block this blade. I wonder how Li Qingfeng will handle it. Sword intent. Chu Weichen drew a cold breath. Sword intent was illusory, without talent, one couldn't wield it no matter how advanced their cultivation. On the challenge arena, Li Qingfeng also changed his expression under Wang Qiming's blade. His cold eyes suddenly turned fierce. The powerful blade qi made it difficult for him to breathe, the true qi on his body's surface crackled. His feet spread apart, the qi in his body madly gathering on his right fist. To be able to force me to this step, you won't have regrets. Avalanche! Boom! Accompanying Li Qingfeng's explosive shout, his right fist blasted out with a roar, meeting Wang Qiming's blade head-on. The piercing roar shook everyone's eardrums. The entire arena trembled, stirring up a sky full of smoke and dust that obscured everyone's sight. Their figures were invisible, no one knew what was happening inside. After a brief pause. Poof! A figure flew out from the smoke and dust, spitting a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky, about to kneel, but suddenly supported the ground with his sword, bending his legs so he wouldn't kneel. It was Wang Qiming. He stood up unsteadily, about to fight again, but spat another mouthful of blood, having no strength left to battle. From within the smoke, Li Qingfeng slowly walked out. Aside from some dirt on his body, he had almost no injuries, like an invincible deity. Whoosh! Only then did the audience erupt into an uproar. I told you, in this match, your defeat is certain. Ants are ants after all. Li Qingfeng slowly walked to Wang Qiming, looking down on him from a lofty attitude. It's just a win or loss. What's the big deal? Next time, I'll beat you. Wang Qiming, defeated in battle, was not dejected at all. On the contrary, he grew more combative. Wang Qiming's indomitability was precisely what Li Qingfeng hated most. He sneered, you were inferior to me from the start. In terms of resources, I will always have more than you. In terms of techniques, you can't match me. How can you catch up to me? The gap between us will only grow larger. Then just watch. Wang Qiming stood up, not accepting help from the college tutor. Instead, he walked down the arena step by step. Each step seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Under the stage, Qin Chen was slightly moved. A genius of Wang Qiming's caliber was shocking in the Great Qi state, but quite common in the martial world where talents gathered. Yet his firm will, even in the highest martial realms, was enough to surpass most people. If this youth can grow up, his future achievements will be extraordinary. Whether a genius could become a true powerhouse depended not only on talent but also on will. Wang Qiming is defeated. It seems the champion is destined to be Li Qingfeng, the youngest marquis. Indeed. Li Qingfeng is the eldest son of Marquis Wuan. His techniques, bloodline, martial arts, and talent are all first-rate in Qi. How can others compare? Don't forget, there's still Qin Chen. I'm not optimistic about Qin Chen. Qin Chen is formidable, but after all, he rose too late, and his rank is a step below Li Qingfeng's. This stage difference is a gap not easily crossed. That's true. Qin Chen is still too young. In another year, when he breaks through to the Earth level, perhaps the match outcome might be uncertain. But now, he is no match for Li Qingfeng. Ah, what a pity. In the audience, everyone talked, expressing their views. On the challenge arena, tutor Luo Zhan excitedly walked up. To witness such a brilliant match, he, as an instructor of Star College, also felt honored. Now, the semi-finals are over. Qin Chen and Li Qingfeng are the victors. Next, they will compete for the championship title. The winner will become this year's #1 genius of Tianqing College. Additionally, I'd like to tell all participating students some good news. Apart from the awards given by our Tianqing College, the royal family will also bestow awards upon the top 8 contestants. Particularly, the top 4 will receive unprecedented rewards. To be honest, even I envy these awards. Alright, now let the 2 contestants rest for a quarter of an hour. Then, we will commence the battle for first place. Luo Zhan's words sparked much discussion on the field, especially among those who made the top 8. This year's final exam, besides the Academy's awards, there were extra royal awards, truly surprising. The reward for the top 4 made many secretly speculate. The reward that Luo Zhan envied was definitely not something ordinary. What could it be? Under the stage, Li Qingfeng took out several pills overflowing with essence and qi, swallowing them into his body to quickly recover the consumed qi. Seeing those pills, many students around him were envious. The pills were full of color and rich in fragrance, clearly second-grade pills. Each was worth at least thousands of silver coins. Li Qingfeng swallowed them so casually, how could ordinary people afford that? Even some powerful families couldn't. Only a powerful noble like Marquis Wuan could have such strong financial resources. The pills entered his abdomen, the potent medicinal power quickly replenishing Li Qingfeng's lost qi. Within moments, Li Qingfeng's qi was full again. He opened his eyes, looked at Qin Chen not far away, and sneered, "Qin Chen, the sudden dark horse. Let me see what abilities you have that make Wei Zhen so afraid of you. But don't just be a flash in the pan, all show and no substance." A quarter of an hour was about to end. Now, the final match of the year-end examination. Let's invite the 2 contestants onto the stage. Luo Zhan came onto the stage and announced. Chapter 63. Schwa. With a flash of black shadow, Li Qingfeng's figure flickered, instantly appearing at the center of the challenge arena. On the other side, Qin Chen slowly stood up and stepped onto the arena one step at a time. "Chen, come on." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying shouted excitedly, looking extremely nervous and thrilled, as if they were the ones competing. On the arena, Qin Chen and Li Qingfeng stood opposite each other. Li Qingfeng slowly put on his boxing gloves and said, "I never expected you to be the last one to face me. It really surprised me. At the same time, it also disappointed me. With your cultivation, you cannot win at all." Li Qingfeng shook his head. He couldn't muster any excitement dealing with a human-level late-stage martial artist. In his eyes, a warrior who hadn't reached the earth level wasn't worthy of fighting him. Cultivation is not everything. Qin Chen said lightly. "Haha, you can be considered a genius. It's true, ordinary martial artists are nothing before you. It's a pity you met me. In front of me, there is no such thing as fighting across levels." To be sure, many warriors could fight across levels, but Li Qingfeng didn't think anyone could do so against him. Qin Chen gave a careless smile. "Since you think so, then let's begin." Li Qingfeng looked at him indifferently and said, "Where is your sword?" After his match with Zhao Lingshan, everyone knew Qin Chen's true forte was swordsmanship. No need for a sword to deal with you. Arrogant. Li Qingfeng was infuriated by Qin Chen's tone. He was a proud man himself. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen was even more arrogant before him. Fine, 10 moves to defeat you. Heaven domineering fist, splitting mountains. With a roar, Li Qingfeng didn't hold back. Right from the start, he displayed his formidable heaven domineering fist. His fierce fist force swept out, instantly enveloping Qin Chen. Although he appeared arrogant and disdainful before fighting others, he was extremely vigilant and never looked down on anyone. He knew the principle of a lion using its full strength even against a rabbit. Besides, Qin Chen, who could defeat Zhao Lingshan, was no rabbit. Good. Li Qingfeng's boxing technique was extremely formidable. With one punch, the fierce fist force covered Qin Chen's body. No matter which direction he dodged, it would be useless. This kind of boxing was enough to draw the attention of late-stage Earth-level experts. However, in Qin Chen's eyes, it was full of flaws and gaps. If he wished, he had at least 10 ways to avoid the blow. But he did not. Instead, he raised his right hand and blasted out with equal ferocity. Bang! 2 iron fists collided in the void. The powerful fist force erupted. It seemed as if a tempest had struck the challenge arena. The fierce wind could almost sweep people into the sky. Amidst the gale, the two stood fist to fist, feet unmoving, in a deadlock. What? Li Qingfeng's eyes suddenly widened. Qin Chen had actually blocked his fist, and also using fist technique. How was this possible? On the other side, Qin Chen nodded slightly. Li Qingfeng's punch has the power of 25 horses. After breaking through to the earth level, his advantage is quite obvious. In terms of raw power, Qin Chen and Li Qingfeng were almost equal. This body is still somewhat weak in strength. Qin Chen sighed inwardly. If someone heard his thoughts at this moment, they would curse him blue-faced. Generally, the peak of the human class only had 10 horsepowers, while the earth level had only 20. Qin Chen had just broken through the human level yesterday, raising his strength from 20 to 25 horsepowers, yet that wasn't enough? Take another. Li Qingfeng was truly angered. Qin Chen receiving his boxing not only shocked him but also made him feel disgraced. Stormy waves. In a flash, Li Qingfeng blasted out dozens of punches. On the challenge arena, massive fist shadows were everywhere, even the fighters' figures couldn't be clearly seen. Well done. Qin Chen laughed, meeting him with the same stance. Bam, 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 bam. When iron fist met iron fist, fierce roars erupted. The sweeping fist force shook out countless cracks on the ground, smoke and stone debris diffused, covering their bodies. Marquis Wuan was famous for his fist techniques. Therefore, Li Qingfeng had received top-tier guidance in boxing since childhood. From infancy, Li Qingfeng had been soaked in medicinal liquids daily. His fists bore more than twice the strength of martial artists at the same level. Their toughness and destructive power were also greater. At this moment, going all out, the sky was filled with fist shadows invisible to the naked eye. Although Qin Chen hadn't undergone such enhancements, how sharp was his vision? The powerful boxing techniques of the Qi state were also full of flaws before him. Moreover, the formidable true Qi of the 9-star God Emperor art left him unafraid of his opponent. Amidst the smoke and dust, Qin Chen's fists were a frenzy, unleashing tiger-subduing fist. His body was as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain, as fierce as a flock of chickens. He was joyful, independent, and unrestrained. They fought from the center of the arena to one side, from one side to the other. The fierce confrontation shocked the onlookers, who stared intently at the stage, afraid of missing any highlights. On the high platform seats, many princes and dignitaries also drew cold breaths. It's amazing. Is this still the student's final exam of Star College? It's like two top warriors who have experienced life and death. With new waves pushing the old, once these two grow up, they will surely become top powerhouses of Qi. Especially Qin Chen. Using the most basic tiger-subduing fist, he was actually evenly matched with Marquis Wuan's heir, who is famous for his boxing. It's unbelievable. Yes, and their cultivation differs by one level. This is truly. People couldn't imagine how Qin Chen and Li Qingfeng were tied. In terms of cultivation, martial arts, and techniques, Li Qingfeng was the peak of the young generation. But Qin Chen. People could only sigh. Indeed, monsters cannot be measured by common sense. Bang! 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 The two were not affected by the shock. The two fought frantically, each strike at the extreme. Is this the top talent of Qi? The development of martial arts really can't compare to the martial world. No one knew that Qin Chen was still analyzing Li Qingfeng's strength during the fight. Damn it, you dare look down on me? I'll defeat you with one blow. Seeing Qin Chen still distracted, Li Qingfeng was furious. He leaped out of the battlefield, rubbed his feet against the ground, his robe unmoving. His right fist suddenly expanded. Avalanche! The terrifying iron fist was like a meteor falling to earth, roaring toward Qin Chen. The fierce airflow around it made people feel that the power of Li Qingfeng's fist had nearly doubled. Chapter 64. Under the terrifying assault, Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said coldly, 10 moves have passed. Still want to fight? Ha ha! Having gauged Li Qingfeng's strength, Qin Chen lost the desire to continue. The 9-star God Emperor art operated, the formidable true Qi instantly gathering in his right hand. The blood and Qi within his body clattered, his momentum suddenly surged, and he blasted out. Bang! Simultaneously, the arena beneath their feet shattered, a huge fissure torn open. After a slight silence, Li Qingfeng's face turned from red to white, and he flew backward with a bang. Mid-air, he struggled to stabilize his body and landed over 10 meters away. He was about to speak, but puffed out a mouthful of blood instead. What? Everyone under the stage was shocked, standing up one after another, especially Wang Qiming. Moments ago, he had been defeated by Li Qingfeng's fist. He clearly knew the terrible power contained within Li Qingfeng's punch. Yet Qin Chen, a martial artist at the later human level, had actually blocked it? Not only that, but also injured Li Qingfeng. Impossible. Every warrior's physical strength has its limits. I can only cultivate my fists to this level by soaking in medicinal liquids since childhood. Moreover, I'm wearing boxing gloves, yet you have nothing. How can you match me? Li Qingfeng's fists trembled slightly, his face ferocious. At this moment, Li Qingfeng was no longer the graceful, gentle youth from the beginning. He seemed like an enraged wolf, his eyes vicious. Qin Chen said calmly, in terms of the physical strength of my fists, I am indeed not as strong as you. However, boxing is not simply about whose fists are harder or whose strength is greater. The audience was astounded, all in a fog. Weren't they comparing strength while fighting? He is right. Besides strength and hardness, boxing also involves skill and artistic conception. On the rostrum, King Lingwu Shaozhan exhaled a turbid breath and said solemnly. Skill? Artistic conception? The other warriors were still somewhat confused. King Lingwu Shaozhan explained, on the surface, Qin Chen and Li Qingfeng had the same strength just now. But in reality, Qin Chen's control over his own strength is so exquisite that with every punch, the muscle strength of his entire body erupts. Moreover, when a punch is thrown, there is also a soft force, achieving a combination of hardness and softness. That is to say, on the surface, both exerted 25 horsepower, but in truth, Qin Chen's actual strength might only be 20 horsepower, meaning he retained part of his strength. Furthermore, the momentum of Li Qingfeng's punch was partly offset by Qin Chen's soft force. Thus, Qin Chen's arm only bore half the impact or even less. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, the control of power is so exquisite it even shocks me. You must know, even most heaven-level martial artists can't achieve this. To truly accomplish what Qin Chen displayed, one should at least be a Xian-level expert. Hiss! Immediately, a series of cold gasps was heard around the rostrum. If someone else had said this, people might have doubted it. But now it was the famous King Lingwu of the Qi state. Naturally, no one dared question the truth of his words. Is Qin Chen that powerful? But I heard he hadn't been able to awaken his bloodline before. He was trash. Why is he so strong all of a sudden? Has he been playing the pig to eat the tiger all along? The Qin family is really fortunate. A few years ago, there was Qin Feng, and now there's another Qin Chen. Truly enviable for the martial king. People's exclamations entered Li Qingfeng's ears one after another, pricking him like needles. No, I am the #1 genius of Star College. This honor belongs to me. No one can take what is mine. Li Qingfeng roared inwardly, looking at Qin Chen with hatred. You think you've won? It's too early to be happy. I originally wanted to keep this card hidden, but now, I'll let you witness Li Qingfeng's true strength. His entire body surged with true qi. With a bang, Li Qingfeng's body suddenly erupted with crimson flames. Under the burning blaze, the challenge arena seemed to have entered scorching summer. Everyone felt a suffocating heat wave. It's the Scarlet Flame bloodline, the ancestral bloodline Li Qingfeng awakened. What formidable bloodline power! My god, Li Qingfeng has already been able to fuse bloodline power into his true qi? To think that Li Qingfeng awakened a third-grade bloodline. After fusing it with true qi, he could even battle late-stage Earth-level martial artists. My god, both Xiao Lingshan and Wang Qiming activated their bloodlines earlier, but that was only activation. The boost in strength is merely supplementary. Yet Li Qingfeng has truly integrated bloodline power into his true qi. And he's still at the early Earth level. How did he accomplish that? It's spectacular. The crowd was in an uproar, everyone excited. The battlefield was full of twists and turns. You must know, bloodline power is a mystical ability. After a warrior awakens it, they cannot use it directly. They must become familiar with the bloodline power and activate the bloodline during battle. After activation, the bloodline power will boost the warrior's strength to a certain extent, but this is only preliminary. To integrate bloodline power into true qi combat requires the warrior's tireless comprehension and cultivation. Generally speaking, being able to do this at the late Earth level is already amazing. However, Li Qingfeng, who had just broken through to the Earth level, achieved it not long ago, enough to shock everyone. Ha ha ha, Qin Chen, although you have awakened a bloodline, yours is only the weakest kind. And you, having just awakened, can't even activate your bloodline. What can you compare with me? Li Qingfeng's entire body burned with crimson flames, the man like a fiery war god. Qin Chen's expression didn't change as he said faintly, I don't know where you get your confidence. Do you think you're the only candle? You make me so angry. You're looking to die. The flames soared instantly. Li Qingfeng's right fist transformed into a massive flame dragon that charged forth, rolling toward Qin Chen. Scarlet flame palm, fire dragon soars to the sky. The enormous dragon lunged to devour Qin Chen. Be careful. Under the stage, Qin Yueqi clenched her fists anxiously, exclaiming, leaning forward slightly. Here it comes. Qin Chen rushed into the fire, using all his strength to bang his fist onto the neck of the flame dragon. Bang! The flame dragon howled, shattering into pieces instantly. Flames splashed across the sky, falling onto the rock challenge arena, burning out numerous black holes. Some fell into the crowd outside, causing a burst of chaos. Chapter 65. How? Mid-air, Li Qingfeng's eyes widened, unable to believe it. The next moment, Qin Chen's right hand had already pressed against his abdomen. Merging blood? I can too. Boom! Qin Chen's hands lit up with blue-white lightning. Thunder bloomed in full force. Li Qingfeng was blasted away like a broken kite, the entire person falling heavily outside the challenge arena. Poof! His face was pale, his mouth opened and a mouthful of blood gushed out. His robe was torn, revealing a charred black palm print on his abdomen, shocking. The square was silent for a moment, then erupted into a tremendous roar. Such twists and turns. I never expected Qin Chen would win in the end. I didn't see it coming. Lightning bloodline. Just now, Qin Chen seemed to unleash the power of a thunder bloodline. How is that possible? He just awakened his bloodline not long ago. How can he already utilize his bloodline power in battle? What happened just now? Even if Qin Chen activated his bloodline power, his bloodline is only the lowest grade. What Li Qingfeng awakened was the third-grade Scarlet Flame bloodline. Why was Qin Chen able to break through it so easily? I regret it now. If I'd known this, I should have bet on Qin Chen to win, 10 times the odds. Who could have imagined? As the match ended, the entire square was filled with an uproar that could not be calmed. This year-end exam was destined to become a competition that attracted great attention in the history of Tianqing Academy. 3 Earth-level experts had been defeated, and the one who won first place was only a student at the later human level, causing a sensation. Did you see that just now? You're talking about his move to defeat Li Qingfeng? You saw it too? It's incredible. Although Li Qingfeng's control over the Scarlet Flame bloodline is still very rough, it's not something ordinary martial artists can find flaws in. Yet Qin Chen could spot the weakest point of the entire Scarlet Flame dragon at a glance and defeat it. Could he have the potential to become a bloodline master? Xiao Zhan and Chu Weichen exchanged glances, profound shock in their eyes. It took Luo Zhan a long time to regain his senses. He came onto the stage and said excitedly, "The winner is Qin Chen. Congratulations on securing first place in the year-end assessment. Second place is Li Qingfeng. Next, we will compete for third and fourth places." Hearing this, a tremendous roar erupted on the field, cheering for Qin Chen's victory. Through this competition, Qin Chen had completely convinced everyone present, making people look at him with new respect. "Badian, do you see it? Our dust, he became number 1. Under the stage, Qin Yueqi was tearful and gratified. The match for third and fourth place was also very thrilling, but because Wang Qiming's injuries weren't healed, after only 10 moves, Zhao Lingshan forced him out and he lost. Thus, the rankings for the entire year-end examination were determined: first, Qin Chen; second, Li Qingfeng; third, Zhao Lingshan; fourth, Wang Qiming. Qin Chen became the most dazzling existence in the entire competition. Next came the awards. The first prize was a storage ring, plus randomly selecting one Shen-level intermediate martial art or technique from the Academy's library, as well as 10,000 silver coins. It made the audience envious. A storage ring, a special treasure, was worth at least 100,000 silver coins even at the lowest grade. Moreover, Shen-level martial arts and techniques were also priceless treasures, enough to trigger countless scrambles at an auction house. In comparison, 10,000 silver coins was nothing. It was President Chu Weichen who presented the award to Qin Chen. At this moment, he truly met Qin Chen face to face. His eyes were full of admiration as he said, "Work hard, young man, the future is yours. But remember, don't become arrogant. I've seen many talents who were astounding early on but ended up mediocre in the end. They weren't defeated by enemies but by their own pride and complacency." Chu Weichen's tone was very sincere. Qin Chen said calmly, "I will remember, President." "Good, is there anything else you want?" Chu Weichen was very satisfied with Qin Chen's performance and couldn't help asking more. Originally, he had just asked casually, but unexpectedly Qin Chen said, "This student does have a request, and hopes the dean can grant it." Chu Weichen was taken aback, then smiled, "Go ahead. This student wishes to exchange the opportunity to practice a Shen-level intermediate technique for silver." Upon hearing this, the entire audience was in an uproar, everyone staring wide-eyed at Qin Chen. Exchange the technique for silver? Was this kid crazy? Including Li Qingfeng, Zhao Lingshan, and others, they all stared at Qin Chen. Even in the entire Qi state, Shen-level intermediate secret techniques were rare. Once they appeared, they could cause countless people to fight over them. Such treasures couldn't be bought with money. Only Tianqing Academy could offer such an opportunity, yet Qin Chen didn't want it. Even if Qin Chen came from the Dingwu Marquis Manor, the manor itself had Shen-level techniques, but Tianqing Academy possessed several Shen-level intermediate techniques that even the royal family didn't have. How could they know that for Qin Chen, Shen-level intermediate techniques were truly rubbish? He had many techniques in his mind, why would he care about these? In comparison, he was truly poor now. He needed too many resources for martial cultivation. Are you sure? Chu Weichen stared at Qin Chen. I'm sure. That's fine. Chu Weichen nodded and said, normally, I wouldn't agree to such a request, but since it's you who proposed it, I'll agree. However, I can only exchange it for 100,000 silver coins. Thank you, Dean. Receiving the ring, Qin Chen pretended to try it slightly, then directly tossed the 100,000 silver note inside. Qin Chen mastered the method to open the storage ring so quickly that Chu Weichen was shocked once more. Then, the 2nd to 8th place contestants also received awards, but compared to Qin Chen's, theirs were much inferior. Schwa! At the end of the awards ceremony, Xiao Zhan, the king of Lingwu, landed on the challenge arena. Everyone looked on with anticipation. It was said the royal family would reward the top 8 contestants this time, unprecedented. Moreover, according to Luo Zhan's earlier remark, even he envied the top 4's reward. They didn't know what it would be. King Lingwu Xiao Zhan glanced at the 8 people, finally settling on Qin Chen. He announced loudly, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, congratulations on becoming the top 8 of this session at Tianqing Academy. Therefore, the royal family has decided to grant contestants 5th to 8th place each the award of entering the Royal Martial Repository and selecting one Shen-level lower-grade technique. Additionally, once you 4 graduate from Tianqing Academy, as long as you wish, you can directly join the capital garrison and take the post of vice-captain. Whoosh! The crowd erupted into an uproar. Chapter 66. The Royal Martial Repository housed the martial arts heritage of the entire royal family, and the imperial family had no shortage of outstanding martial talents. Yet the second reward made people whisper even more. Even Li Qingfeng, son of Marquis Wuan, if he wanted to become an official in the dynasty, could only start as an ordinary guard. Now he could directly serve as a vice-captain. This was enough to smooth the path for many. It was just that the rewards for 5th to 8th place were so rich. What about the rewards for 1st to 4th? However, King Lingwu Xiao Zhan continued, as for the reward for 1st to 4th place, it is an opportunity to enter the blood spirit pool for baptism. In half a month, someone will lead you to gather at the imperial palace and proceed to the demon ancestral mountains to receive the baptism of the blood spirit pool. You should seize this opportunity and strive to improve your cultivation as much as possible, to absorb more blood spirit liquid. Qin Chen immediately noticed the atmosphere of the entire field change in an instant. A fanatical atmosphere filled the place. The breathing of Li Qingfeng and others instantly grew heavier. The blood spirit pool. It's actually the blood spirit pool, my god. How is this possible? How could the royal family give such a precious place to Qin Chen and these 15 or 16-year-old youths? By convention, those selected by the royal family to enter the blood spirit pool were mostly between 20 and 23 years old, at the late earth level, expected to become heaven-level talents in a short time. How could it be this time? After the blood spirit pool baptism, there's the 5 nations competition. Each time we enter the blood spirit pool, it's basically preparation for the next 5 nations competition. In the last 5 nations competition, 2 people from Qi State broke into the top 10 and won 8 spots. For Qin Chen and the others to occupy 4 of them at once, surely they're being prepared for the 5 nations competition. The atmosphere on the field suddenly turned fervent. Everyone was shocked, discussing wildly. Qin Chen frowned and quickly searched the memories in his mind. What was the blood spirit pool? Why did it excite everyone so much? Suddenly, a trace of memory was retrieved by him. Is it a blood pool in the demon ancestral mountains that can improve a warrior's talent and cultivation? Qin Chen's eyes widened. So that was it. Around the 5 nations in the northwest, there was a very majestic mountain range called the Demon Ancestral Mountains, teeming with bloodthirsty beasts and full of dangers. Every year, countless warriors entered the Demon Ancestral Mountains to hunt blood beasts. The mortality rate was extremely high, many warriors entered the mountains never to return. And the blood spirit pool was located deep within the demon ancestral mountains, a very mystical blood pool. Hundreds of years ago, in the Great Wei Kingdom, one of the 5 Northwest nations, an adventure team accidentally discovered this blood pool and entered it. Baptized by the blood pool, their physical strength and cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. The adventure team was overjoyed and wanted to keep the information secret, but somehow the news leaked and was learned by other adventurers, immediately triggering a fierce battle. In that war, countless adventurers fell. When the state of Wei got the news, they immediately sent troops to occupy the blood pool, wanting to block the news and monopolize it. By then, the news had already spread to the other 4 Northwest nations. Immediately, the other 4 nations launched a fierce war lasting nearly 10 years in the demon ancestral mountains over this blood spirit pool. In that war, experts from the 5 Northwest nations were killed or wounded, and no one could gain the upper hand. Additionally, the blood demon cult was still eyeing them covetously. The high-level meetings of the 5 Northwest nations finally reached an agreement. The blood spirit pool opens every 5 years, while the 5 Northwest nations hold a grand competition every 5 years. Young talents under 24 compete, obtaining different numbers of spots based on their top 10 rankings. Each spot earns 4 entries into the blood pool. In the last 5 nations competition, 2 people from Qi entered the top 10, so they won 8 spots. Generally, these 8 people would be the next contestants participating in the grand competition, because after entering the blood pool, their cultivation would improve, and they would strive to break into the top 10. But now, 4 spots had been directly given to Qin Chen and the others, who were only 16 or 17 years old, immediately shocking everyone. Because no matter how talented, Qin Chen and the others were still too young. Even after baptism, they likely couldn't break into the top 10 in the Northwest 5 nations competition. Giving them these 4 spots was a waste. In the nearly 100 years of blood pool quotas, nothing like today had ever happened. People were puzzled and shocked, but for Li Qingfeng, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Qiming, they were ecstatic. As long as they received the blood spirit pool baptism, their futures would be bright, becoming heaven-level experts would be easy. At this moment, Qin Chen also felt a little curiosity about the blood spirit pool. Something that could improve a martial artist's talent, strength, and cultivation. Slightly interesting. Qin Chen, you were lucky to win a match this time because I'm not very proficient at controlling my bloodline power yet. After the blood spirit pool baptism, I will surely defeat you. Li Qingfeng said fiercely. Blood pool baptism, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the boost. Li Qingfeng believed that once baptized, defeating Qin Chen would be easy. At this moment, he regained his confidence. Is that so? Qin Chen gave him a faint look, unconcerned. Since his rebirth, he had begun his efforts. It was impossible for anyone he surpassed to catch up to him, even more so now. Humph. Li Qingfeng's tone was cold. Qin Chen, I will not lose to you. Zhao Lingshan bit her lips and said, her gaze at Qin Chen flickering brilliantly. Although Wang Qiming didn't speak, his eyes said everything. He also regarded Qin Chen as his goal, his target to surpass. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Chen swept his gaze over the 3, a faint smile on his lips. Seeing them, he thought of his own past. Youthful and spirited, wasn't that the essence? Thus, the year-end examination of Star College came to an end. Everyone left the square one after another, expressions of excitement on their faces. Mother. Qin Chen came to Qin Yueqi and said with a smile, I said your child would not disappoint you. Dust. Qin Yueqi hugged Qin Chen excitedly, I knew my dust must be the best. Congratulations, Chen Xiao, Miss Qin. Liang Yu and King Kong came over with Zhao Lingshan. Qin Yueqi quickly released Qin Chen and said to Liang Yu, thank you very much for your help earlier. You're welcome, Miss Qin. It is my honor to be able to work for Chen Xiao. If Miss Qin has any needs in the future, you can come to the artifact hall to find this Liang. As long as I can help, Liang will never refuse. Liang Yu said hurriedly. Chapter 67. Qin Yueqi looked at Qin Chen in surprise. She didn't know what Qin Chen had done to make Liang Yu have such an attitude. Earlier, Qin Fen said Chen Er had offended Liang Yu. Was that just a rumor? Chen Xiao is truly a young hero, Zhao admires you. On the side, King Kong clasped his hands and said with a smile, if there is a chance in the future, please give me more guidance. After that, Zhao Jing turned to Zhao Lingshan and said, Shaner, in the future, you should interact more with Chen Xiao and ask Chen Xiao for guidance. Besides, you two are the same age. You should have a lot in common, ha ha ha. Zhao Jing spoke and laughed. Zhao Lingshan felt so embarrassed she couldn't help lowering her head, blushing. She bit her lips and said, yes, father. Zhao Jing also said, Miss Qin, I heard you have moved out of the Qin mansion. Now you live in the west of the city. The environment is noisy and public order is not very good. If you don't mind, I have a courtyard in the east city, not far from the royal palace. If you don't mind, Zhao can lend this courtyard to Miss Qin to live in with Chen Xiao. This. Qin Yueqi hesitated for a moment and said, thank you for your kindness, but Qin cannot accept it. Miss Qin need not misunderstand. Zhao proposed this solely considering the safety of you both. Thank you very much for your kindness. I am deeply grateful, but I cannot accept it. Qin Yueqi shook her head. Zhao Jing sighed, in that case, Zhao will not press further. But if Miss Qin changes her mind, you can look for Zhao at any time. Zhao will always keep that courtyard for you. Several people chatted as they left the academy square. Qin Mansion. On a gilded bed, Qin Fen was covered with bandages, his face like gold paper as he lay there, eyes dull. On the side, two alchemists who had been invited wiped cold sweat from their brows and sighed, Madame Zhao, I apologize for our incompetence. After our treatment, the wounds on second young master's body are no longer life-threatening and will soon recover. However, the chi pool within second young master's body has been completely shattered. We can do nothing about it. No, mother, I don't want to be a cripple. I don't want to be a cripple. Hearing this, Qin Fen cried out in despair. Zhao Feng's heart ached as if cut by a knife. She said, Two masters, is there truly no hope for Fenner's injury? The two alchemists said with bitter smiles, if you say there is no hope at all, that's not entirely true. As far as I know, there is a kind of 6th grade regeneration pill that can regenerate second young master's chi pool, allowing him to regain his strength. Additionally, there are some other 6th grade pills that can cure second young master's problem. But these pills are not something we can refine. We can do nothing about them. 6th grade regeneration pill. Zhao Feng's heart sank into despair. The top alchemists in the entire Great Qi state were no more than 4th grade. 6th grade pills were hard to find even across the 5 northwestern nations. Zhao understands. Rouge, go to the accounting room to settle the account and see the two masters off. Zhao Feng said, suppressing her anger. Yes, madam. Rouge respectfully responded, Two masters, please follow me. After the two alchemists left, Zhao Feng's face suddenly turned grim. The light in her eyes was like a venomous snake as she hissed, Qin Chen. Madam. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open and Qin Yong came in. After treatment, his injuries were no longer serious. What happened to that bastard? Zhao Feng asked coldly. Madam. A trace of disbelief appeared on Qin Yong's face as he said, I heard that Qin Chen. What about him? Zhao Feng said angrily. He defeated Li Qingfeng, the son of Marquis Wuan, and won first place in the year-end final examination. What? Zhao Feng was so startled the green pearl in her hand was crushed. You heard wrong. That bastard could get first place. Qin Yong said bitterly, I thought I heard wrong too, but I inquired with several people. Qin Chen, he indeed won first place in the year-end final examination. Moreover, the royal family will take him to the demon ancestral mountains in half a month for the blood spirit pool baptism. Impossible. He can't do it. That bastard can't do it. Zhao Feng's eyes were wide with shock, hardly able to believe her ears. She said in a sharp voice, damn it, we were all fooled by that little bastard. That damned little bastard. Mother, you must take revenge for your child. You must take revenge for your child. Qin Chen must have done it on purpose. Qin Fen cried out bitterly, his face full of ferocity and madness. Qin Yong, I want that bastard to die. Do you hear me? You cannot let that bastard live for another half-month. Zhao Feng cried hysterically. But there is the Marquis. Don't worry about the Marquis. That bastard must die. Zhao Feng's fingernails dug deeply into her palm as she roared. Yes. Qin Yong lowered his head. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, I will do it immediately. This time, you cannot screw it up again. Zhao Feng hung her head, staring at Qin Yong like a fierce ghost. If you mess up again, bring your own head. Please don't worry, madam. I will do it properly. Qin Yong knelt on the ground, speaking timidly. Good. As long as this is done, I can let you go home and enjoy your remaining years. Go. Yes. Qin Yong stood up and walked outside. His back was soaked in cold sweat. Qin Chen, Qin Yueqi, you are all going to die. Qin Yong gritted his teeth, his eyes ferocious. The news that Qin Chen won first place in the year-end national examination spread like wildfire throughout the entire capital, causing a stir. Qin Badian, the king of Dingwu, nicknamed the god of war in the army, controlled half of the Great Qi state's military forces and was the most prominent veteran of the Great Qi state. A few years ago, Qin Feng, a gifted young man from the Qin family, broke through to the earth level at age 14. After joining the army, he made many military achievements. Starting as a small soldier, he rose to become the first captain in the army and was likely to become the youngest general in Qi state's history, known as the #1 person of the younger generation in the army. Now, the Qin family had another Qin Chen. Such a prominent family attracted the attention of the entire capital. The Qin family's momentum was simply too overwhelming. Fortunately, today's fight between Qin Chen and Qin Fen also made people understand the Qin family was not monolithic. There were internal struggles as well. And Qin Chen had been expelled from the Qin family. Of course, many secretly suspected the hostility between Qin Chen and Qin Fen was deliberately arranged by the Qin family to avoid making the Qin family too conspicuous, to avoid standing out too much. After all, which family would discard a talent like Qin Chen? They'd protect him at all costs. How could they possibly expel him? Amidst all the speculation, a shocking piece of news from Tianqing College completely detonated the entire capital. After investigation, Tianqing College confirmed Go Su had been bribed by the Qin family, intending to make Qin Chen fail the examination and have him expelled from the academy. Go Su also admitted the match between Qin Chen and Qin Fen was arranged by him. Under the fury of Tianqing College, Go Su's cultivation was abolished, his tutor title revoked, and he was sent to the army. At the same time, Tianqing College directly submitted a petition to the royal family, requesting the royal family punish the Qin family for interfering in Tianqing College's assessment. Chapter 68. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Tianqing College's status in Great Qi had always been quite detached. Many influential children of the capital studied at Tianqing College. Even the princes and princesses of the royal family were often arranged to enter the academy. The Qin family's actions had completely undermined the rules of Tianqing College. Today, His Majesty was so enraged he urgently summoned Marquis Anping Qin Yuanhong. He reprimanded him in court, fined him a year's salary, and demanded the Qin family make a self-criticism and give Tianqing College a fair explanation. Marquis Anping Qin Yuanhong was scolded bloody by the emperor in the imperial court, extremely depressed. He hurriedly pleaded this matter, claiming he didn't know about it. After returning, he would investigate the reason and give an account to Tianqing College. In truth, Qin Yuanhong knew in his heart it must be Zhao Feng's doing again. Furious, he rushed back to his mansion. Before he could even scold Zhao Feng, he saw his son lying in bed, now a cripple. Qin Yuanhong's anger instantly turned to grief. Then his rage erupted like a volcano, and he cursed out Zhao Feng. A woman's heart is insufficient to accomplish great things but more than enough to ruin them. Did you have any direct contact with Go Su? After a moment, Qin Yuanhong calmed down. No, I told Qin Yong to handle everything. I never showed my face once. Zhao Feng said. That's good. Qin Yuanhong's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he let out a long breath. Is it really that serious? Zhao Feng was shocked. What do you know? Qin Yuanhong looked coldly at Zhao Feng. Do you understand the status of Tianqing College in Qi? When His Majesty was young, he was also a student of the academy. Now that old man Chu Weichen in court is still clinging to our Qin family, saying we must destroy the order of Tianqing College. If this matter isn't handled properly, it will be a great disaster for our Qin family. Zhao Feng snorted coldly. Our Qin family is also a martial king's household. We have made outstanding contributions to the Qi state. It could be said half of the entire Qi kingdom's rivers and mountains were secured by our Qin family. His Majesty wouldn't go that far. What do you know? Qin Yuanhong said angrily, it's precisely because our Qin family's military achievements are too prominent that we must be more cautious. My father has been in the army for so many years and seldom returns. Why? To avoid arousing His Majesty's suspicion. Not long ago, Feng'er broke through tens of thousands of Wei State's iron cavalry. His battle merits were enough to make Feng'er a general. Not to mention this time, based on Feng'er's outstanding battle merits before, he should have been promoted to general long ago. But why is Feng'er still just a captain? Don't you understand the reason? Qin Yuanhong snorted coldly. Our Qin family has been treading carefully these years, afraid of attracting His Majesty's slightest suspicion. Yet you actually want to stir up storms for my Qin family. Are you afraid our Qin family isn't conspicuous enough? Zhao Feng was scolded speechless, finally showing a trace of fear. She said, then what do we do now? What can we do? His Majesty and that old man Chu Weichen's anger must be appeased. At the very least, we cannot force them to hand over Qin Yong. No way. Zhao Feng was frantic. All right, don't worry. Qin Yong has worked hard for our family for so many years. Naturally, I won't hand him over easily. However, while he can be spared death, he cannot escape punishment. Where is he now? Call him over. This. Zhao Feng hesitated. Where is he? Seeing Zhao Feng's demeanor, Qin Yuanhong's heart suddenly sank. He felt somewhat uneasy. He knew his wife's character, couldn't she do anything else? Immediately angry, he said, what did you do? Tell me. Do you have to drag my Qin family into the water? Zhao Feng's face was overcast. Gritting her teeth, she said, Qin Yong has been sent out by me. Qin Yuanhong was startled, his expression changing. You can't be. That's right. Qin Chen injured Feng'er. How could I let him live through tonight? Not only him, but also that bitch Qin Yueqi, I want her dead, to make them pay for Feng'er's injury. What? Qin Yuanhong was about to rush out in a panic. It's too late. I reckon Qin Yong has already made his move. If you go now, you'll only draw fire to our Qin family. Zhao Feng sneered. Qin Yuanhong's face turned black and blue, hating her. You? Me what? Zhao Feng said maliciously, I just regret being too kind before. I didn't directly cripple Qin Chen but left him for the Tianqing College examination. If I had been ruthless and crippled him earlier, how could Feng'er be like this today? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Feng burst into vicious laughter in the room. Alas! Qin Yuanhong looked at Zhao Feng's twisted face and sighed heavily. At this point, he had no other recourse. A moment later, Qin Yuanhong planned to hold a family meeting. At the first moment, he found several servants who had good relations with Qin Yong. He directly announced that Qin Yong had been acting behind the family's back, secretly colluding with Go Su, intending to sabotage the Tianqing College examination. After that, without giving them a chance to speak, he had them executed in the Qin family's punishment hall as accomplices. Qin Yuanhong, on the other hand, declared it was Qin Yong who implicated several of his accomplices. They had been publicly executed. As for Qin Yong, whose whereabouts were still unknown, the Qin family was in full pursuit. Once found, he would be handed over to Tianjin College for disposal. The capital was immediately in an uproar. Many families sneered at the Qin family's performance. They all knew the so-called servants were just scapegoats handed over by Qin Yuanhong. The Qin family's steward murdered the Qin family's young master. You'd have to believe it. At this time, Qin Chen naturally didn't know what had happened at the Qin mansion. Even if he did, he wouldn't have taken it to heart. Night, in the room. Whoosh! A mouthful of turbid breath exhaled, Qin Chen's entire body emitted crackling explosions as he slowly stood up. Finally reached the peak of the later human stage. Indeed, battle is the best way to cultivate. Qin Chen threw a punch, the air immediately emitted a startling explosive sound, even more terrifying than during the year-end exam. The 9-star God Emperor art is a legendary technique handed down from the heavens. It's truly formidable, allowing me to not fall behind martial geniuses even on such a backward foundation. However, compared to my previous life, my physical strength is still much weaker. Sensing the power within his body, Qin Chen felt no joy but deep pressure. If my goal were only to reach the level of my previous life, this would be enough. But it's far from enough to defeat Feng Xiaoyu and Shengguan Xier. I must become stronger, stronger than I ever was in my previous life. A startling sense of battle erupted from Qin Chen's entire being. Chapter 69. During this period, Qin Chen also learned some news about Feng Xiaoyu and Shengguan Xier. 300 years later, they had become the most powerful figures in Tianwu, one the Shenyuan Emperor, the other the Lingbo Empress. They had established an imperial dynasty and the top sect on the continent. The combination of these two forces made them extremely powerful. Even in remote places like Great Qi, the world-renowned reputations of the Shenyuan Emperor and Lingbo Empress were spread. Across the Tianwu continent, countless talents regarded them as idols and goals. Only by transcending my past life can I have a chance for revenge and take back what once belonged to me. A fierce light suddenly shot from Qin Chen's eyes, an unyielding will shooting straight into the sky. At this moment, there was a faint noise outside the door. Who? Qin Chen suddenly snapped alert, looking toward the door. In a flash, he was like a nimble civet cat. With a click, he arrived in the courtyard instantly. Dust, it's mother. Outside, Qin Yueqi stood in the cold wind, looking gently at Qin Chen. Mother, why are you here? It's cold outside. Come in quickly. Qin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly welcomed Qin Yueqi inside. Closing the door, the cold wind was immediately shut out. Qin Chen said distressedly, Mother, how long have you been standing outside? Why didn't you make a sound? During this period, Qin Chen had completely accepted Qin Yueqi. Qin Chen, an orphan in his previous life, felt the care of a mother's love and was filled with warmth. Mother is fine. I'm just happy today. Qin Yueqi looked at Qin Chen with gentle eyes, softly stroking Qin Chen's face with her hand as she said, Mother was just thinking about when you were 3 years old. Once, you accidentally fell into the pond in the mansion while playing. By the time the servants found you and fished you out, you had already fainted. Mother was so worried about you, she took you to Xuani Medicine Pavilion to get medicine. Later, you woke up the next day. How scared I was to lose you. Qin Yueqi spoke, tears dripping onto Qin Chen's face, warm. Qin Chen was stunned and said with a smile, Mother, are you mistaken? I remember the year I fell into the pond, your child was 5 years old. Moreover, the child was in a coma for 3 days. Mother, you stayed by the bedside for 3 days. The first thing the child saw upon waking was Mother so exhausted she was leaning against the edge of the bed, crying, the pillow was soaked. At that time, the child secretly vowed never to let Mother cry again. Is that so? Qin Yueqi smiled gently. Qin Chen felt she seemed relieved, maybe Mother remembered wrong. Alright, Mother may be too tired these days. And it wasn't that the child accidentally fell into the pond, Qin Fen tripped the child down. Later, if Sister Qining hadn't found the child and asked the servants to fish me out, I'm afraid the child would have died. Qin Chen said with lingering fear, but today, the child finally got revenge. A sharp light flashed in Qin Chen's eyes as he said, when I was in the Qin mansion, I swore to become a strong man. So I worked hard to practice and join Tianqing College, but still couldn't awaken my bloodline. After being injured by Wei Zhen, I don't know why, it seemed I suddenly became clever. Things I didn't understand before became clear all at once. My bloodline also suddenly awakened, and my training speed accelerated a lot. Oh? Qin Yueqi frowned and said, Mother heard that there are some people in the Tianwu continent who are truly late bloomers. After an event, learning martial arts becomes very easy and effortless. Perhaps you are in this situation. Is that it? Well, actually, this kind of talent doesn't suddenly become smart. There's a saying in the outside world called enlightenment. Perhaps Chen'er experienced enlightenment. Enlightenment. Qin Chen nodded and said, the child may have been enlightened. In the future, the child will become stronger and stronger, so no one can hurt Mother. Dust, as long as you are well, Mother is already very happy. Qin Yueqi looked gently at Qin Chen and hugged him tightly. Suddenly, Qin Yueqi looked at Qin Chen in shock. Chen, your cultivation has improved? Yes, just reached the peak of the later human stage. Qin Chen nodded. Immediately, he looked at Qin Yueqi with doubt. His mother didn't practice. How could she see his breakthrough? Qin Yueqi seemed to know what Qin Chen was thinking. She explained, Mother saw the change in your temperament, so I guessed you should have broken through. But Chen'er. Qin Yueqi became serious. Mother heard the blood spirit pool is a very mystical spiritual pool. The stronger one's physique, the more benefits one will gain. Mother never expected the Qi state would be willing to offer the blood spirit pool as a reward. Therefore, going to the blood spirit pool this time is an opportunity. My advice to you is to focus on improving your physical strength. As for your realm, you can postpone that for now. Mother, I understand. Qin Chen nodded, though inwardly he was actually puzzled. How does Mother know so much about these things? Alright, Mother won't disturb your rest. Today's competition is over, you must be very tired. Mother will go back now and cook you something delicious tomorrow. Qin Yueqi touched Qin Chen's head and left the room. In the courtyard, Qin Yueqi looked at Qin Chen's room and breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. The dust is different from before, but as long as it's my dust. She murmured softly and left slowly. Mother's questions earlier, she must have noticed something. Fortunately, my explanation just now was quite good. Listening to Qin Yueqi's footsteps fading away, Qin Chen slightly relaxed. Qin Yueqi had asked so many questions earlier, even making intentional mistakes. It wasn't an accident, she must have been probing. Fortunately, Qin Chen responded promptly and clarified many things. It must be said, as a mother, Qin Yueqi's perception was so sharp she almost saw through Qin Chen's peculiarities. After sitting for a while, he no longer thought about it. Outside the window, in the dead of night, a waning moon hung above the treetops. Mother seems different today compared to before, and she knows so much about the blood spirit pool. There must be something she's hiding from me, urging me to improve my physical strength. What could she know? Actually, even without Qin Yueqi's warning, Qin Chen wasn't planning to advance to the earth level too early. Because of opening the 12 meridians, Qin Chen's cultivation differed from ordinary people and was far from reaching its limit. As a powerhouse in his previous life, Qin Chen possessed many techniques to improve his strength. Now, he began cultivating a very powerful martial skill from his previous life, crazy battle technique. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours later, Qin Chen felt his strength had clearly increased. However, Qin Chen frowned. This kind of power growth is too slow. Although I have strong martial arts techniques, my cultivation is too low. In half a month, even if I practice constantly, I can only improve my power by about 3 horsepowers, close to 30 horsepowers total. That's still too weak. Unless I use some auxiliary means to raise my strength to the limit. It seems I have to go to the medicine market tomorrow. Qin Chen thought. Chapter 70. If other martial artists heard this thought, they would surely feel depressed and want to beat Qin Chen. 30 horsepower at the later peak of the human level, nearly 3 times that of ordinary warriors, and it's still not enough. Standing up, Qin Chen came to the window. A bright crescent moon hung in the sky, its light moonlight passing through the window lattice to sprinkle upon Qin Chen's body. Qin Chen suddenly fell into a metaphysical state. In his mind, the mysterious ancient book that accompanied his transmigration reappeared. The simple book quietly hovered in Qin Chen's mind, as if it had experienced hundreds of millions of years of precipitation, flowing with a trace of time. What is the origin of this ancient book? Qin Chen wondered inwardly, perceiving and staring at the ancient book. Under the moonlight, the ancient book suddenly emitted a faint light. Half of the characters slowly appeared from the blank pages, radiating a mysterious glow. What is this? Qin Chen was startled, trying to look closely, attempting to distinguish the characters clearly. However, the characters were very blurry. Qin Chen tried his utmost, seeing only blurred shadows, unable to clearly discern the writing. Suddenly, a pillar of light rose from half the characters. Boom! The powerful light pillar instantly bombarded Qin Chen's sea of consciousness. Ah! Qin Chen felt as if his mind were about to explode. Even Qin Chen's tenacious will couldn't bear this terrible pain. That beam of white light was like thousands of steel needles, ruthlessly stabbing into Qin Chen's mind. His sea of consciousness almost exploded instantly. Under the tens of thousands of white light needles, Qin Chen trembled all over, almost kneeling, contorted in pain. The intense pain made him exude copious sweat. As soon as the sweat oozed from his body, it evaporated dry almost instantly, rising as vapor. What the hell is this? Qin Chen tried his best to resist, persisting. He knew that if his consciousness relaxed even slightly, he would be blasted to residue by the white light. How could he die so easily here? Boom! Boom! Qin Chen's sea of consciousness surged and churned constantly, like the sea surface under a rainstorm, continuously splitting under the white light. Just as his sea of consciousness was about to burst, suddenly. ZZ! A mysterious force suddenly emerged from Qin Chen's body. Within the sea of consciousness, countless lightning and thunder suddenly filled the space. The lightning, like silver snakes, continuously healed and repaired his damaged sea of consciousness. It was the power of Qin Chen's thunder bloodline. With the aid of the thunder light, Qin Chen's sea of consciousness slowly formed a vortex, continuously swallowing the white light blooming from the mysterious ancient book. A trace of Qin Chen's will remained, guarding his sea of consciousness to the death. In his heart, a strong doubt arose. What is this mysterious ancient book? What kind of bloodline is his thunder bloodline? To be able to repair the sea of consciousness was incredible. He had seen too many bloodlines in his life, but few could repair the soul. Whatever it was, the more magical the bloodline, the stronger. Qin Chen sank his heart, urging his bloodline and soul to absorb the white light. Boom! Boom! The originally needle-like white light fell into the vortex of the sea of consciousness, like a bullock entering the sea. Without stirring, it disappeared. Qin Chen felt that although the white light disappeared, his soul power expanded bit by bit, filled with surging spiritual power. Mental perception instantly soared. The powerful soul power and spiritual force fed back to his entire body, making his meridians and physique stronger and stronger. A large number of impurities were expelled. Qin Chen's body was quickly covered with a layer of black mud, which then rapidly dried and cracked, revealing white skin underneath, as if washed and cleansed of marrow. After an unknown length of time, the ancient book seemed to have exhausted its strength, suddenly dimming. Half the characters also vanished, then sank into Qin Chen's sea of consciousness. Whoosh! After a long exhalation, Qin Chen opened his eyes. The scene before him instantly became incomparably clear. In the darkness, everything was distinct, as if in daylight. Immediately, Qin Chen was shocked to discover that his spiritual strength, baptized by the white light, was several times stronger than before. What's going on? My spiritual power increased so much all of a sudden. Originally, Qin Chen's spiritual power was still somewhat distant from the first level. Now it had been promoted to the later stage of the first level, just one step away from the second level. This was simply too exaggerated. You must understand, cultivating spiritual power is much more difficult than cultivation. Otherwise, artifact refiners, alchemists, and bloodline masters in the world wouldn't be so rare. For example, Liang Yu, known as a top talent of Qi state, had only advanced his spiritual power to the middle stage of the second level. One night of cultivation by Qin Chen equaled 10 years of his hard work. Even Qin Chen himself was shocked by this speed. Suddenly, Qin Chen seemed to sense something, frowning slightly. After breaking through to the later stage of the first level of spiritual power, Qin Chen's perception had clearly strengthened considerably. He was alert to some strange movements outside the room, as if someone were slowly approaching. Qin Chen pondered, then quietly left the room, his body like a civet cat, carefully moving toward a corner outside the courtyard. In his movements, he pushed the later stage first-level spiritual power to the extreme. The spiritual force enveloped his body like a ghost, silent and undetectable by others. At this moment, in the darkness outside Qin Chen's residence, several black-clad men, with scarves covering their faces, were lurking there. The leader's eyes were fierce, full of violent killing intent, staring at Qin Chen's room. It was Qin Yong. Remember, Qin Yueqi and Qin Chen, mother and son, live in this mansion. In a moment, you will follow my orders. Once I give the signal, attack immediately and kill them. Do you understand? Understood. Several black-clad men replied in low, murderous voices. Good. You guys, cover from the rear. You guys, attack from left and right. And you, follow me. Qin Yong's eyes emitted a cold light, revealing a trace of a sinister smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, nearly 10 figures swept onto the roof, moving forward like ghosts. In the darkness, a figure suddenly emerged behind these people. Qin Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He recognized the leader's voice from earlier. It was Qin Yong. The Qin family was so vicious, wanting his mother's life. The anger in Qin Chen's heart burned, unable to be calmed. Just now, he quietly scanned with his spiritual power. There were 8 opponents in total, 4 early-stage Earth level, 3 mid-stage Earth level, and Qin Yong at the peak late-stage Earth level. Each person had a strong murderous aura, as if they had experienced countless battles. Chapter 71. It's a bit troublesome to handle. Qin Chen frowned. If it were only early and mid-stage Earth levels, it would be manageable. But with Qin Yong, a peak late-stage Earth level expert, it was somewhat tricky. Moreover, if anyone harmed his mother, it would be a huge problem. At this point, it's too late to seek help. Although Qin Yong is troublesome, it's not that there's no way to deal with him. Besides, the opponents have already split up. I'll first eliminate the killers on Mother's side. A flash of light passed through Qin Chen's eyes. He immediately made a decision and quietly followed. Under Qin Chen's control, his later stage first-level spiritual power was like a thin film covering his body, hidden in the night, making him completely undetectable. He first followed the 2 killers approaching Qin Yueqi's room. The 2 men, one mid-stage Earth level, one early-stage Earth level, moved very cautiously, like cats walking silently through the night. Qin Chen approached rapidly in the darkness. What's going on? The mid-stage Earth-level assassin, having carried out assassination missions all year round, possessed extremely sharp senses. As he walked, he suddenly felt something strange around him, as if something were off. He stopped and looked behind. The rear was empty, dark, with no movement. But the feeling of being watched lingered in his mind, impossible to shake off. It was a faint sensation that haunted his thoughts, and he couldn't identify the source at all. What's wrong, Shadow 3? On the other side, the other killers saw him stop and asked doubtfully. There seems to be someone around here. Shadow 3 said in a deep voice, his eyes sharp as swords, sweeping the surrounding night. His gaze was as bright as stars. No way, who else could be here besides us? The other killer was startled. He quickly spread his perception, trying to find any traces, but there was nothing. Could you be mistaken? Was I really mistaken? Shadow 3 frowned, because he found the feeling had suddenly vanished. Still, he wasn't at ease. His cold eyes swept the surrounding darkness, his perception diffusing, scanning inch by inch. This guy's perception is really sharp. He can detect the abnormality. Seems he's a professional killer. Qin Chen's anger grew. To deal with them, the Qin family had hired professional killers. He used a spiritual power secret technique to conceal himself in the dark. His invisible spiritual power merged him with the night. Shadow 3's perception swept over him but was like scanning air, nothing was found. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Seeing nothing around, Shadow 3 relaxed. He withdrew his perception. If perception kept scanning continuously, the aura would easily disturb others in the night. If Qin Yong wanted to handle two prey and they escaped, not only would they not get the commission, but they'd also be in trouble. Shadow 7, I'll enter from there. You wait for the employer's signal from this side. If the target escapes your way after the attack, you must intercept them, don't let them slip away. Shadow 3 and the other arrived near Qin Yueqi's room. After pondering slightly, he said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Shadow 7 whispered with a smile. He knew the target of this trip was just a weak woman with no strength to tie up a chicken. What trouble could she cause? After Shadow 3 finished speaking, he moved to one side. There were several large ancient trees planted in the mansion Qin Yueqi had purchased. After a few flashes, Shadow 3 vanished into the darkness. The assassin called Shadow 7 leaned lazily against an ancient tree, but his attention was fixed on Qin Yueqi's house, waiting for Qin Yong's signal. Seeing the two split up before him, Qin Chen's heart was filled with delight, a perfect opportunity. When the two were together, he had no chance to attack. If he killed one instantly, the other would make noise and alert the rest. If Qin Yong led everyone to charge over, he'd definitely be in danger. But facing only the remaining one alone, there would be no suspense, even if the opponent was an Earth-level warrior. In a flash, Qin Chen, like a ghost, stealthily approached Shadow 7 beside the ancient tree. What's going on? Under the old tree, Shadow 7 stared at Qin Yueqi's room when he suddenly sensed a strange aura. Frowning, he doubtfully looked around. In the darkness of night, there was nothing but the sound of wind blowing through leaves. Faint moonlight, leaves casting mottled shadows under the moonlight, as if human shadows were swaying. Am I overthinking this? Shadow 7 smiled self-mockingly. What could possibly be different in the dark night? He turned his head and continued staring at Qin Yueqi's room. Wrong! Suddenly, Shadow 7 jolted, all his muscles tightening instantly. He and Shadow 3 were both killers, their perceptions were very sharp. If one made a mistake, it was understandable, nerves too tense. But if two made mistakes? There must be someone around here. As soon as the thought arose, Shadow 7 suddenly felt a killing intent abruptly lock onto him. A sense of crisis pierced his back. Startled, his right hand immediately went to the sword at his waist. Without hesitation, he drew it from its sheath, suddenly striking backward. Shwa! The black sword was like lightning, carrying a fierce wind. As a killer, Shadow 7's blade was coated with a layer of black paint. When swung, it didn't reflect any light, appearing like a black lightning bolt, startling to behold. However, the blade swung out only to cut through empty air, nothing was behind. What the hell is it? Shadow 7's heart turned cold. He had clearly felt the killing intent. Why, upon turning around, was there nothing? Just as Shadow 7 was stunned, a figure suddenly slipped down from the tree trunk above his head. Only the sound of puff was heard. A cold light flashed through the night, passing through Shadow 7's neck. A blood stain was cut across Shadow 7's neck, blood gushed out. Shadow 7 stared wide-eyed in terror, mouth agape. He didn't utter a word before his eyes slowly dimmed and his body collapsed. Until death, Shadow 7 didn't know what had attacked him. Since beginning cultivation, he had carried out hundreds, if not dozens, of assassinations, but he had never encountered such an attack. But he never got the chance to figure it out. Swiftly catching Shadow 7's body to prevent it from falling and making noise, Qin Chen's figure emerged from the night, landing on the ground. First one. After succeeding, there was no pride in Qin Chen's eyes, only coldness like ice. He quickly stripped the other's clothes and put them on, disguising himself as Shadow 7. Chapter 72. Shadow 7 was a short man. In the dark, Qin Chen recalled the other's previous posture and appearance, quickly imitating him, and stealthily approached Shadow 3. Qin Chen wasn't very satisfied with his earlier sneak attack. Before the attack, he had been repeatedly sensed by the opponent. Even though the opponent was a killer with much sharper perception than ordinary warriors, that wasn't an excuse. For Qin Chen, the previous attack was a failure. If the deceased Shadow 7 could know Qin Chen's thoughts, he'd surely crawl out of hell and die again. On the other side of the house, Shadow 3 hid in the darkness, silent. He knew the target this time was the daughter of the Qin family. King Dingwu was famous throughout the Qi state. If he killed his daughter and grandson, it would be a huge disaster if discovered. But Shadow 3's heart was full of excitement. He had good talent. The reason he became a killer was to seek stimulation. He liked the feeling of life and death. Whenever a warrior's life was taken by him, watching the other's terrified eyes gradually dim, Shadow 3's heart filled with abnormal pleasure. It was said the Qin family's eldest lady was once known as the #1 beauty of the Qi state. Thinking of this, Shadow 3 couldn't help licking his lips under the black scarf. Haha, there might be some unexpected surprises in tonight's assassination. Who is it? Suddenly, Shadow 3 noticed a figure quietly approaching from the corner. Startled, all his hairs stood on end, he almost drew his blade from its sheath. Upon seeing the visitor, his heart immediately relaxed. He said in a low voice, "Shadow 7, didn't I tell you to wait there? What are you doing here?" Shadow 7 mumbled something vaguely, perhaps afraid of being discovered, so he spoke very softly. Shadow 3 didn't hear exactly what he said and couldn't help frowning. "What are you saying?" Shadow 7 muttered something in his mouth as he came to Shadow 3. Finally, Shadow 3 heard clearly. It seemed to be about something over there. At the same time, he pointed toward the place where they had initially sneaked in. Was something happening there? Shadow 3 stood up and immediately walked toward the place Shadow 7 had indicated. Just as he passed the other's body, he suddenly felt alarmed. Wait, Shadow 7's voice seemed strange. This isn't Shadow 7. As soon as this thought arose, a cold light suddenly lit up behind him. It was too late to dodge again. Even the mid-stage Earth-level True Qi couldn't be raised in time. He felt a cold blade instantly pierce his back, through his heart. Whoosh! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Shadow 3 felt cold all over. He wanted to shout, but death shrouded him. Turning his head, his terrified eyes only saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him calmly, like the legendary god of slaughter. Woo! Stammering out a syllable, Shadow 3's body temperature rapidly faded. After a breath, he was completely silent, eyes wide open, dying with unclosed eyes. Until death, he didn't understand. Clearly they were the ones who came to assassinate others. Why would someone know their whereabouts in advance, ambush here, and quietly kill Shadow 7 beside him? Second. Qin Chen said to himself, searched Shadow 3's body, and quietly vanished into the dark. Soon. Qin Chen used the same method to kill another mid- and early-stage Earth-level killer. Like Shadow 3 and Shadow 7, they had no reaction at all at the moment of death. They didn't understand why their companion would suddenly attack and kill them until they died. It was because Qin Chen's disguise was so vivid they had no time to react. Third. Fourth. Half of the 8 were now dead. It had only been a moment. Qin Chen's killing efficiency was terrifyingly high. A moment later. Fifth. Another early-stage Earth-level killer died by Qin Chen's hand. In the night, Qin Chen was like a god of slaughter, quietly harvesting lives. Each person's cultivation was above his. In a direct fight, it would be a great battle. But now, they died so silently. Qin Mansion. At this moment, Zhao Feng sat by Qin Fen's bedside, as if waiting for some news. "Mother, is Qin Chen dead?" Qin Fen opened his eyes and asked with hatred. Since becoming a cripple, he had constantly wished to kill Qin Chen. "Funner, don't worry. No news has come yet, but I reckon Qin Yong has already started. Before long, news of Qin Yueqi, that bitch, and her bastard will arrive. Take care of yourself, we'll wait for the good news." Zhao Feng's face was full of resentment. Shi Jie laughed strangely, roaring silently in her heart, "Qin Chen, you dared to harm my son. I'll make sure you and that bitch have no place to die." Ha 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 ha. Qin Yuanhong's study. The lamps were bright. Qin Yuanhong quietly sat on a chair, his eyes calmly gazing through the window at the distant night sky. "Master, it's late. You should rest," the old steward said with concern. Qin Yuanhong's eyes were expressionless. He waved his hand and said faintly, "You go back first." The old steward hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. He quietly withdrew. Qin Yuanhong's eyes were cold as iron, murmuring faintly, "Third sister, don't blame your elder brother. If you must blame your precious son for being too disrespectful, even crippling Fenner." He lowered his head, lost in thought. Before long, news of Qin Yueqi and Qin Chen's death would arrive, inevitably causing an uproar. Qin Yong, needless to say, was bound to die. The key was the old master. How to calm his anger? Qin Yuanhong had no idea. However, things had reached this point, there was no turning back. The so-called "once the arrow leaves the bowstring, it cannot return." Even he hadn't expected things to develop so rapidly. Actually, Qin Yuanhong knew very well that once news of the mother and son's death reached His Majesty's ears, it wouldn't be a disaster but rather a good thing for the Qin family. With His Majesty's character, he should be very pleased to see turmoil within the Qin family. West City. The killing continued. When Qin Chen approached the sixth person. "Attack!" A sharp shout suddenly rang out across the entire courtyard. Qin Yong, who had been well prepared, finally launched the assault. With a bang, several figures swept out from the darkness, like vicious tigers pouncing on sheep, charging toward Qin Chen's room. "Brother!" At the critical moment, Qin Chen also rushed out from the darkness. He no longer cared to conceal himself, giving a light shout to the early-stage Earth-level assassin rushing out ahead. The early-stage Earth-level assassin was startled. His body halted, turning his head in confusion. At this moment, Qin Yong and the others had already rushed into Qin Chen's room. Chapter 73. Die! Qin Chen shouted at the assassin whose face showed doubt. His eyes cold, his sword suddenly left its sheath. The blade technique tempered thousands of times in his previous life erupted instantly. The black sword was like a black lightning bolt, slicing across the throat of the early-stage Earth-level killer. Puff! Blood sprayed out like a fountain. The Earth-level killer covered his neck but couldn't stop the spurting blood. His terrified eyes glared wide, gradually dimming before he fell to the ground. And now, Qin Yong and his 3 men had already rushed into Qin Chen's room. 3 terrifying blade energies shot out, cleaving onto Qin Chen's bed. Boom! The bed shattered into powder, splinters flying. "No one's here. Where's that kid?" Qin Yong and the others were stunned, staring at the empty bed. After a brief pause, the 3 hurried back to the courtyard. The courtyard was quiet. Besides the 3 of them, the others who had been lying in ambush elsewhere made no sound, as if dead. Where were the rest? Their hearts turned cold. "My lord, look at the people there." A bloody scent wafted over with the night wind. Suddenly, a killer screamed, pointing toward a corner of the yard. They saw a corpse lying there, blood staining the ground. It was the killer Qin Chen had just sliced. It's Shadow 6. Damn it, who did this? The pupils of the three contracted involuntarily. Were we ambushed? Qin Yong and the three drew cold breaths. Several of their subordinates had been killed silently. Could the other side be a heaven-level existence? However, according to their investigation, besides Qin Yueqi and her son, there was no one else in the Qin family. Who could be protecting them? The remaining two killers saw this scene and were terrified. When they rushed into Qin Chen's room earlier, they saw Shadow 6 rush out too. Who could have imagined that in such a short time, Shadow 6 was killed without making a single sound? How did the other party do it? The three slowly retreated together, vigilantly watching the nearby night sky. Who's there, ambushing here? If you have balls, show yourself. Qin Yong roared, sweeping his gaze around, but it remained quiet with no movement. In the courtyard, insects occasionally chirped, their view was empty. Yet Qin Yong's three felt a terrifying sensation of being watched, their hairs standing on end. Seeing Qin Yong's three made no move, Qin Chen also remained motionless, quietly waiting. Just now, such a big commotion here would surely be heard by the neighbors. Once the city guards arrived, it would be Qin Yong and them in trouble. Qin Chen's only concern now was that his mother must not come out of the house. He didn't know if she had heard Qin Chen's silent prayer. Qin Yueqi's room was quiet, with no movement. Damn it! As time passed, Qin Yong let out an angry low growl. Dragging this out was extremely disadvantageous for him. He immediately murmured, "Go check Qin Yueqi's room. If there's no one, we withdraw." Qin Yong was furious. He didn't know how Qin Chen knew they would assassinate him tonight. If Qin Yueqi and Qin Chen weren't killed this time, Qin Yong couldn't imagine how the eldest lady would punish him. Just thinking of her ferocity made Qin Yong shudder. Whoosh! Whoosh! Three figures rushed toward Qin Yueqi's room. Not good. Qin Chen's heart sank. If Qin Yong's three rushed into the house, his mother would be in danger. In the crisis, Qin Chen could no longer afford to hide. Staggering, he emerged from the darkness. "Be careful, my lord. There's an ambush in the house." His voice hoarse, covered in blood, he rushed toward Qin Yong's three, his tone filled with boundless panic, as if he had seen something terrifying. "It's Shadow 7. Shadow 7, what's going on here?" The two remaining killers were startled. Seeing the person, they even breathed a sigh of relief, quickly exclaiming, "There's an ambush in the house. We're all..." As he spoke, Qin Chen rapidly approached the three. His eyes locked onto Qin Yong, the qi in his body instantly stimulated to the extreme. As long as he killed Qin Yong first, the remaining two killers wouldn't be a problem. Unexpectedly, Qin Yong was extremely cautious. Seeing Qin Chen charge, he frowned, his body instinctively sweeping backward. Immediately, he seemed to have noticed something. He shouted, "Be careful." Found out. A cold light flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. His body suddenly leaped up. Simultaneously, his sword left its sheath, chopping toward the mid-stage Earth-level killer. At this moment, Qin Chen was only a few meters from the mid-stage Earth-level assassin. He suddenly launched a surprise attack, his speed extremely fast. The moment Qin Chen struck, the pupils of the remaining three contracted sharply. "You're not Shadow 7. Shadow 2 was shocked, someone impersonating Shadow 7. If not for Qin Yong's warning, he wouldn't have noticed. Die! Qin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, shooting out a sharp killing intent. His sword, like a black lightning bolt, cleaved down toward Shadow 2's head. Shadow 2 coldly snorted, suddenly erupting with true qi and flashing cold light. In his hand, he drew out numerous sword blossoms. Countless sword lights flashed in the void, transforming into surging waves pouring forth. He wanted to block Qin Chen's attack while simultaneously defending and counterattacking. As a mid-stage Earth-level assassin, Shadow 2 had experienced many battles and was extremely combat experienced. At this critical moment, he could still make such a response. Unfortunately, the one sneaking up on him was no ordinary person but the reborn Qin Chen. Shadow 2's dazzling blade technique didn't confuse Qin Chen at all. With a ding, Qin Chen's sword fell precisely at the weakest point of Shadow 2's blade technique. A force of 20 horsepower suddenly erupted angrily, like a spiral force, shocking Shadow 2's 5 fingers numb, his body tilting backward. Whoosh! A cold light shot from Qin Chen's left hand. It was a dagger. As Shadow 2 tilted back, it seemed as if he had bumped into it. With a puff, the dagger instantly pierced Shadow 2's throat, sinking to the hilt. Shadow 2's pupils instantly burst. He couldn't understand why the opponent's dagger could be thrown so accurately. If he hadn't tilted backward, the dagger would have merely flown past the back of his head, not harming him at all. How could there be someone in the world who could calculate the trajectory of his retreat? In a flash, Qin Chen had killed another one. Now only Qin Yong and another early-stage Earth-level killer remained on the field. In terms of strength, Shadow 2 wasn't so vulnerable. However, Qin Chen had far too much combat experience from his previous life. He saw every flaw in Shadow 2's movements and analyzed all of Shadow 2's reactions. With foreknowledge, before Shadow 2 could even react, he had been attacked by Qin Chen. Chapter 74. Schwa. Taking advantage of another killer, Shadow 5's dazed moment, Qin Chen didn't stop. Backhanding a slash, the black sword cut through the void as unpredictably as an antelope hanging its horns, chopping down. Looking to die. Seeing Shadow 2 killed by Qin Chen, Qin Yong immediately snapped back to his senses, roaring as he slashed toward Qin Chen with one hand. Qin Chen didn't dodge, his eyes sharp, staring intently at Shadow 5. His piercing gaze stabbed into Shadow 5's eyes like a sharp knife. The intense killing aura set Qin Chen apart like an Azura emerging from purgatory. The murderous will rushed into Shadow 5's mind. Combined with Qin Chen's earlier attack killing Shadow 2, Shadow 5 momentarily lost the courage to fight back, only hurriedly retreating and fleeing in panic. Die! His sea of consciousness surged. Qin Chen urged his spiritual power. The later stage first-level spiritual power transformed into a sharp cone, piercing into Shadow 5's mind, making his body momentarily stagnant. It was during this stagnation that Qin Chen's sword already swept across Shadow 5's neck. A great head soared into the sky, blood spraying nearly 10 feet high. One slash. Shadow 5 was dead too. At this moment, Qin Yong's palm was almost upon Qin Chen's back. Just as Qin Chen was about to be struck by Qin Yong, he suddenly took a deep breath, his back strangely sinking a few inches. The blade's edge met Qin Yong's palm. Bang! A tremendous force struck. Qin Chen's figure flew backward through the air, his face mask shattered, revealing his youthful face. After flying over 10 meters, he landed on the ground, feet pedaling backward. With each step, a piece of green brick on the ground shattered. After crushing 7 or 8 green bricks, Qin Chen completely stabilized his figure. Damn it, it's you, you little beast. Damn it, truly blind. Qin Yong looked down at Shadow 2 and Shadow 5 lying in pools of blood, furious. He never expected the one ambushing them was Qin Chen. He had been frightened earlier, thinking there was an expert and hadn't dared act recklessly. But now, all the men he brought were destroyed, leaving none. How could he not be enraged? Yes, it's me. Qin Yong, as a slave of the Qin family, you come here in the middle of the night. Don't you greet this young master? Then kneel and kowtow here. Qin Chen calmed the boiling qi in his body, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All the killers Qin Yong had brought were killed by him. Now, Qin Yong was the only one left. Stop playing tricks, you little shit. Today is your death day. Qin Yong cried out in rage. His identity was exposed, he was too lazy to keep up the pretense. His face mask was torn apart by his true qi, revealing a twisted, ferocious face. He struck toward Qin Chen with one palm. Boom! The courtyard was like thunder striking on a clear day. Qin Yong's body shone with black light, an astonishing black aura diffusing. Within the black aura, a fierce black bear emerged, merging into Qin Yong's body. Instantly, Qin Yong's strength more than doubled. Fierce bear bloodline, this was Qin Yong's bloodline power. It belonged to the strength-type bloodline, greatly enhancing a warrior's power. Its combat effectiveness was formidable. Qin Yong was originally a peak late-stage Earth-level expert with astonishing strength. After integrating his bloodline power, he possessed earth-shattering, destructive force. Seeing Qin Yong's enormous palm about to strike Qin Chen's figure retreated like flowing light, barely avoiding the palm's shadow. Boom! Qin Yong's huge palm slapped onto an ancient tree in the yard, breaking the old tree, wide enough for one person to encircle, at the waist. What formidable strength, at least over 50 horsepower. Qin Chen frowned slightly. What's going on? Is this kid deliberately evading? Qin Yong was also surprised. He never expected Qin Chen's reaction speed to be so fast, and his dodging position was precisely where his force was weakest. Qin Chen was just a youth, yet his combat experience was terrifying. Thinking of all the men he brought earlier dying by Qin Chen's hand, Qin Yong's heart was filled with awe. Although Qin Chen was only a youth, his craftiness and cunning were formidable, surpassing ordinary Earth-level martial artists. If he still regarded him as a child, he'd surely be the one with bad luck. Thinking this, Qin Yong no longer dared hold back. His strength surged, palms pouring forth toward Qin Chen. Boom! 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 Smoke and dust flew in the yard as if an earthquake had struck. Roars and explosions were everywhere, countless stones and dust filled the air. Qin Chen's body was like a swift swallow flying under the shadows of Qin Yong's palms. When he couldn't dodge, he used his blade to block. For the moment, Qin Yong couldn't take down Qin Chen. Sometimes, Qin Chen suddenly slashed out, forcing Qin Yong back 3 steps. Impossible! This guy is clearly only a peak late-stage human-level warrior. How can he be this strong? It's been so long. Qin Yong grew more and more frightened. He was a full rank higher than Qin Chen, yet he couldn't gain the upper hand. Qin Chen was like a nimble loach, constantly swimming within his palm shadows. Each time, it was extremely close, he couldn't completely evade, yet he always found an opportunity to escape. What I've cultivated is the Shen-level star-grasping palm. Even late-stage Earth-level warriors would be killed by me instantly. Qin Yong was so depressed he almost wanted to vomit blood. He didn't know that the lower-grade Shen-level palm technique was already a decent martial skill in the Qi state, but in Qin Chen's eyes, it was too rudimentary. Moreover, his spiritual power had just broken through. With a casual sweep, he could spot at least 5 or 6 flaws. It might be somewhat difficult for Qin Chen to defeat Qin Yong head-on, but evading and maneuvering required no effort at all. Whoosh! While dodging, Qin Chen would occasionally deliver a slash, grazing Qin Yong's body, several times frightening Qin Yong into a cold sweat. This can't go on. He's truly bizarre, crafty and cunning, with astonishing speed. If I'm careless, I might get hit and killed. Qin Yong never thought dealing with a youth would bring him such trouble, making him feel helpless and at a loss. At this moment, thoughts of retreat had sprouted in his heart. But remembering Zhao Feng's fierce eyes, Qin Yong could only grit his teeth and press on fiercely. I don't believe it. I'm a top expert at the peak late-stage Earth level, yet I can't handle a child. Qin Yong was extremely furious. Suddenly, a blood-red pill appeared in his hand, which he swallowed. Boom! The next moment, Qin Yong erupted with a torrent of true qi, his entire aura instantly doubling. It's the blood-burst pill. Qin Chen was surprised. The blood-burst pill was a third-grade pill, extremely rare. Once taken, it could double the strength of any warrior below the heaven level for a short time. But its side effects were also very obvious. Once the efficacy ended, there would be several days of weakness, and the user could only lie in bed to recuperate. Chapter 75. Ha ha ha, you little shit, how will you resist now? Qin Yong roared wildly, a trace of blood red floating in his eyes as he struck toward Qin Chen with one palm. The power of this palm was more than twice as strong as before. Qin Chen only felt a surging force sweeping over him. Qi and blood surged violently within his body, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Boom! Qin Yong waved his fists, opening and closing like a mad demon, determined not to stop until he killed Qin Chen. Thunder bloodline. Suddenly, thunder light appeared on Qin Chen's body. Amidst the thunder, his speed doubled. Shwa shwa shwa. His body was like an electric shadow, constantly skimming and moving, evading all of Qin Yong's attacks. Qin Yong's terrified eyes were about to bulge out. Nima, he had struggled hard, even using his only treasure from many years, the blood-burst pill, just to gain a slight upper hand. Who would have thought Qin Chen casually reacted, his strength soaring again, instantly rendering him helpless. At this moment, Qin Yong had an illusion. The Qin Chen before him, though young, was like a deep, cold pool. Just when he thought he had reached the bottom, he found it even more unfathomable below. If I don't kill this kid today, I will surely die by his hands in the future. Qin Yong's heart turned vicious, determined to risk his life to kill Qin Chen. Someone! There's trouble at night. Capture them. From the distance, footsteps sounded on the street, accompanied by a roar. Several figures flew toward the side, instantly sweeping into the courtyard. It was the capital city guards. Qin Yong's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this a civilian area? Why did the city guards arrive so quickly? Generally, city guards were stationed in the East City, where many dignitaries lived. Since when did the West City react so fast? Die! Knowing the situation was critical, Qin Yong charged at Qin Chen at all costs. If he didn't kill him now, he'd have no chance in the future. Audacious madman, still daring to be violent. Roar! Like thunderous fury, a majestic figure swept down from high in the sky. The sword in his hand was so fierce it transformed into a ferocious wolf, colliding with the enraged Qin Yong. Boom! A powerful momentum swept across the courtyard as if 10 gales were blowing. Qin Yong's body shook, landing on the ground. Looking at the man, his sword-wielding hands trembled, Tiger's mouth split open, his face shocked. With your cultivation, you dare commit such atrocities here? He was a strong, burly man with a beard like steel needles. His cultivation was also at the peak late-stage earth level, his entire body filled with true qi. Chen Xiao, I'm late. I've startled you. After the shock, the big man saw the corpses and bloodstains all over the ground. Immediately looking terrified, he spoke to Qin Chen. You are? Qin Chen was puzzled. Your subordinate is Zhuoli, deputy commander of the West City City Guard Army. Entrusted by Lord Kong, I personally guard the West City where you reside these days. I didn't expect to be late. Please forgive me. Zhuoli was terrified. During the day today, Lord Kong had instructed him to protect Chen Xiao's safety. However, in Zhuoli's view, Qin Chen was just a teenager with no real danger. Thus, although he was on duty nearby, he wasn't watching very intently. Yet in the middle of the night, his subordinates reported a fight in West City. Zhuoli's heart immediately jolted, rushing over at once. This was why he arrived so quickly. Now, seeing the corpses and blood all over the ground, Zhuoli was extremely shocked. If he had been even later and something happened to Chen Xiao, how could he explain to King Kong? Thinking this, cold sweat couldn't help but break out on Zhuoli's back. He immediately glared fiercely at Qin Yong. Come, arrest this assassin attempting murder and take him for interrogation. As his voice fell, 7 or 8 city guards suddenly rushed up madly, each like tigers or wolves, true qi surging throughout their bodies. From the earlier fight between the commander and Qin Yong, they could see Qin Yong was very strong. Therefore, when they attacked, they didn't hold back, acting extremely cautiously. Bang! 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 However, Qin Yong, having taken the blood-burst pill, was like a madman. His peak late-stage Earth-level cultivation was fully revealed. The 7 or 8 city guards, at early and mid-stage Earth level, were all swept aside, faces flushed, blood spurting from their mouths. "Commander Zhua, he's too powerful," many city guards said in terror. "Qin Chen, no matter who protects you today, you cannot be saved." Qin Yong knew this was his last chance to kill Qin Chen. While the pill's effect was still in his body, Qin Yong charged at Qin Chen insanely. Madman seeking death. Zhuo Li's expression changed drastically. He quickly intercepted Qin Yong. The two fought in the courtyard. Instantly, sand and stones flew. Explosions of qi resounded throughout the entire courtyard, extremely clear in the night. Under Qin Yong's fury, Zhuo Li, also a peak late-stage Earth-level martial artist, was suppressed everywhere, his figure constantly retreating. On the side, Qin Chen frowned. If Zhuo Li were defeated, it would be troublesome. He wasn't incapable of killing Qin Yong, but doing so would inevitably reveal some of his cards. His peculiarities were already significant, even his mother had doubts. If word spread, it would likely attract more attention. At this stage, it was better to keep a low profile. At this moment, the situation on the field changed. Roar! Qin Yong roared, his body coiling. His powerful fist force made Zhuo Li pale, wildly retreating. Zhuo Li was about to be defeated by Qin Yong on the spot. "Zhuo commander, attack his left rib." Suddenly, Qin Chen's eyes flashed. He shouted in a low voice. In the crisis, Zhuo Li had no time to hesitate. Subconsciously, he slashed at Qin Yong's left rib. Click! The fierce fist qi was immediately split open by the blade, a gap appearing. The terrifying blade light chopped along the gap toward Qin Yong's left rib. What? Zhuo Li's heart was shocked by the obvious result. Qin Yong's fighting style was extremely formidable, almost without any flaws. Previously, he had tried his utmost several times but failed to break the defense. How could it work now? Qi sinks into the dantian, condenses at Shaoyang, calms the sand, drops the geese. Without waiting for Zhuo Li to understand the reason, Qin Chen suddenly whispered. This time, Zhuo Li didn't hesitate. Following Qin Chen's words, Zhuo Li only felt the true qi in his body flow smoothly. The blade was extremely light, seeming twice as fast as usual, leaving a wound several inches long on Qin Yong. Zhuo Li's eyes nearly bulged out, holding his blade, completely muddled. What the hell is going on here? Earlier, he had struggled desperately under Qin Yong. How could Qin Chen casually point out a few words and turn defeat into victory, even injuring the opponent? This was too bizarre. Qin Yong was even more shocked than Zhuo Li. Damn it, how can this kid see the flaw in my boxing? His star-grasping fist was a lower-grade Shen-level boxing technique with almost no flaws. However, his left rib had once been injured, leading to a weakness on the left side during boxing. This was a secret, yet Qin Chen repeatedly seized upon it, making Qin Yong almost vomit blood. Chapter 76. No! If this continues, I will surely die here. It seems I can't kill this kid today. I'll retreat first. After several exchanges, Qin Yong was finally frightened. The efficacy of his precious blood-burst pill was about to vanish. He could no longer afford to kill Qin Chen. As his body shook, he rushed toward the high wall in the distance, intending to escape. Stay! How could Zhuo Li let Qin Yong leave? Following Qin Chen's command, his sword transformed into myriad blade shadows enveloping Qin Yong. You want to stop me? Qin Yong was furious. This Zhuo Li was too arrogant, truly thinking he could stop him. His body moved like a dragon, fists swinging, the sound of punches resounding. He smashed all the blade lights Zhuo Li wielded, his entire person leaping from the wall, his aura plummeting. Qin Chen, I'll leave your dog's life for today. I'll kill you tomorrow. Before leaving, Qin Yong looked at Qin Chen, speaking viciously. Immediately, his expression froze. Where's the person? Qin Chen's previous spot was empty. "I'm here." A ghostly voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yong turned his head in horror, finding Qin Chen had arrived atop the wall. He looked coldly at him, sneering. The next moment, "Die!" The sword in Qin Chen's hand suddenly left its sheath. A dark sword light suddenly erupted in the night, slicing through the void. Poof! Qin Yong's eyes were startled and furious, but it was too late to dodge. He could only watch the sword cleave his head. A great head shot into the sky, blood splattering nearly 10 feet high. Bang! A headless corpse fell from the wall, heavily hitting the ground. A moment later, Qin Yong's head also fell, eyes wide with anger. Dead? In the courtyard, Zhuo Li and many city guards stared at the scene in astonishment, momentarily unable to believe their eyes. Qin Chen had killed a top expert at the peak late-stage Earth level. Even Commander Zhuo Li wasn't his opponent. Everyone looked at Qin Chen as if seeing a ghost. "Thank you all for your help tonight. Without you, I'd have been in danger. I thank you here first." Qin Chen flew down from the wall top, speaking to Zhuo Li and the others. If Zhuo Li hadn't arrived in time, he likely wouldn't have been able to keep Qin Yong so easily today. "Ah! It's nothing." Zhuo Li and the others waved their hands. Were they joking? They saw clearly how Qin Yong died. If not for Qin Chen, they'd probably all have died by Qin Yong's hands. No wonder Lord Kong held this youth in such regard. It was said this youth was only 15, having just won the championship in this year's Tianqing College examination. Truly a gifted young man. With such insight and cultivation, his future was bound to be limitless. Thinking this, Zhuo Li and the others grew even more respectful toward Qin Chen. If initially it was only due to King Kang's orders, now their respect for Qin Chen clearly came from the heart. "I am someone who repays kindness and grudges clearly. I have received your help today and will surely repay you in the future," Qin Chen said lightly. He was a person who distinguished gratitude from grievance. "Haha, Chen Xiao, you jest. As deputy commander of the city guard army, it's my duty to suppress evildoers in the capital." Zhuo Li repeatedly waved his hands. In his view, Qin Chen was just a youth. What could he do in return? As long as he could leave a good impression on the other, it was enough. However, Qin Chen said with a smile, "Don't refuse hastily. If I'm not mistaken, Commander Zhuo should have suffered meridian damage while attacking the heaven-level realm, leading to no progress in cultivation these years. When I have time later, I can help Commander Zhuo treat it." "What?" Commander Zhuo's eyes suddenly widened, his heart like a storm, as if he'd seen a ghost. Back then, he had a great reputation in the city guard army, praised as the deputy commander most likely to break through to the heaven level. However, 5 years ago, during a hasty attempt to break through to the sky level, his meridians were damaged, and his cultivation never advanced again. Over the years, he had consulted many alchemists, but none could solve his problem. Many couldn't even identify the root cause. As time passed, he himself had given up in despair. Unexpectedly now, Qin Chen spoke of the secret hidden in his heart. How could he not be shocked? Chen Xiao, is my injury truly treatable?" Suddenly, Commander Zhuo could no longer restrain his ecstasy, asking with pleasant surprise. Damaged meridians aren't an incurable disease. How could they not be treatable? Qin Chen said with a smile. I. Commander Zhuo was so excited he didn't know what to say. "I'd like Commander Zhuo to tidy up the courtyard." Yes. Zhuo Li was full of vigor, as if glowing with a second spring. He hastily beckoned his men to carry the corpses scattered across the courtyard and put things in order. Qin Chen hurried to his mother's room. Was everything all right inside? Qin Chen was very anxious. Before he could open the door, Qin Yueqi's room door opened. "Dust, just now mother heard fighting outside. Are you all right?" Qin Yueqi stood at the door as if she'd just woken up, her expression faint. Then she saw Commander Zhuo Li and the others in the courtyard and asked, "Are they? Had his mother been drugged? Qin Chen sniffed carefully. There didn't seem to be any drug scent on his mother. Moreover, Shadow 7 and Shadow 3's actions were all under his surveillance. They hadn't had a chance to use drugs at all. But, puzzled, Qin Chen said, "Mother, Qin Yong just broke in with a few villains, wanting to harm Mother and your child. Fortunately, Commander Zhuo Li arrived and brought these villains to justice in time." "What, Qin Yong?" Qin Yueqi saw Qin Yong's head in the courtyard, her face suddenly showing anger. "Zhao Feng, her heart is so vicious. Dust, are you all right?" "Mother, don't worry. Your child is fine," Qin Chen said with a smile. At this time, Zhuo Li and his men had arranged the courtyard. The bodies of many killers were lined up in a row. Several city guards were pointing and discussing. "Commander Zhuo Li, do you know these people?" Qin Chen asked. "Chen Xiao, these are killers from the Shadow Kill Pavilion," Zhuo Li said, a trace of gravity on his face. Shadow Kill Pavilion is a very famous assassin organization across the 5 northwestern nations. They live on assassination. The royal families of the 5 northwestern nations all wish to eradicate them as soon as possible. However, Shadow Kill Pavilion is extremely secretive, no one knows their headquarters. Thus, they've been impossible to remove. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Li continued, "The killers of Shadow Kill Pavilion are divided into 3 grades, B and C. The killers we encountered should be C-grade killers of Shadow Kill Pavilion. However, even as C-grade, these killers have assassinated at least several warriors of the same level as themselves to be rated as C-grade. Moreover, I've heard Shadow Kill Pavilion is extremely ruthless and protective. You should be more careful in the future." Chapter 77. Zhuo Li finished with a sigh, looking at Qin Chen inexplicably. The C-grade killers of Shadow Kill Pavilion were at least early-stage Earth level, each with extremely formidable methods. Even he would need to be very careful if he encountered them. But now, these killers were all dead in Qin Chen's courtyard, seemingly killed with one blow each, without any resistance. How on earth did these killers die? Thinking of this, Zhuo Li's heart grew even more fearful of Qin Chen. "Shadow Kill Pavilion? I see." Qin Chen nodded, keeping it in mind. He had no time to deal with this now. Once his strength improved, he would surely make the other party know the consequences of attempting to assassinate him. You couldn't just try to kill him so easily. Knowing such a serious assassination had occurred here, Zhuo Li didn't dare neglect. After removing the killers' bodies, he immediately sent someone to report to King Kong. After settling his mother, Qin Chen looked at Qin Yong's head and suddenly had an idea. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. And then, he wrapped up Qin Yong's head, put on black clothes, and quietly left the mansion. Qin Mansion. The lamps were bright. Zhao Feng sat in the main hall, quietly awaiting news. "Mother, why hasn't news come yet? Could Qin Yong have failed?" Qin Fen, covered in bandages, asked anxiously. "Fenner, don't worry. What did Mother teach you? In a major situation, one must remain calm. You should learn from your elder brother, even if Mount Tai collapses before you, remain composed." Although Zhao Feng was also quite anxious, at the moment she still couldn't help educating her son. "Yes, I know. I just want to hear about Qin Chen's death sooner." Qin Fen gnashed his teeth aching. "Fenner, don't worry. Although Qin Yong is merely a household servant, he wouldn't fail to deal with a little rabbit. It must be because he's making thorough preparations, taking so long." Zhao Feng explained. She was still fully confident in Qin Yong. After all, she knew very well, to deal with Qin Chen, Qin Yong had even mobilized Shadow Kill Pavilion. With the help of Shadow Kill Pavilion's killers and Qin Yong himself, let alone a mere Qin Yueqi mother and daughter, even 10 of them would be dead beyond dead. "Yes, Mother." Seeing his mother's self-confidence, Qin Fen was also infected, his heart settling considerably. Thinking of soon hearing news of Qin Chen's death, Qin Fen's heart filled with excitement, as if his pain lessened a lot, a slight smile curling his lips. Bang! At this moment, a dull sound came from outside the door, as if something heavy had struck it. What's going on? Zhao Feng frowned, saying to Rouge beside her, Rouge, go take a look. Yes, madam. Rouge stepped forward to open the door, only to see the dark night outside, nothing at all. Strange, why is there no one? Rouge murmured. She stuck her head out, looked around for a while, found nothing, and was about to go back when she suddenly saw some dark objects lying on the threshold. What is this? She lowered her head, looked carefully, and was suddenly shocked. Blood! It's blood! Rouge drew a cold breath, hurriedly looking up. Suddenly, a head fell from the lintel, staring at her. Blood dripped from its neck. Who else could it be but Qin Yong? Ah! Pitter-patter. A scream tore through the silent night sky. Rouge was scared into sitting on the ground, face pale, screaming in horror. She crawled into the room, shivering, collapsing before Zhao Feng. Rouge, what's the matter? What are you screaming for? Hearing Rouge's frightened cry, Mrs. Zhao was also startled. Seeing Rouge's disheveled appearance, she immediately yelled coldly. Ma! Madam, it's Steward Qin. Qin Yong. Rouge trembled, pale, words unclear, lips quivering. What, Qin Yong is back? What are you barking about? Bring him to see me. Zhao Feng exclaimed. No, it's not. Rouge waved her hands, panting, eyes full of fear, unable to speak. What do you mean, not? Mrs. Zhao's anger rose. What was wrong with this Rouge? Usually very sharp, why lose composure at the critical moment? Mother, is Steward Qin back? I'll call him in. Qin Fen on the side had long been impatient and went out despite the pain. All right, Mother will go with you. Mrs. Zhao also stood up. Together, they came to the hall, only to see Qin Yong's head hanging upside down from the lintel, ferocious as a fierce ghost, his pale eyes staring at Zhao Feng and Qin Fen. Ah! Zhao Feng and Qin Fen drew a cold breath, almost sitting on the ground. Come here. Come here. The shrill roar, like the howl of wild ghosts, instantly echoed through the Qin family residence, reverberating in the silent night sky. Humph, Zhao Feng, this is a small gift for you. You wait. Today's matter won't be easily settled. In a dark corner outside the Qin mansion, hearing the noise from within, Qin Chen's mouth outlined a cold smile as his figure swiftly vanished into the night. This night, the Qin family did not sleep. Especially Zhao Feng and the others were extremely furious. Learning that Qin Yong and the assassins sent to Qin Chen's house were completely destroyed, and now Qin Chen's residence was guarded by city guards, they had no second chance. When Qin Yuanhong heard the news, he only sighed. He knew there would be an earth-shattering uproar tomorrow. He had to think carefully about how to explain all this to the outside world. What made him even more fearful was Qin Yong's death. Qin Yong's strength was very clear to everyone in the Qin mansion. Unless a heaven-level expert made a move, ordinary people couldn't kill him. But now, Qin Yong died at Qin Chen's home. Was there a heaven-level master secretly protecting Qin Chen? All of this made Qin Yuanhong and Zhao Feng's minds restless, unable to sleep all night. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanji, Qin Chen's second uncle, also learned some news. He immediately went to Qin Yuanhong's room. They argued for a long time. Finally, Qin Yuanji threatened that if anything happened to Qin Chen and Qin Wuqi, he would never let it go and would inform their father. The two parted on bad terms. Naturally, Qin Chen didn't know what had happened at the Qin mansion. After returning, he changed rooms. He left the rest to Zhuo Li and his guards, feeling very relieved. He slept soundly all night. Chapter 78. The next morning, early, the gate of Qin Chen's house was knocked open by Zhang Ying and Lin Tian. Chen, we heard your home was attacked yesterday. Are you all right? As soon as they entered, they looked around worriedly. Seeing the mess of Qin Chen's room, they were very angry. The Qin family is simply too much. You are clearly a member of the Qin family. For the other side to try to kill you so completely is just natural. Don't be nervous. I'm fine, but where did you hear the news? Qin Chen opened his sleepy eyes and asked doubtfully. Chen Xiao, don't you know? The whole capital knows the news that you were attacked by the Qin family's steward. The Qin family's steward, along with assassins from Shadow Kill Pavilion, came to attack you. The matter has already alarmed the Emperor. His Majesty has ordered the culprit must be found. If anyone colludes with Shadow Kill Pavilion, they will not be tolerated. Now the Qin mansion is in great chaos. Yes, after hearing that Premier Chu Weichen got news of your assassination, he went to beat the petition drum before dawn this morning, accompanied by Lord Kong. Zhang Ying and Lin Tian spoke, one after the other. Qin Chen immediately realized King Kong had done all this for him. Your cultivation. Suddenly, Qin Chen looked at Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, his eyes stunned. During the major examination yesterday, their cultivation was still at the mid-human level. Not seen for a day, Qin Chen was shocked by their improvement. Hey, you noticed, Chen? We don't know why. Since practicing those cultivation formulas you gave us, the speed of true qi condensation in our bodies is several times faster than before, and our cultivation grows daily. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying said excitedly. No way. Qin Chen frowned slightly. The cultivation methods he gave them were very common in the martial world. Combined with some characteristics of the two, although they could improve cultivation speed, it wasn't that exaggerated. You two, come here and let me see. As he spoke, Qin Chen placed his right hand on the two, carefully sensing. Immediately, he felt a mysterious power within their bodies had been activated, releasing surging auras. Qin Chen looked at Lin Tian and Zhang Ying in surprise. Could it be they possessed special bloodlines? Such rapid cultivation improvement was typically due to the activation of latent bloodlines. Besides that, Qin Chen couldn't think of any other reason. Chen, are we all right? Seeing Qin Chen's grave expression, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying immediately asked nervously. Now, the two of them worshipped Qin Chen wholeheartedly, obediently. It's fine. Seeing them so nervous, Qin Chen immediately laughed. Later, he'd test them, perhaps then he'd know the reason. Let's go. After breakfast, Qin Chen went out. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying hurriedly said, Chen, you just suffered an assassination yesterday. It's really unsafe outside now. Better stay home and wait for His Majesty to investigate the true culprit. Don't worry. It's not as unsafe outside as you think. In broad daylight, who would dare act in the capital? Lin Tian and Zhang Ying thought for a moment, finding Qin Chen's words reasonable, so they followed. By the way, where are we going? On the way, they asked curiously. Go shopping. Qin Chen said with a smile. Not long after, the three arrived at a luxurious building. The entire building, carved with jade balustrades, was extremely luxurious, exuding a sense of wealth and nobility that overshadowed all surrounding buildings. The building was 7 stories high. On the huge lintel hung a large plaque with 3 characters, Treasure Pavilion. Hiss! Lin Tian and Zhang Ying drew a cold breath. Chen, what are we doing here? Treasure Pavilion was the most prominent treasure shop in the Qi state's capital. It was said all kinds of treasures were here, comparable to the Qi state's royal family. All who could enter here were high-ranking officials and nobles. Though Lin Tian and Zhang Ying's families were well known in the capital, they could only be considered mid-tier. Naturally, they had never been to Treasure Pavilion. Now, seeing Qin Chen bring them to Treasure Pavilion, they were surprised. Did Chen Xiao want to buy things at Treasure Pavilion? It was said that in Treasure Pavilion, any treasure taken out cost tens or hundreds of thousands of silver coins. They didn't even have enough to buy leftovers. Even their father's generation probably hadn't entered Treasure Pavilion many times. Thinking this, they felt somewhat timid. Coming to Treasure Pavilion, of course, is to shop. Qin Chen said with a smile. Chen, what do you want to buy? Why don't we change stores? I know some shops on the street, their things are good and cheap, very nice. the two said uneasily. Qin Chen shook his head. Treasure Pavilion was the #1 treasure shop in the Qi capital. He intended to buy a sword. Last night, Qin Yang's attack gave him a strong sense of crisis, so he wanted to buy a weapon for self-defense. From Qin Chen's perspective, weapons in ordinary weapon stores couldn't satisfy him at all. It was worth coming here. At the gate of Treasure Pavilion, a couple of attendants stood there, greeting guests. Each was dressed in bright, beautiful clothes. As staff of Treasure Pavilion, the #1 establishment in the capital, they looked down on people through their nostrils when outside. These attendants were also well informed. They knew who had big money, enough to buy treasures, and who just came to broaden their horizons. For instance, the 3 youths at the gate were clearly here to gain insight. Though their clothes indicated they were disciples of wealthy families. However, judging by the materials, ordinary wealthy families couldn't afford to spend at Treasure Pavilion. After all, even at the level of minor nobility, not everyone could afford to spend at Treasure Pavilion. When they saw Qin Chen and the others, they looked arrogant. However, according to Treasure Pavilion's rules, guests must be served when they arrive. Even if they didn't seem capable of consumption, they must not be neglected. Bad luck. Ah well, just bad luck. The attendant on duty murmured, then put on a smile and enthusiastically came forward. 3 distinguished guests, what would you like to buy at our Treasure Pavilion? Our Treasure Pavilion is the most famous treasure shop in the Qi state. Whatever you want to buy, just name it. As long as the money is sufficient, I promise to satisfy you. The man said with a smile as he led the 3 inside. However, though his smile seemed natural, Zhang Ying and Lin Tian still sensed a trace of arrogance. What did, as long as the money is sufficient, mean? Clearly, he was saying they didn't have enough money. Would he dare speak like this to real guests? If it were just Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, they would have turned and left in shame. But Chen Xiao insisted on coming here, so they could only follow. Let's look first. Qin Chen wasn't as sensitive as Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, saying calmly. Chapter 79. Upon entering the main hall of Treasure Pavilion, one immediately felt a sense of wealth. Treasure Pavilion truly lived up to its name as the #1 treasure shop in the Qi state. It was resplendent, with customers wearing silk and satin bustling before each counter. The entire Treasure Pavilion was divided into many areas: pills, medicinal materials, weapons, materials, techniques, etc. Each area displayed different items for customers to purchase according to their needs. The entire first floor hall displayed a dazzling array, leaving Lin Tian and Zhang Ying overwhelmed. Hiss! This is Treasure Pavilion. Look, Juki pills, blood coagulation pills, poxin pills, all kinds of pills. It's simply amazing. They probably rival the pill pavilion. Passing a pill counter, Zhang Ying couldn't help but draw a cold breath upon seeing the pills inside. Pills were essential for martial arts cultivation, but their prices were extremely high. Even the most basic pills cost at least several hundred silver coins each. Not every warrior could afford them. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying's families could only be considered somewhat wealthy, so they didn't have many opportunities to take pills. Now, seeing so many pills, they were naturally shocked. Hearing this, the attendant said with a proud smile, naturally. Our Treasure Pavilion has a dedicated team of alchemists supplying pills for sale. In this regard, our Treasure Pavilion is no weaker than the Pill Pavilion. The Pill Pavilion, a branch of the Pill Tower in Great Qi, was also the center for alchemists in Great Qi. All professional certifications for alchemists in Great Qi needed review by the Pill Pavilion. Therefore, being able to compete with the Pill Pavilion in pill supply was a matter of great pride. Hiss! Hearing this, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying couldn't help but draw cold breaths. That amazing? The Pill Pavilion was a holy land for alchemists in the Qi state. This Treasure Pavilion could compete with the Pill Pavilion in pills, truly impressive. Thinking this, the two couldn't help but look up at Treasure Pavilion with 10% more admiration. Seeing their expressions, the attendant's heart felt great satisfaction. Simultaneously, he turned to look at Qin Chen. He thought he'd see an admiring expression on Qin Chen's face but found Qin Chen's expression calm, no ripple in his eyes. "Young guest, don't you believe it?" The attendant raised his eyebrows. "Ah." Qin Chen was taken aback. To be honest, his attention just now hadn't been on their conversation. Seeing the pills here, Qin Chen immediately thought of his upcoming trip to the blood spirit pool. Since he wanted to improve his strength to the extreme as soon as possible, besides martial arts cultivation, taking strength-enhancing pills was also a good option. "Oh." Coming back to his senses, Qin Chen nodded and said, "Believe, of course, I believe." His indifferent tone immediately made the previously elated attendant feel as if he'd swallowed a dead fly, extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help but lower his opinion of Qin Chen. Actually, Qin Chen was speechless inside. Treasure Pavilion competing with the Pill Pavilion in sales of low-grade pills, was this comparison even meaningful? The alchemists in the Pill Pavilion were usually technical experts. What they liked most was researching new pill formulas to refine more effective pills, not mass-producing low-grade pills on an assembly line. Moreover, the high-ranking alchemists in the Pill Pavilion must far surpass those of Treasure Pavilion. The comparison itself was unfair. "If you keep looking like this, I'm afraid you won't finish browsing our Treasure Pavilion in half a day. I don't know what you want to buy. I can give you some suggestions," Qin Chen said directly. "All right, I want to buy a weapon." "Then come with me." The attendant walked ahead, quickening his pace, soon arriving at the weapon counter on the first floor. "The weapons of our Treasure Pavilion are all in this area. If you want any weapon, just look." He stood aside with his arms crossed, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe these youths could truly afford to buy anything. Once they saw the prices marked on these weapons, they'd be scared off. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the counter, Zhang Ying and Lin Tian couldn't help but draw cold breaths. They saw all kinds of sabers, swords, axes, and halberds placed in the counter. Among them, the lowest price was above several thousand silver coins, items below several thousand were rarely seen. Both of them couldn't afford the cheapest weapon with their allowances. "I need a good sword. Please introduce some to me." Just as he thought Qin Chen and the others were about to retreat, suddenly, a faint voice sounded in his ear. It was the youth who made him very unhappy. Was his effect completely lost? Seeing the prices, shouldn't this kid be stunned, trembling, then run away? But now, there wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. He said naturally, "Introduce some to me." "Introduce your sister." "Even if I introduce them, can you afford them? Young people nowadays have no self-awareness. Looking at your clothes, just the simplest cloth, costing a few silver coins at most. Where does your courage come from?" The attendant couldn't help but curse inwardly. But Treasure Pavilion's rules forced him to swallow it. He picked up a long blue sword. This sword is made of green steel by a special artifact refiner from the artifact hall. It has remarkable effects. When used, the sound of cutting through the air is like thunder, deafening. It can confuse the opponent's mind. Moreover, it's extremely sharp. It belongs to first-rate weapons. The price isn't expensive, only about 5,000 silver coins. Would you like one? After saying this, the attendant added, "This green steel sword is already the cheapest sword in our Treasure Pavilion. After all, our Treasure Pavilion only sells high-quality products. We don't sell the junk outside at all. Let me see." Without another word, Qin Chen took the sword, gently stroked the blade, then flicked it with his index finger. Zhang! A clear sword chime sounded. Qin Chen had already discerned the material and refinement of the entire sword. Indeed, this sword was mixed with some green steel, but the amount was too small, estimated at only about 50 grams. For a 3-foot-long sword, the green steel content needed to be at least 200 grams to maximize the blade's toughness. Though 50 grams could make the sword sharp, it wasn't tough enough. If it clashed with weapons of the same level a few hundred times, it would likely break. Shaking his head, Qin Chen said, "This sword isn't good. It's not tough enough. Is there anything else?" Chapter 80. Pretentious, Still pretending. Watching Qin Chen casually set down the green steel sword as if looking down on it, the attendant's inner grumbling grew stronger. Trying to show off in front of me? If you can't afford it, just say so. Not tough enough. Do you even know what toughness is? Acting like an artifact refiner. Suppressing his anger, the attendant picked up a long sword and said, "This explosive flame sword was forged by Master Leng Mo of the Artifact Hall. Master Leng Mo is the #1 artificer in the Artifact Hall. Though this is one of his early works, it's a rare masterpiece. Now it's only 8,000 silver coins." On the slightly dark red sword, a halo circulated. Qin Chen took it and injected a trace of true qi. Suddenly, a burning aura diffused from the sword. Hiss! What a formidable sword! Lin Tian and Zhang Ying looked with shining eyes. Truly worthy of Master Leng Mo's exquisite work. If they had such a sword, their strength could increase by at least 1 level, they wouldn't fear warriors at the later battle level stage. But Qin Chen couldn't help shaking his head. If the warrior didn't have flame attribute true qi, the strength amplification wouldn't differ much from an ordinary sword, a waste. Is there anything else? Setting down the explosive flame sword, Qin Chen asked. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the attendant's eyes suddenly widened. You don't even like Master Leng Mo's work? You're really overdoing the act. Fine, since you want to keep up the pretense, I'll play along. Angrily, the attendant picked up a dark sword from behind the counter and said, "This shining sword is also Master Leng Mo's work. It's crafted from various special materials like dark iron, shining stone, and moonlight sand, forged through special means. It's one of Master Leng Mo's top works. However, the price isn't something ordinary people can afford, 15,000 silver coins." As soon as the black sword left its scabbard, a black light immediately flowed. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying felt a sense of coldness, drawing a cold breath. What a magical weapon! So, are you satisfied with this sword? The attendant snorted. He was almost furious. Qin Chen lightly tapped the sword and carefully examined the patterns on it. There were circles of threads across the entire blade. The forging technique should be the rotary steel forging method among the basic 5 forms. Rotary steel forging was a unique forging technique in the Qi state, but it had been phased out in the martial world. This was because the rotary forging process caused some damage to the material's physiological structure during refining, destroying the material's ductility. Consequently, its true qi bearing capacity was also poor. Setting down the shining sword, Qin Chen frowned. Are there only these long swords on your side? Nothing better? To be honest, he thought the items Treasure Pavilion brought out might not fully satisfy him, but they shouldn't be too bad. Yet the few things the attendant had taken out earlier were too rubbish, disappointing Qin Chen in Treasure Pavilion. We have many better things, but can you afford them? There's a limit to pretending. If you damage something in our Treasure Pavilion, can you afford to compensate? Hearing Qin Chen's words, the attendant also grew angry. The fury suppressed in his heart could no longer be contained, gushing out. This kid keeps pretending in front of me. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. What kind of big shot are you pretending to be? This shout immediately attracted the attention of other guests in the first floor hall. What's going on? A deep voice sounded. From behind the counter emerged a middle-aged man in a black robe. This man was a staff member of Treasure Pavilion. He wasn't angry but exuded authority, clearly a steward of Treasure Pavilion. He had come out upon hearing the commotion. Steward Su, these 3 youths clearly have no purchasing power, yet they nitpick this and that in our Treasure Pavilion. This subordinate truly couldn't bear it, so I shouted at them. Seeing him, the attendant trembled and immediately reported. Oh? Steward Su carefully looked at the guests, sizing them up. Qin Chen hadn't expected to encounter such trouble just coming out to buy something. He snorted coldly, I merely wanted to buy a weapon, but your attendant looks down on people and brings out some rubbish. Why? Can't I refuse to buy? Or must we buy whatever trash you bring out? The other guests nearby were stunned. Who dared call Treasure Pavilion's treasures rubbish? Treasure Pavilion was the #1 treasure shop in the capital. If the items here were rubbish, then there were no treasures elsewhere. Steward Su, do you hear that? This is no trivial matter. The attendant jumped up, pointing at Qin Chen. Steward Su, look at his clothes again. Dressed like this, coming to our treasure pavilion to spend money? Humph, it's not that I look down on guests, but some so-called guests truly are too much. Hearing this, Steward Su narrowed his eyes and said to Qin Chen, young guest, I open treasure pavilion to receive guests. My requirement for subordinates is to respect and respond to every guest. However, if someone comes to my treasure pavilion to cause trouble and have fun exploiting our rules, don't blame treasure pavilion for not giving face and calling your guardians here. As his voice fell, a powerful true qi surged out, pressing upon Qin Chen's 3. This steward turned out to be a peak late-stage Earth-level expert. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying's expressions changed. They hurriedly said, misunderstanding, steward, there must be some misunderstanding. We are all students of Qin College, we're not here to cause trouble at Treasure Pavilion. You must have misunderstood. Lin Tian, Zhang Ying, stop talking. Qin Chen waved his hand to stop the two from speaking, coldly snorting, are you threatening me? Or is this how you do business? Facing Steward Su's peak late-stage Earth-level pressure, Qin Chen showed no fear, his expression calm and composed, only a light chill. Steward Su couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, showing a different expression. Hey, kid, you've got guts. Immediately, he sneered. Steward Su was seeing for the first time a youth daring to show such an expression before him. Did he truly think he wouldn't punish him? Someone. He snapped. Suddenly, a team of armed guards came running over. Chapter 81. Mr. Su, what's the matter? The big man leading the guards asked respectfully. With a cold smile, Mr. Su directly said, drag these 3 youths out and throw them in front of the treasure pavilion. If they dare resist, beat them up and break their legs. Humph, things that dare cause trouble in my treasure pavilion, don't know what's good for them. Mr. Su looked scornful. He had seen many troublemakers like this. Probably the sons of some influential families in the capital, used to being arrogant elsewhere, putting on airs when they came to Treasure Pavilion. Too bad this was Treasure Pavilion. Forget ordinary influential families' children, even marquises' scions needed to weigh themselves. If you dared cause trouble here, you had to be prepared to be dealt with. Yes. Several burly guards shouted loudly, walking toward Qin Chen's 3 with murderous intent. The attendant on the side saw this, a sneer immediately appearing on his face. Keep pretending. Now it's over. You've gone too far. Do you think this place is somewhere you can show off? What do you want to do? Seeing the guard's demeanor, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, originally timid, grew angry, stepping in front of Qin Chen one after another. We are students of Qin College. Do you dare lay hands on us? Qin College was well known throughout the capital. Haha, I don't care who you are. Not to mention Qin College students, even if you're Marquis's children, if you cause trouble in my treasure pavilion, you won't get off lightly. Steward Su coldly snorted. Qin College? However powerful the college is, would it give them face? Moreover, they weren't afraid of lawsuits even if they started one in Treasure Pavilion. Just as the guards were about to seize Qin Chen's 3. Isn't this Qin Chen, the champion of Qin College's year-end exam? At this moment, a noble in the hall who had attended Qin College's year-end award ceremony recognized Qin Chen and immediately exclaimed. The other people beside him suddenly showed surprised expressions. It's him. Are you sure? Certainly. It really is him, Qin Chen. The two beside him are Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, children of the Lin and Zhang families. My, it's really him. If not for those 2 youths saying they're star college students, I wouldn't have recognized him at first. More guests then recognized Qin Chen's identity. These days, if you asked who was the hottest topic in the capital, undoubtedly, it was Qin Chen. Qin Chen's fame wasn't just because he won first place in Tianjin College's year-end exam but also due to his feud with the Qin family. Especially last night, Qin Yong joined forces with Shadow Kill Pavilion assassins to assassinate Qin Chen, only for the entire group to be wiped out, pushing Qin Chen into the spotlight. It was said Lord Kong intended to marry his beloved daughter, Princess Zhao Lingshan, one of the capital's 4 great beauties, to Qin Chen, hence specially sending experts to protect him. There were also rumors Qin Chen had a hidden master around him, always guarding him. Some said Qin Chen was actually a close disciple of Tianjin College's president Chu Weichen, which was why Chu Weichen took such good care of him. Truth and falsehood were hard to distinguish. Stop! Stop! Hearing the surrounding comments, Steward Su's face suddenly changed. He jumped up like a frog, stopping before the guards. One guard had already reached Qin Chen with murderous intent. In his nervousness, Steward Su slapped him away, his face tight as if constipated. "Steward Su, are you?" All the guards were stunned. What was wrong with Steward Su? He just ordered them to seize Qin Chen. Why was he roaring like his own father had been hurt? Blind fools! Get lost! Steward Su yelled at the guards, then his expression shifted from stormy to sunny, blooming like spring flowers, all smiles toward Qin Chen. Cough, it's Chen Xiao. Disrespectful, truly disrespectful. Nima, the youth before him was the hottest topic in the capital, Qin Chen. Steward Su's heart felt like 10,000 mud horses stampeding past, his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. If not for others mentioning it, he would have made a huge mistake. Although he'd never seen Qin Chen, that didn't stop him from hearing Qin Chen's rumors. This youth was no ordinary person. Treasure Pavilion's status in the capital was high and influential, but that was only relative to ordinary marquises. When facing truly powerful families, they had to mind their manners. After all, for Treasure Pavilion to survive in the capital, they had to manage relationships well in all aspects. For instance, this one. Grandson of King Dingwu. First place in Tianjin College's year-end exam. The kingdom's genius to be baptized by the blood spirit pool. If something happened to such a person in his treasure pavilion, he might not collapse, but he'd be finished. To speak up for Qin Chen, it was said Tianjin College's president Chu Weichen and Lord Kong had sounded the petition drum more than once. If they really broke this person's legs, the outcome. Just thinking about it made Steward Su feel a chill under his crotch. Didn't you just say you'd throw us out and break our legs? Cough, where? Chen Xiao, you must have misunderstood. How could I say such a thing? Our treasure pavilion does business, prioritizing customer first. Talented youths like Chen Xiao are most welcome at our treasure pavilion. How could we dare to be disrespectful? You must have misheard. You definitely misheard. Steward Su shook his head like a rattle. Is that so? Of course. What I said just now was to drag that attendant out. That attendant was rude to Chen Xiao, truly damaging our treasure pavilion's dignity. Come, drag that attendant out. The attendant's face turned green. Steward Su, I'm. Shut up. You've offended a guest and still dare argue. Immediately, a group of guards rushed up, dragging the attendant out. Cries and howls sounded outside the door. Chen Xiao, come. Don't let those unpleasant people disturb you. I'll show you around our treasure pavilion. Without another word, Steward Su led Qin Chen's 3 toward the upper floor. The treasures on this floor are actually the most common in our treasure pavilion. The second floor treasure hall is the true treasure of our treasure pavilion. Upon entering the second floor, a sense of magnificence immediately rushed at them. The entire second floor hall was extremely luxurious, surrounded by many counters, far more extravagant than the first floor hall. Compared to the first floor, there were clearly fewer guests on the second floor, but each wore gold and jade, bearing extraordinary, obviously of great status. Isn't this Qin Chen? In the second floor hall, several elegant young men and girls were shopping for treasures. Seeing the newcomers, one of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 82. Qin Chen looked up and saw on one side of the second-floor hall, a simple Huangli wooden table. Beside the table stood a group of young men and girls dressed in silk, obviously either wealthy or noble at a glance. These people, all youths, numbered not a few. The men were quite handsome, the women's appearances extremely beautiful, especially a girl standing in the center, surrounded by stars like the moon. Though young, she seemed very mature. Under her dark hair, her nose was high, her lips like cherries, full of gorgeous charm. Her neck was as lofty as a swan's. Further down, her collarbones were defined, skin like lanolin jade. The girl wore a red dress, like a budding red flower, drawing people's attention. Around her were many youths. One of them was also a Tianjin college student, seemingly a son of a marquis household, who recognized Qin Chen at a glance and exclaimed, "Is that Qin Chen?" Among the group of young men and girls, someone suddenly murmured in a low voice, showing great interest. Currently, Qin Chen's reputation was rising in the capital. "Li Qingfeng, is this the kid who defeated you and won the championship in Tianjin College's year-end exam? Doesn't look like much." "Haha, I heard this man is the Qin family's illegitimate son. Not long ago, he was kicked out of the Qin mansion like a homeless dog. Defeated by such a kid, Li Qingfeng, you really bring us face." Besides the girl, there were also several men of extraordinary momentum, including Li Qingfeng. Additionally, there were several youths in their 20s, still full of vigor, looking formidable. Now, among these youths, two were laughing and mocking Li Qingfeng. While speaking, they kept glancing at the girl in the red dress, clearly her admirers. Only the red-dressed girl showed not the slightest interest in their conversation. Apart from an initial proud glance at Qin Chen, she didn't say a word, quietly standing there as if waiting for something. Li Qingfeng was choked by their words, his face livid, coldly saying, "Homeless dog? Oh, no matter what others say, he's still King Dingwu's grandson. You can say that in front of King Dingwu. Not to mention that." Li Qingfeng said with a smile, "I remember Brother Gu and Brother Lian were only 3rd and 4th place in the year-end exam before graduation. Humph, still better than you losing to an illegitimate son. Our opponents back then were the 4th Prince and Qin Feng." The two youths seemed provoked, said indignantly, "Even if your opponents were the 4th Prince and Qin Feng, you should have gotten 2nd place, right? How did you end up 3rd and 4th? Seems 1 or 2 places worse than me. Don't know where the superiority comes from." Li Qingfeng shook his head. "You." The two were so angry flames seemed to shoot from their eyes. They'd finally found a chance to belittle Li Qingfeng in front of Miss Yan, only to be insulted in return, blaming Qin Chen. The two hated to look at Qin Chen, cold light flashing in their eyes. "All right, Brother Li, Brother Gu, Brother Lian, don't squabble over trivialities. Today is the monthly treasure appraisal at Treasure Pavilion, also a gambling opportunity. You'd better think about how to identify treasures." Someone mediated. "Yes, last time Brother Gu bought a bracelet and polished it, revealing several ancient array formations engraved on it. Once reactivated, it had the effect of improving chi refining speed. Truly a huge profit." "Oh, it's just a so-so." The youth surnamed Gu said with a smile, "I just saw the bracelet was extraordinary. Spent only 10,000 silver coins to buy it. Who knew after polishing, the price increased several times. Just lucky." Outwardly indifferent, inwardly he was extremely proud. That time was his proudest moment in recent years. Now mentioned before Miss Yan, his complacency was about to peak. But on the surface, he still put on a very modest appearance. "It's not luck. Brother Ge's family manages gems and jade, with deep attainments in this field. I'm afraid few can compare with Brother Gu in jade. Brother Gu could see it, all depends on ability. Haha, Brother Lian isn't bad either. I remember Brother Lian spent 8,000 silver coins to buy a stone cup, but after cutting the stone skin, it turned out to be a dragon luminous cup. Someone offered 50,000 silver coins on the spot, yet Brother Lian wasn't willing to sell. Truly enviable." Hearing this, the youth surnamed Lian gave a proud smile, saying, The person offering 50,000 silver coins wanted to buy this young master's luminous cup. Does this young master seem like someone lacking 50,000 silver coins? This dragon luminous cup is rare. Drinking from it has a special flavor. Brother Lien is right. He looked down on you too much. Brother Lien is the young master of the White Sword sect. 50,000 silver coins mean nothing. Truly laughable. After listening to this group flatter each other, Qin Chen understood these people's origins. Gu Zhou was one of the most powerful disciples of the Gu family in Great Qi. The Gu family specialized in jade business, covering the entire kingdom. Truly wealthy and influential, with prominent status in Qi state. As for Lien Peng, he was the young master of the White Sword sect in Great Qi. The White Sword sect was one of Qi state's top sects. Naturally, his status was extraordinary. This group were pursuers of the girl Yen Ruyu. The Yen family was one of the three great families in Qi state. Yen Ruyu was equally famous as Zhao Lingshan, also one of the capital's four great beauties. Extremely charming and enchanting, she attracted many princes and young masters to pursue her. Today was the monthly gambling day at Treasure Pavilion. Hearing Yen Ruyu had also come, these influential children of the capital flocked to Treasure Pavilion's second floor like roosters with fighting blood, obviously wanting to show off before their beloved to win Yen Ruyu's favor. Gambling? Understanding the reason, Qin Chen's heart skipped a beat. So-called gambling treasures, he had seen them in the martial world. The Tianwu continent had many secret ruins buried with numerous antiquities. Some of these antiquities were just ordinary items, but some were secret treasures from ancient times. Yet after endless years, these treasures had been buried underground, covered in millennia of dust, becoming completely different from their original state. Moreover, Tianwu had an extremely vast history. Within the vast river of history, countless grand civilizations had been annihilated. This also led to many ancient and archaic treasures not being recognized by most people. Chapter 83. Sometimes, even if placed before a treasure master, one might not immediately recognize what a treasure is. This also gave rise to the gambling industry. Many people found items from historical sites, secret realms, and ruins. Instead of polishing them themselves, they took them to treasure markets to gamble. This way, the selling price wasn't low, and risk could be transferred to others. For those gambling, it was also an extremely thrilling affair. If you gambled on a treasure, its value could multiply instantly, making you rich. But if your eye was poor, you could lose everything on a few treasures. This behavior, like gambling, was full of risk yet attracted the love and obsession of countless people. Steward Liu, we can't wait any longer. When will this period's gambling begin? Yes, we've been waiting nearly an hour. I'm too impatient. A group of youths waiting anxiously urged the steward present. The steward, surnamed Liu, was the steward on the second floor of Treasure Pavilion, specifically responsible for gambling. He quickly clasped his hands. Don't worry, everyone. This time, our Treasure Pavilion spent a lot to obtain items from an ancient ruin. So the preparation time is a bit longer. Please be patient, don't be anxious. Steward Liu, are you talking about the Xingluo secret land? We came specifically after hearing the news. That's it. The group exclaimed, faces excited. The Xingluo secret land was an ancient ruin located within the 5 northwestern nations. It was said to be the site of a massive empire in ancient times. It held many dangers but also many treasures, a paradise for adventurers of the 5 northwestern nations. Many treasures had been unearthed there before, making it a very important source for gambling treasures in the 5 northwestern nations. Why, Qin Shao, are you interested in gambling? Seeing Qin Chen looking at the Huangli wooden table, Steward Su suddenly laughed. Young people were especially interested in gambling. Although not many dignitaries came to Treasure Pavilion each month, the majority were children of the capital's influential families and marquises. Though these influential children didn't have immense wealth, they sometimes spent extravagantly to compete with each other. Compared to mature family heads and powerful figures, they were more willing to splurge. Beside them, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying's eyes shone brightly. They had long heard of treasure gambling but never participated. How could they not be excited to see it today? Their gazes eagerly looked at Qin Chen. Haha, Steward Su jests. Qin is not interested in gambling. Qin Chen laughed. Actually, Qin Chen was quite interested in gambling. Otherwise, in his previous life, he wouldn't have wandered through various ruins, searching for all kinds of treasures. But he knew very well the most important aspect of gambling was the treasure's source. In a remote place like Great Qi, what kind of ruins could there be? The so-called ancient ruins likely were just small ancient cities sealed by dust. Unearthed treasures probably wouldn't be anything good. Steward Su, you'd better bring out your superior swords. Qin Chen said directly. His purpose here was to buy a sword. After purchasing, he had other matters. He wasn't in the mood to waste time here. All right. Steward Su was surprised by Qin Chen's answer. He yelled, quickly leading Qin Chen to the weapon counter on the side, taking out a long white sword. Chen Xiao, this is a second-grade frostglass sword. It was refined by Master Leng Imo, a second-grade master artificer from the artifact hall. It's forged from northern cold iron, possessing great power. You can have a look. Qin Chen took the sword, flicking it gently. Zhang! A light chime resounded across the entire second floor, a faint chill diffusing. Though thin, the cold penetrated to the bone. Zhang Ying and Lin Tian shivered involuntarily. This frost glass sword sells for 70,000 silver coins. What do you think? Steward Su said with a smile. Average. Qin Chen shook his head. Ice attribute long swords weren't very suitable for him. Anything else? Yes, of course. Steward Su didn't mind, soon taking out several second-grade swords. Compared to the first floor, the treasures on the second floor were more than twice as good. They were basically all second-grade long swords, their refinement techniques also quite skillful. It's just Qin Chen didn't seem satisfied. It wasn't that he was too picky, but his standards were too high. He could see at least 7 or 8 flaws in these weapons refined by ordinary artificers. Using such weapons felt too stifling, he might as well refine them himself. Is there no better weapon? Those long swords earlier were too ordinary. In the end, Qin Chen was speechless. He had precious time. He thought buying a weapon at Treasure Pavilion would be more convenient. Now it seemed he'd thought too much, overestimating Great Qi's weapon refining level. No? Your tone is so big. People who don't know might think you're the best in the world, coming here to select divine weapons. This kid is truly good at pretending. Even the divine weapons refined by Master Leng Imo of the Artifact Hall aren't good enough? Haha, a second-grade divine weapon costs at least tens of thousands of silver coins. This kid probably has no money, deliberately putting on airs here. Did you hear earlier? The kid said he's not interested in gambling at all. Haha, I reckon he doesn't have the money to participate. In the second-floor hall, those young men and girls were idle. Hearing Qin Chen's words, they burst into laughter. In their view, Qin Chen was overdoing it. Master Leng Mo's second-grade divine weapons are bad? Is this a joke? Suddenly, a youth seemed to think of something. Looking at Yen Ryu, he said with a smile, "This guy isn't trying to attract Miss Yen Ryu's attention, is he? By saying such things?" Upon hearing this, the people there seemed to understand. So that's it. No wonder this kid even looks down on Master Leng Mo's divine weapons. Turns out he's trying to catch Miss Yen Ryu's eye. This guy, look at his demeanor. Trying to attract Miss Yen Ryu this way, he's got it all wrong. Miss Yen Ryu isn't blind. The more high-profile someone acts to get her attention, the more she despises them. As expected, after hearing these people's words, a trace of slight contempt flashed under Yen Ryu's eyes. She looked at Qin Chen haughtily, a disdainful smile curling her lips. It was said Qin Chen was the champion of this year's Tianqing College year-end exam. But even so, using such methods to attract attention was a bit too conventional. If Qin Chen knew Yen Ryu's thoughts, he'd probably vomit blood inwardly. Chapter 84. Ignoring these people's words, Qin Chen looked at Steward Su. Of course we have better weapons in Treasure Pavilion, but those are all third-grade divine weapons, treasures among treasures. The price exceeds 300,000 silver coins. If Qin Shao wishes to see them, I can show you. So expensive? Qin Chen was taken aback. He only had 110,000 silver coins total, the reward from the year-end exam. He thought it was enough to buy a divine weapon, but now it seemed far from sufficient. Actually, Qin Chen knew very well, first-grade divine weapons were generally sufficient for human-level warriors, even many Earth-level warriors used first-grade divine weapons. Second-grade divine weapons were often used by Earth-level and Heaven-level warriors. As for third-grade divine weapons, many Heaven-level experts might not even have them. Now he was at the peak of the later human stage, buying a third-grade divine weapon was extremely difficult. What troubled him was he truly looked down on those first- and second-grade divine weapons, putting him in a dilemma. Ha ha ha, if you don't have money, you can leave Treasure Pavilion. I'm truly laughing. A human-level warrior wants to buy a third-grade divine weapon? Who does he think he is? The Qi State's crown prince? Ridiculous. Just now he still looked down on Master Ling Mo's works. Where does his courage come from? A roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. Chen Shao. Zhang Ying and Lin Tian's faces flushed with indignation. These people are too much. Forget it. Let them laugh if they want. Qin Chen waved his hand. He didn't have the energy to deal with others' ridicule, his time was truly too tight. Originally, he intended to buy a divine weapon directly. Now it seemed impossible. Qin Chen said to Steward Su, "Do you have any miraculous medicines here?" Haha, Treasure Pavilion has everything, miraculous medicines are no exception. Steward Su said with a smile, his attitude toward Qin Chen unchanged. TSK, this Qin Chen didn't buy a divine weapon, yet now he's buying miraculous medicines. Could he be an alchemist master? Guzhou mocked. Very possible. This kid doesn't even respect the divine weapons refined by Master Ling Mo. Such a genius being an alchemist is normal. Ha 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 ha. Lian Peng and the others burst into laughter, faces full of mockery. Ignoring their ridicule, Qin Chen, led by Steward Su, soon arrived at the miraculous medicine area. 1 heartless fruit. 1 tail of 1,000 gold. 3 stalks of cold Ming grass. It must be said, Treasure Pavilion wasn't boasting. The medicinal herbs were very complete. Qin Chen quickly purchased some herbs he could use, finally buying 2 bloodstones for bloodline detection. 1 heartless fruit, 1,000 silver coins. 1 tail of 1,000 gold, 2,000 silver coins. 1 cold Ming grass, 1,500 silver coins. After purchasing, Steward Su quickly settled the bill, smiling, total 38,500 silver coins. This small 500 silver will be waived by this manager. Rounding down, 38,000 silver coins. Steward Su looked at Qin Chen with a smile. Haha, Steward Su, only if this kid can produce 38,000 silver coins. It said this man was expelled by the Qin family. Now he lives with his mother in a civilian dwelling in West City, a slum. It's strange if he has money. Don't mention 38,000 silver coins, I'm afraid he can't even produce 3,800. If I were Treasure Pavilion's manager, encountering such an entertaining customer, I'd have thrown him directly onto the street. Guzhou and Lian Peng said with smiles, their laughter filled with sarcasm. Qin Chen was expelled from the Qin family. If Qin Chen had money, he wouldn't be living with his mother in West City. What was West City? The slums. A house there only cost a few thousand silver coins. People living there could take out over 30,000 silver coins at once to buy medicinal herbs. Unbelievable. If Qin Chen can produce 38,000 silver coins, I'll eat this Huangli wooden table. To prove his judgment, Guzhou made a bet. But before his voice fell, his eyes suddenly widened, his voice abruptly halting like a choked old duck. Qin Chen waved his right hand, a faint light flashed. Several silver notes appeared in his hand, handed to Steward Su. Here are 38,000 silver notes. Please check them, Steward Su. Storage ring. Everyone present was shocked. This was a treasure worth at least 100,000 silver coins, even many heaven-level martial artists might not have one. This kid had a storage ring. Everyone was secretly flustered. After checking the silver notes in hand, Steward Su relaxed. His old face suddenly bloomed like a chrysanthemum, grinning. Correct, 38,000, not a penny less. On the side, Guzhou's face was as ugly as if he'd eaten a dead mouse. Nima, he'd just said if Qin Chen could produce 38,000 silver coins, he'd eat the Huangli wooden table. Who knew before his words finished, Qin Chen directly took out 38,000 silver coins, even quietly revealing a storage ring. This was a treasure they didn't have. His face stung as if slapped, swollen beyond recognition. He wished there were a crack in the ground to crawl into. Wasn't Qin Chen expelled from the Qin family? Moreover, living in West City, where did he get the silver notes? Could it be he obtained them through fraud and deceit? Suddenly, someone in the crowd voiced doubt. As soon as these words were spoken, Guzhou and the others' eyes lit up, suddenly awakening. Yes! That must be it. There was no other explanation. I said, how could this kid get silver notes? Turns out he obtained them through fraud. Indeed. Only scum would do such despicable things. TSK, young people should be poor yet have backbone. Doing bad deeds for some money is a disgrace to our generation of martial artists. Guzhou and several others changed their tone, immediately beginning to sneer. In the crowd, Li Qingfeng looked at Guzhou and Lian Peng like they were idiots. These fools, when looking down on others, don't they pay any attention to their news? Qin Chen truly was poor, but yesterday, after Tianjin College's year-end exam, he had just received a storage ring and a reward of 100,000 silver coins. Don't these guys investigate at all? Still they're mocking others. A bunch of idiots. Li Qingfeng couldn't help but step back. Standing with these idiots lowered his own standing. By the way, I seemed to hear someone say that as long as I could produce the silver coins, they'd eat the Huangli wooden table. I wonder if I misheard. Putting away the miraculous medicines, Qin Chen suddenly seemed to recall something, speaking doubtfully in the second-floor hall. As soon as he said this, everyone looked strangely at Guzhou. Facing everyone's gaze, Guzhou's face immediately changed. Chapter 85. I'll be damned. Is this kid doing it on purpose? Truly a pot that can't be opened without being tipped. Guzhou nearly cursed aloud in his heart. However, he managed to restrain himself, putting on a calm expression as if it weren't him who'd said it. He even asked doubtfully, "Why are you all looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" Shameless. Truly shameless. People admired Guzhou's psychological fortitude. Under so many gazes, he could still pretend nothing happened. This skin alone was thicker than city walls. Was it not you who said it? I seemed to hear it just now. Was it from your honorable mouth? Qin Chen asked doubtfully. Chen Xiao, it was him. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying also called out one after another. Was it me? Guzhou looked around in disbelief, shaking his head. I don't know whose ears you heard it from. Anyway, I didn't say it. Wasn't it you? Of course not. Guzhou said righteously. I, Guzhou, am open and above board. What kind of person would say something and not own up to it? Who'd believe that? The corners of people's mouths twitched. This mouth telling lies, Guzhou was truly a master. Under everyone's gaze, even Yen Ruyu's eyes, Guzhou felt very depressed, wanting to slap his own mouth. Let your mouth be cheap, saying such things. But at this moment, he couldn't admit it. Oh, not you? That's fine. Qin Chen nodded, seemingly believing him. I think you look like a handsome man, not the kind of animal who says something and doesn't own up, whose words are less credible than pigs and dogs, whose sons would have no anus. Don't you think so? Your son has no anus. Your whole family has no anuses. Gu Zhou cursed inwardly, so angry his hair stood on end. He wanted to tear Qin Chen apart on the spot. But now, he could only swallow the humiliation, his expression strange, bitter as if constipated. Yes, you're right. Saying this, Gu Zhou almost cried. Let your mouth be cheap. Let your mouth be cheap. People looked at Gu Zhou's pained expression, inwardly speechless. Making Gu Zhou curse himself, this Qin Chen was just too vicious. Fortunately, it wasn't them who'd said it. Ladies and gentlemen, the monthly gambling meeting of our Treasure Pavilion is about to begin. At this moment, Treasure Pavilion's steward Lu suddenly announced loudly. People's attention shifted over. Seeing Steward Lu clap his hands, a group of beautiful women in gauze skirts emerged from behind the second floor. Each beauty held a tray filled with numerous ancient, simple objects. They were aged, old, mottled with stone skin, covered in moss. Over 100 pieces. The beautiful attendants of Treasure Pavilion took several trips to place all these artifacts on the Huangli wooden table. The table, tens of meters long, was filled with all kinds of strange, simple artifacts. Whoosh! Originally scattered across the second floor of Treasure Pavilion, many powerful and wealthy people scrambled to gather before the Huangli wooden table. Their eyes shone, excited. Their hands constantly caressed the artifacts, as if touching the smooth skin of naked women, extremely gentle. Qin Chen was stunned. They were just artifacts excavated from ruins. Did these people need to be so excited? Zhang Ying, Lin Tian, let's go. Qin Chen shook his head, about to ask Zhang Ying and Lin Tian to leave. Turning his head, he saw the two, their eyes shining, staring at the Huangli wooden table surrounded by people like hungry wolves. Chen Xiao, shall we go take a look? Yes, gambling. It's the first time I've seen it. I heard you can become rich overnight. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying said excitedly, their hearts already flying to the gambling table. This. Alright, I'll watch with you two for a while. Seeing their demeanor, Qin Chen was speechless inwardly. But he could understand their feelings. Young people seeing such things were always curious. Oh yeah. Chen Xiao, you're the best. Zhang Ying and Lin Tian cheered, rushing forward. Shaking his head, Qin Chen came to the gambling table. The long gambling table was covered with artifacts. Some shapes were very obvious, recognizable as sword-shaped, saber-shaped, or medicine bottles, etc., while others were still very rough, hidden under fossilized rock. Ladies and gentlemen, these treasures are from a ruin in the Xingluo secret land, very ancient, not fully excavated. Therefore, the price of these artifacts before you is much higher than usual. Treasure Pavilion steward Lu stood amidst the crowd, speaking aloud, we have marked the price on each item. You can refer to it. If you have a favorite, you can purchase directly. According to demand, you may choose to unveil the treasure on site. Sure enough, there was a small sign beside each artifact, marking the price, ranging from several hundred silver coins to tens of thousands. The one with the highest price was worth 100,000 silver coins. Chen Xiao, the prices here aren't very high. I see some are only a few hundred silver coins. How about we buy one to try? Maybe we'll unveil a treasure and strike it rich. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying rubbed their palms, eager to try. Look at your virtues. Do you think you can unveil treasures? Gu Zhou had lost face earlier, hating Qin Chen. Hearing this, he immediately mocked. Humph, it depends on luck. Maybe our luck is better than yours. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying retorted angrily. Ha, rely on luck. Oh, hey, I'm so amused. These two idiots want to gamble. Gu Zhou laughed until his stomach hurt, bending over, nearly rolling on the ground. Everyone else laughed too. Isn't that right? Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were puzzled. Haha, of course not. Let me tell you. Gu Zhou said, gambling on treasures depends on sharp eyesight, rich knowledge, and understanding of history. Of course, more depends on cultivation. If it were just luck, who would gamble? If you have the energy, you might as well wait on the road to pick up money. Gu Zhou's words immediately won people's approval. Gambling wasn't a simple matter, it was technical work. A treasure shop like Treasure Pavilion, didn't they have treasure masters? This was obviously impossible. Valuable treasures unearthed from ruins could be identified at a glance, they must have been taken by the treasure shop themselves first. In other words, the artifacts before them were actually leftovers from Treasure Pavilion's treasure masters. Chapter 86. Therefore, among these artifacts, the probability of finding treasure was extremely low. Of course, it didn't mean the probability was zero. Being able to pick out real treasures from artifacts, even the treasure house's experts couldn't identify truly tested one's comprehensive abilities. Just think about it, you could see how difficult it was. But if you only relied on luck to gamble on treasures, it was basically uneconomical. I've been practicing treasure identification for many years and have seen many treasures before daring to come to Treasure Pavilion for a little try. These guys wanting to gamble on treasure just like that? Being a gambler is so easy. Gu Zhou said haughtily, with a show-off expression. Brother Gu, don't waste your wisdom on these guys. I know those two. One's Zhang Ying, the other Lin Tian. Their families are minor families in the Qi state. Compared with Brother Gu, they're 1,000 miles away. What family background does Brother Gu have? He's from the number 1 Jade family in Great Qi. Can ordinary people compare with him in vision and insight? Tarnishing his own status. A group of young men and girls laughed one after another, many flattering Gu Zhou. The Gu family was one of the most powerful families in the Qi state. If a minor aristocratic family could connect with the Gu family, it would be like. Haha, are there any artifacts you wish to select? Seeing this scene, Steward Lu smiled, breaking the tension. Shall Brother Gu go first? Yes, let Mr. Gu give us a lesson. The crowd clamored. Alright, I'll show you how to identify treasures. Gu Zhou said, stepping to the Huangli wooden table. He glanced slightly at Yan Ruyu beside him, then looked down at the artifacts on the table. These artifacts looked roughly similar, covered in rock skin and moss, very ancient, with no discernible aura. Gu Zhou picked left and right, soon stopping before a fist-sized artifact. He squinted at it for a long time, finally nodding, this one. Young guest, this item is priced at 10,000 silver coins. Are you certain? Beside him, a Treasure Pavilion staff member confirmed. 10,000 silver coins wasn't a small price, confirmation was necessary. Just 10,000 silver coins? Cheap. That's it. Gu Zhou showed off, taking out a 10,000 tael silver note, speaking flippantly. Good. Young guest, do you wish to unveil the treasure on site? Need you ask? Of course. Gu Zhou seemed confident in his chosen artifact, answering without hesitation. Under public scrutiny, the staff handed the artifact to Treasure Pavilion's unveiling master. Whoosh! All the people around the Huangli wooden table immediately crowded around the unveiling master. This unveiling master was an old man in his 60s, working at Treasure Pavilion for over 10 years, his technique extremely steady. They saw him pick up a knife, swiftly moving it up and down. Click! The crisp sound of stone skin falling echoed. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the object in the old man's hands. As pieces of stone skin kept flaking off, the fossil gradually revealed a trace of light color. There's something. There's something. Exclamations rose from the crowd. With the stone skin falling, a jade bead the size of a longan appeared before everyone. The entire jade bead, about longan-sized, was emerald green with patterns. Buried underground for countless years, it remained bright, undamaged. What treasure is this? The crowd couldn't sense it, but they knew it was a marvelous treasure. Even Gu Zhou, specializing in jade business, was somewhat doubtful now. Because even he couldn't discern the jade bead's origin. Quick, let Treasure Pavilion's Master Yang identify it. Yes, let Master Yang identify it. Master Yang was Treasure Pavilion's most famous treasure expert. Whatever he held in hand, there was nothing he couldn't identify its effect. He was very famous in the capital. No need to mention, Steward Liu had already invited Master Yang. Master Yang was an old man with gray hair and beard. He took the jade bead, carefully observed it, and infused a trace of true qi to test. Congratulations, young Master Gu. Though this jade bead isn't a true treasure, it's rare enchanting jade. Wearing it not only nourishes the body but also moistens a warrior's spirit, eliminating fatigue. Its value is no less than ordinary second-grade divine weapons. Master Yang said with a smile, returning the jade bead to Guzhou's hands. Enchanting jade? Guzhou's eyes brightened. He'd heard of this precious jade, originating from deep within the earth. I wonder how much this enchanting jade bead is worth. Guzhou couldn't help asking. Master Yang pondered a moment, saying, if I were to appraise it, about 50,000 silver coins. Hiss. 10,000 to 50,000, 5 times the return. Brother Ge's family truly are jade merchants. What a sharp eye. The crowd was in an uproar, excited. I wonder if young Master Gu wishes to sell this enchanting jade. I'm willing to offer 50,000 silver coins to buy it from you. A well-to-do merchant with a large belly pushed forward. Ha, is this young master the kind lacking 50,000 silver coins? Guzhou gave the rich merchant a look, then turned his gaze to Yan Ruyu, revealing a dashing smile. He said leisurely, beautiful jade naturally needs a beautiful woman to set off its value. Therefore, I wish to give this jade bead to Miss Yan Ruyu, hoping Miss Yan will accept my sincerity. Give it to Yan Ruyu. Lian Peng and the others' expressions changed. Guzhou was so generous. 50,000 silver coins wasn't a small amount. Moreover, Guzhou wasn't just giving 50,000 silver coins but an enchanting jade inherited from ancient times. I truly like this jade bead very much. Thank you, young Master Gu, in advance. Yan Ruyu smiled, as if 100 flowers bloomed, beautiful and moving, making the entire hall bright. Haha, where? Being able to give beautiful jade to Miss Yan is this young master's blessing. Guzhou's eyes brightened, laughing heartily. Before, to pursue Yan Ruyu, he'd given her many things, but she hadn't accepted them. Now she'd even accepted his enchanting jade, making Guzhou's heart excited beyond measure. Nothing was more thrilling than winning beauty's favor with jade. Chapter 87. It's enchanting jade? Seeing this scene in the crowd, Qin Chen was also stunned, immediately shaking his head. To be honest, Guzhou was truly lucky. Qin Chen didn't fully understand the enchanting jade's origins, but it indeed had the effects Master Yang mentioned. Among them, the spirit-moistening effect was very suitable for those who needed to consume mental energy, like alchemists and artifact refiners. If good enchanting jade appeared in the martial world, it would definitely cause a sensation. Especially enchanting jade engraved with arrays had effects unimaginable by other precious jades. However, there were some issues with this jade bead. It was far from comparable to the real thing. Young Master Lian, would you like to choose one? At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke. That's right. Let young Master Lian choose one. Young Master Lian is the young master of the White Sword sect. He must have a sharp eye. Maybe he can pick out some treasures. The crowd clamored. Especially a few high-stakes individuals encouraged even more vigorously. Actually, their idea was simple. They wanted Lian Peng and Guzhou to test the waters. The purpose was to see if there were treasures among these artifacts. If treasures emerged one after another, it showed these artifacts truly had extraordinary origins. They'd naturally step forward. If they couldn't unveil treasures several times consecutively, they wouldn't act. Let me take a look. Seeing Guzhou had won Yan Ruyu's favor, Lian Peng's face turned ashen. He snorted coldly, stepping to the Huangli wooden table. He looked back and forth several times, finally selecting an artifact the size of a human head. This one. It was priced at 20,000 silver coins, twice as expensive as Guzhou's earlier choice. The unveiling master beside him took the payment, then unveiled the treasure under public scrutiny. After polishing, a strange kettle-like object appeared before everyone. The kettle's shape was very peculiar. The material wasn't metal, iron, or stone, yet it clanged when knocked. Many retro inscriptions were engraved on it, carrying a heavy sense of history. What treasure is this? It's not a kettle, is it? Impossible. Look at the inscriptions, very strange. They're array talismans. Have you ever seen array talismans engraved on a kettle? Is it a true treasure? Everyone was talking, staring curiously. These patterns. Qin Chen frowned, revealing doubt. The lines on it were very complex and strange, forming a peculiar array pattern. Even Qin Chen couldn't understand it immediately. This should be a style from before the Dark Age. How could the 5 northwestern nations have ruins from before the Dark Age? Qin Chen was shocked. The Dark Age referred to an era tens of thousands of years ago in Tianwu. It was said that before the Dark Age, the entire Tianwu continent had numerous experts. There were even those surpassing the emperor level. But back then, somehow, heaven and earth seemed to change. A large number of masters fell, and the entire Tianwu continent's landscape drastically changed. From then on, Holy Land-level powerhouses rarely appeared in the Tianwu continent, until they completely disappeared. This period of history in Tianwu's annals was called the Dark History, always the truth historians wanted to uncover. However, historical records about the Dark Age and before were extremely scarce, seemingly erased from existence. Many historians could only glean a few fragments from post-Dark Age records. Let me see. Master Yang took the kettle, studying it carefully. Everyone looked on expectantly. It should be a true treasure from ancient times, but the array talisman within has been damaged over time. However, due to its special material, it also possesses certain historical value. Judging by the array patterns on it, it's at least a genuine third-grade or higher treasure. Moreover, the array patterns on it hold high reference value for array masters and artifact refiners. Therefore, selling it for 70,000 silver coins at an auction shouldn't be a problem. Finally, Master Yang gave an appraisal. Hiss! Immediately, they drew cold breaths. 20,000 rose to 70,000, more than triple the price. For a moment, people looked at the remaining artifacts on the Huangli wooden table with hot eyes. Hearing Master Yang's words, Lian Peng was elated, saying, "Only thought this artifact was extraordinary, never expected it to be a true third-grade or higher treasure. Miss Yan, I heard you have considerable attainments in arrays. I'd like to offer this treasure to you. If it can give Miss Yan some inspiration in arrays, this treasure will have value." "Thank you, young Master Lian." Yan Ryu smiled, accepting the kettle. Everyone knew the Yan family was the #1 array family in the Qi state. The kettle truly held value for the Yan family. Young Master Lian has sharp eyes. Amazing, making 50 or 60,000 silver coins in one go. What's more, young Master Lian offered a true treasure. It's 70 or 80,000 silver coins. Even a small family going bankrupt couldn't afford it. It's just a small family. The White Sword sect is one of the top sects in the Qi state. As young Master Lian, tens of thousands of silver coins are nothing. Hearing these words, Lian Peng was very proud. Qin Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. He looked at the kettle carefully for a long time, suddenly recalling something he'd seen before, his face showing a strange expression. This thing, could it be that? Cough! At this moment, Master Yang suddenly coughed. Everyone quieted, ready to listen to Master Yang. It's worth less than 70,000 silver coins. Isn't it just a broken chamber pot? Beside them, Zhang Ying heard the crowd's flattery and couldn't help but say. His voice wasn't loud, but he said it just as Master Yang coughed. When the entire hall fell silent, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes schwa, all fell on Zhang Ying. What? What did this kid say? Chamber pot? Are you kidding? Do you know the value of antiques? Moreover, it's a treasure personally appraised by Master Yang. With Master Yang's qualifications, it's impossible to talk nonsense. Zhang Ying's face turned white, knowing he'd caused trouble. He just wanted to speak quietly to Qin Chen. who'd have expected Master Yang to suddenly cough? The old man didn't cough earlier or later, but at this moment, immediately making him the target of public criticism. Cough, everyone, I didn't mean that. I mean, it looks like a chamber pot, yet it's worth 70,000 silver coins. Truly, gambling can make you rich. It was fine if Zhang Ying didn't explain. With this explanation, Yen Ryu, holding the kettle, looked extremely awkward, her face turning ashen. Chapter 88. Where are these paupers from? They can't afford to gamble, and yet they dare to speak out here. Yen Ryu frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Exactly, Master Yang. Allowing such people into the Jubao Pavilion disturbs our enjoyment. Even the leader of the minor sect snorted with a look of displeasure. It was outrageous to claim that the item he presented was a urinal. Master Yang frowned, looked at Steward Su beside Qin Chen, and said coldly, Su Zheng, who are they? If they aren't here to gamble, who allowed you to bring them in? Steward Su broke into a cold sweat and hurried forward. Master Yang, these three are young Master Chen and his friends. They are guests of our Jubao Pavilion, having just made purchases here. Young Master Chen is the grandson of the Dingwu Prince and the champion of this year's Tianqing Academy final examination. Since we open our doors for business, every guest is welcome. We have no reason to drive customers away. Steward Su's words clarified both Qin Chen's identity and the reason for their presence. After all, his status was far beneath Master Yang's. If the other party became angry, he could be dismissed in an instant. Although the Jubao Pavilion welcomes guests in business, not everyone is welcome. Some people are entirely unwelcome. Master Yang snorted coldly. He was furious. The prices he had quoted earlier were indeed exaggerated. After all, this was his gambling den. If he didn't exaggerate, who would come? Who would spend money to gamble in his treasure house? Now, a treasure that even Master Lien had gambled on was being called a urinal. If he didn't assert his authority, how could the Jubao Pavilion continue its business? How could it maintain its standing in the capital? Do you hear that? Master Yang says you are unwelcome. Steward Su, are you going to drive these brats out of the Jubao Pavilion? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Can you comprehend the treasures excavated from the sacred Luo ruins? Nonsense. Many young men and women, including some wealthy adults, immediately began to mock, seeing them as enemies. How dare they question Master Yang's appraisal? They should know their place. What kind of person is Master Yang? Would he speak falsely? This. Hearing the public criticism, Steward Su looked at Master Yang and Qin Chen, feeling deeply embarrassed and caught in a dilemma. Su Zheng, why haven't you driven these people out yet? Master Yang snorted again. Young Master Chen, I misspoke. Zhang Ying's face was pale as she spoke with trepidation. Should we leave first? Lin Tian also said nervously. Even their fathers likely wouldn't dare to stay if they offended the master of the treasure house. Since the Jubao Pavilion doesn't welcome us, we shall leave. However, you were not wrong earlier. That pot is indeed a urinal. Unfortunately, some people seek fame and mistake it for a real treasure. It's truly laughable. Qin Chen chuckled. Since they were unwelcome, he wouldn't linger. He turned to leave with Lin Tian and Zhang Ying. Halt! How dare you claim that the genuine treasure I appraised is a urinal? If you don't clarify this today, don't think about leaving my treasure house. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure spread out, bearing down like a mountain upon Qin Chen and his two companions. Boom! Zhang Ying and Lin Tian's legs went weak. Under the impact of this pressure, they nearly collapsed, their faces pale. If Qin Chen hadn't supported them, they would have fallen to the ground. Even so, the backs of their robes were soaked with cold sweat. Boy, say that again. Master Yang's eyes widened in rage, like a furious lion. His gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing toward Qin Chen. Why? Can't I speak the truth? A urinal is a urinal. No matter how you gild it, it can't become a real treasure. Qin Chen turned and looked directly into Master Yang's eyes. Under the pressure of his aura, he showed no fear, standing tall and composed. What? My God, Qin Chen is insane. How dare he speak to Master Yang like that? Hearing Qin Chen's words, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar, staring at Qin Chen in disbelief. Earlier, Zhang Ying might have misspoken, but now Qin Chen clearly and explicitly stated that what Master Yang had appraised was a urinal. Urinal, your ass. This is Master Yang, the leading appraisal master in the capital and the presiding elder of the Jubao Pavilion. How dare you say the genuine treasure he identified as a urinal? Do you have a death wish? The crowd looked at Qin Chen as if he were already dead. What did you say? Master Yang clearly hadn't expected Qin Chen to repeat it. In his fury, he stepped forward, unleashing an even more terrifying pressure. Are you angry because I said it? You want to intimidate me? If you have the guts, go ahead and try. I, Qin Chen, am not one to back down. If you want to deceive people, don't pretend in front of me. Qin Chen said disdainfully. An ordinary urinal was being touted as a rare treasure. Zhang Ying pointed it out, and yet they were still furious. He had no idea where their audacity came from. Audacious. Master Yang was livid, his face dark and his eyes sinister. He almost wanted to kill. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress his rage. I have seen countless treasures in my lifetime and appraised innumerable artifacts. I am widely learned. You, a mere brat, dare to question me, Yang? Humph, you haven't asked around the capital. When have I ever deceived anyone? If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I will not let this matter rest. Exactly, with Master Yang's reputation, how could he deceive anyone? Look at the array patterns on this artifact. Its form is clearly that of an ancient treasure, only damaged over time. If someone could repair the array patterns, perhaps an ancient treasure could be restored. This is only because Master Yang is good-tempered. If it were me, having the ancient treasure I appraised called a urinal, I'd kill him on the spot. Guzhou, Lianpeng, and the others were enraged, as if personally insulted. Are you the leading expert in the Great Qi Kingdom? I also rank highly in the Tianwu continent. Qin Chen was speechless. What treasures could a minor expert from the Qi Kingdom possibly recognize? It seemed he thought he knew all the treasures under heaven. When it came to ancient treasures, even Qin Chen himself wouldn't claim to understand them fully. Boy, considering your youth and ignorance of the world's vastness, I am not inclined to pursue this severely. Master Yang glared coldly at Qin Chen and said, Today, you have come to sabotage my Jubao Pavilion and tarnish my reputation. I do not wish to take action against you. As long as you kneel publicly and apologize to me, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, regardless of your status, you will not leave my Jubao Pavilion safely. Chapter 89. Whoosh! On the second floor of the entire Jubao Pavilion, many guards quickly came up. Each of them looked at Qin Chen and his companions with predatory eyes, as if ready to kill. At the same time, more and more guests were drawn to the second floor. Upon hearing about the situation, each looked at Qin Chen in astonishment. Qin Chen, who had just won the championship in the Tianqing Academy year-end exam yesterday, was causing trouble at the Jubao Pavilion. As soon as the news spread, everyone was in an uproar. This was going to be a major incident. So you intend to force our hand? Qin Chen's expression darkened. Humph, today's incident is clear for all to see. You slandered me first. Do you think you can just leave? My Jubao Pavilion has operated in the Qi Kingdom for hundreds of years, built on reputation and integrity. How can I allow you to slander me wantonly? Slander? Qin Chen shook his head. I am merely stating a fact. What function does this kettle serve? There's no need for argument between you and me. We only need to repair the array patterns on it to know the result. Why waste further time here? Repair the array patterns? Master Yang sneered disdainfully. This is a genuine treasure from at least 10,000 years ago. The structure of its array patterns is vastly different from today's array path systems. Not to mention the Qi kingdom, even across the 5 northwestern kingdoms, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to repair these array patterns in a short time. By making this proposal, you reveal a guilty conscience, trying to use reckless means to muddle through. Do you think it's that easy? At this point, Master Yang cupped his hands toward the crowd and said, "There must be many here who understand arrays. Please take a look at this ancient treasure and see if these array patterns are indeed ancient. It doesn't matter if I am vilified by this lad, but I cannot bear having my business slandered. Let me see. Hiss, these are truly ancient array patterns. Looking at the lines and strokes, they are quite different from modern array paths. Even in the recorded history of the continent, there has never been such an array system. It must be from at least 10,000 years ago. This is an artifact excavated from the sacred Luo ruins. Moreover, it has a history of 10,000 years. It is very likely a damaged ancient treasure. To call this kettle a urinal is going too far. All those present were influential figures of the capital. Many, while not masters of array patterns, had some understanding. They pointed out one after another. Master Yang is right. From my observation, the array patterns on this vessel are of a very high grade. If they are at least 3rd grade or above, it cannot be something as filthy as a urinal. His nonsense and slander are punishable offenses. Yen Ryu carefully observed the kettle in her hand for a moment before also speaking coldly. Her voice was clear and crisp, echoing through the second-floor hall, instantly reaching everyone's ears and drawing a wave of agreement. The Yen family is the foremost array path family in Qi. It is said that Miss Yen Ryu also possesses astonishing talent in the field of array paths. At only 18, she is already a first-grade array master and is likely to inherit the Yen family's legacy in the future. She cannot be wrong in saying this. Array patterns above the 3rd grade mean the object is at least a 3rd-grade genuine treasure. Hiss, even if these ancient treasures are damaged, they would be worth at least tens of thousands of silver coins if taken to auction. It is said that in ancient times, there were many genuine treasures in the form of pots and jars. Historical records mention items like the heaven-swallowing divine pot, the emperor-slaying pot, and the tripure breath pot. Could this pot be such a treasure? Hiss, if so, it cannot be bought for hundreds of millions of silver coins. It would be priceless. The crowd was in an uproar, buzzing with excitement. In modern history, pot-like treasures are rare, but it is said that in ancient times, many weapon refiners enjoyed forging and refining pots. The most famous is the emperor-slaying pot. It is said that with a gentle activation, the emperor-slaying pot could behead a powerful expert from thousands of miles away, possessing unpredictable divine power. Those who come to the Jubao Pavilion to gamble on treasures are all hoping to chance upon an ancient treasure. Now, considering this possibility, they were almost at the peak of excitement. Everyone's eyes gleamed with fervor. Even Lian Peng, who had produced the kettle, felt a faint regret at this moment. He should not have been so reckless in presenting the treasure. If this item truly were a wondrous treasure like the emperor-slaying pot, he would deeply regret it. Hearing the public's comments, Qin Chen couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Are these guys idiots? What kind of treasure is the emperor-slaying pot? It is said to have been a holy-grade treasure of Emperor Changtian in ancient times. To suspect this broken pot of being the emperor-slaying pot, Qin Chen was speechless. These people are so imaginative in their wishful thinking. Qin Chen, you might as well admit your mistake to the master. Yes, there is no shame in a young man admitting his error. Turning back from a misguided path is the right way. Master, forgive his ignorance. There were well-intentioned dissuasions, but also sarcastic remarks, waiting to see the excitement and the joke. Hey, kid, since you say the artifact chosen by young Master Lian is a urinal, prove it to everyone. If you can't prove it, you should kneel down and apologize, kowtow to Master Yang, young Master Lian, and Miss Yen to admit your mistake. Don't linger here wasting everyone's time. Beside Lian Peng, a young man suddenly spoke with a cold smirk. That's right. Since you claim the treasure I identified is worthless and a urinal, then prove it. But if you can't prove it and refuse to kneel and admit your mistake, don't blame me for being rude. Master Yang's eyes shot out a cold gleam. Now that so many people had confirmed Qin Chen's slander, even if he taught Qin Chen a lesson, Chu Weichen and others from Tianqing Academy would have nothing to say. Yes, prove it to everyone. If you have no evidence, don't talk nonsense and slander the master. Many in the crowd sneered. Fine, I'll prove it. Qin Chen sneered. Did the other side think he couldn't prove it? Okay, if you can't prove it, then we'll. Master Yang's mouth curled into a sneer, feeling smug. Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, he nearly bit his tongue. His eyes widened as he said, "You really intend to prove it? Are you afraid? Afraid? Of you? Fine, since you want to prove it, I'll give you a chance." Master Yang suppressed his anger and said, "Miss Yen Ryu, please give him this treasure. Let's see how he proves it." Yen Ryu frowned beautifully, looked at Qin Chen with disgust in her eyes, handed over the kettle, and snorted coldly, "This is an ancient treasure. Do not damage it." Her demeanor truly treated it as a treasure. A strange expression appeared on Qin Chen's face as he said, "I hope you will still think so later." "What do you mean?" Yen Ryu snorted coldly. Qin Chen did not answer, simply took the kettle, and then announced loudly, "Who has an array pattern pen? Lend it to me." Chapter 90. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their faces showing strange expressions. Was this kid really going to repair the array pattern? Was he joking? This was an ancient array. Very few in the entire Qi kingdom could understand it, let alone repair it. He must be bluffing. "Humph, kid, I have one here. If you can't prove your point later, we'll see how I deal with you." Tossing over an array pattern pen, Lian Peng rubbed his hands, looking ready for action. Ignoring Lian Peng's ridicule, Qin Chen took the array pattern pen, observed it carefully for a moment, then moved his right hand like a phantom. With a few quick strokes on the surface of the kettle, he threw the array pattern pen back to Lian Peng. "Why are you returning the pen? Are you going back on your word? I knew you don't know anything about arrays. You're just talking nonsense here." Lian Peng was stunned and immediately sneered. "Regret your sister, I've already repaired it." "What? It's done." Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "You just touched the surface with the array pen a few times and it's repaired? Was this kid crazy? If you don't believe it, try it yourself." Qin Chen threw the kettle back to Lian Peng. "Try? Let's see how I expose you, you fraud." Lian Peng sneered, not believing Qin Chen could restore this ancient treasure with just a few strokes of the array pen. Randomly channeling some true qi into the kettle, Lian Peng sneered, "You see, it's not repaired at all. It's lit up. It's glowing. Has it really been fixed?" Before Lian Peng's voice faded, a sudden clamor erupted around him. Looking down, he saw that under his own urging, the array patterns on the surface of the kettle suddenly emitted a dim glow. Shocked, Lian Peng was so startled his eyes almost popped out. It was really repaired. How did this kid do it? Lian Peng was dumbfounded. Master Yang was stunned. Yen Ryu was bewildered. Everyone was shocked. Instantly, the noise of discussion soared, almost lifting the roof off the Jubao pavilion. "What else do you have to say?" Qin Chen shook his head. "Humph, it's just a fluke that you restored the pattern. What's so great about that? It doesn't prove that what I'm holding is what you call a urinal." Lian Peng retorted angrily. "That's right." Everyone nodded. So far, apart from the glowing array patterns, the entire vessel showed no special features in Lian Peng's hands. It couldn't explain the object's purpose. Qin Chen didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the side table, picked up a teacup used by the Jubao pavilion to serve guests, and suddenly splashed its contents toward Lian Peng. "What are you trying to do? Attempted murder?" Lian Peng was startled and about to dodge when a magical scene occurred. The mouth of the kettle in Lian Peng's hand suddenly produced a suction force, drawing all the tea in midair into the kettle. Qin Chen poured several more cups. Any water within 2 meters of the pot was instantly sucked in, like a dragon drawing water, flowing smoothly. "You've all seen it. Do I need to explain further? Qin Chen said. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This. Could it really be a urinal? Even Lian Peng looked disgusted. No. Suddenly, Lian Peng seemed to think of something and said excitedly, being able to absorb things means the pot in my hand could very well be a spatial treasure. It is said that in ancient times, there was a type of spatial treasure called a heaven and earth pouch that could absorb all kinds of things. The kettle in my hand is likely that kind of treasure. Whoosh! There was an uproar. This wasn't impossible. If the kettle in Lian Peng's hand was truly a spatial treasure like a heaven and earth pouch, its value would be immense. After all, in the Qi kingdom, even the smallest storage ring was worth over 100,000 silver coins and was still scarce on the market. How much would a spatial kettle of this size be worth? It was probably immeasurable. Pfft! A laugh escaped. It was Qin Chen. What are you laughing at? Lian Peng said angrily. Try it. Can the kettle absorb anything other than water? Lian Peng was stunned. He tried right there in front of everyone, and his face grew increasingly ugly. Sure enough, as Qin Chen said, apart from the tea, the suction produced by the kettle was ineffective against anything else. Even if it's not a heaven and earth pouch, it's not necessarily a urinal. It might be a treasure like a wine jug with spatial properties. Lian Peng muttered to himself. People nodded. This was possible. If it could only absorb water, it might also be a kind of wine jug. A strange expression appeared on Qin Chen's face. Then try activating the array in reverse. Reverse activation. Lian Peng was taken aback. What difference does it make? Subconsciously, he channeled his energy in the opposite direction. The next moment. Pfft! A stream of yellow water gushed from the mouth of the pot. Caught off guard, Lian Peng was immediately drenched from head to toe. Ah, it stinks! Why does the water smell so bad? Ugh! A foul stench spread across the second floor of the Jubao Pavilion. Everyone couldn't help but cover their noses and vomit. The most tragic was Lian Peng, drenched by the stinky water. He immediately emitted a terrible odor, bent over, and vomited incessantly, nearly going mad. Young Master Chen. Both Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were dumbfounded. How could this happen? In ancient times, this kettle was a urinal. Countless people have peed in it. The space inside is very sealed under the blessing of the array, so even after tens of thousands of years, the stench inside hasn't dissipated. Just now, it absorbed so much tea and mixed with the odor, so what sprayed out naturally was urine. Qin Chen waved his hand innocently. Lian Peng has struck it rich. He actually got to taste the urine of ancients from tens of thousands of years ago. This is a cultural relic, extremely valuable. Ugh! The crowd turned green, vomiting even more. Lian Peng's face was ashen, his whole body trembling. He even vomited bile. After a while, a clerk from the Jubao Pavilion carried over a bucket. Lian Peng jumped in and washed for a long time, but a foul smell still lingered. That disgusting stench, like maggots in the bones, wouldn't go away. Ah, I'll kill you! Leaping out of the bucket, Lian Peng charged furiously at Qin Chen. Qin Chen remained calm. Spotting Lian Peng's weakness, he suddenly kicked him in the chest, sending him flying out to lie on the ground like a dead fish. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng was shocked. Lian Peng was a powerhouse at the peak of the mid-stage Earth realm. Even though he hadn't used his full strength in his rage, he shouldn't have been kicked away so easily by Qin Chen. Had this kid's cultivation improved overnight? Chapter 91. Oh, by the way, Miss Yen, I borrowed this urinal from you earlier. Now I'm returning it. Qin Chen stomped his foot, releasing a surge of true qi from the ground that sent the urinal flying toward Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu's face changed drastically as she quickly dodged aside, letting the object fall to the ground as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Didn't Miss Yen warn me not to damage your precious treasure? Why won't you take it now? If it breaks, it's not my responsibility. You. Yan Ryu was so angry she quickly took out a handkerchief, frantically wiping her hands. The thought that she had been holding a urinal earlier made her wish she could find a hole to crawl into. Well now, Master, what do you have to say? Are you truly a fraud? Qin Chen looked at Master Yang. Is this how the Jubao Pavilion conducts business? At this moment, Master Yang's face alternated between white and green, unsure of what to say. Humph, there are countless treasures in this world, no one can know them all. You merely got lucky, having seen an introduction to this thing somewhere, and chanced upon recognizing it. Don't get cocky. At the very least, the spirit-attracting jade that young Master Good just selected is of genuine value. Master Yang snorted coldly, speaking indignantly. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, ancient artifacts are extremely rare, it's impossible to know them all. Master Yang making a mistake once in a while could only be considered an accident, it didn't mean his treasure-identifying ability was poor. That's right. We still believe in Master Yang. The Master has just appraised this spirit-attracting jade. You merely recognized one object through sheer luck. What's so impressive about that? Yan Ryu also yelled at Qin Chen, her face full of disgust. Is that so? Qin Chen chuckled. Take out that spirit-attracting jade from earlier and try channeling true qi into it. Yan Ryu was stunned. Everyone's expressions turned strange. Was there something wrong with the spirit-attracting jade? Try it then. Yan Ryu sneered. She had seen the spirit-attracting jade clearly, it was indeed an extraordinary treasure, certainly not some filthy object. She didn't believe Qin Chen could perform miracles. Taking out the spirit-attracting jade, Yan Ryu channeled her true qi into it in full view of everyone. Suddenly, a soft green light diffused outward. Everyone around felt a refreshing aura lingering, and the previous foul odor seemed to dissipate somewhat. See? This is. Yan Ryu sneered, but before her words fell, a crack sounded. The spirit-attracting jade in her hands suddenly developed a crack, then, with a bang, shattered into powder, scattering on the ground. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Was this spirit-attracting jade also fake? Everyone was shocked, and Master Yang was going insane. He had just appraised that the item in Yan Ryu's hand was indeed spirit-attracting jade. How could it suddenly shatter? You cheated. Master Yang roared, unable to believe his eyes. I cheated? With so many eyes watching, how did I cheat? Qin Chen sneered. This jade is indeed spirit-attracting jade, but it's a discarded piece. It's very difficult to preserve. After tens of thousands of years, its essence has long dissipated. On the surface, it appears flawless, but in reality, it's just a piece of waste stone. It can be said to be gold and jade on the outside, rubbish within. This principle, Master Yang, as the chief appraiser of the Jubao Pavilion, shouldn't be unaware of it, right? Aware of your sister. Hearing this, Master Yang staggered, almost spitting blood. This kind of spirit-attracting jade only existed in ancient times. Nowadays, it's rarely seen on the continent. He had only read about it in ancient books, how could he know it was difficult to preserve? If he had known it was scrapped, he wouldn't have said what he did. But at this moment, Master Yang could neither deny nor admit it. To deny it would mean he knew nothing about spirit-attracting jade, greatly diminishing his authority and status as a master appraiser. To admit it would be to clearly state that he knew this was a piece of waste rock but deliberately inflated its price to deceive everyone. Master Yang, you knew this was a piece of waste rock, yet instead of pointing it out, you appraised this waste at 50,000 silver coins. I wonder what your intention was? Seeing Master Yang hesitate to speak, Qin Chen feigned confusion. Although Qin Chen didn't outright say Master Yang was cheating them, people weren't idiots. They could easily understand the implication. Master Yang couldn't have meant to deceive us earlier, could he? Exactly. Appraising a discarded piece of jade at 50,000 and a broken urinal at 80,000, this is also. Well, with Master Yang's discernment, if he couldn't see it, that's impossible. The only possibility is that he knew it was worthless but deliberately offered such a high price. Indeed. Even Qin Chen can see the problem, how could Master Yang not? It's utterly unreasonable. I never expected Master Yang to be such a person. In vain, we trusted him so much before. What a misjudgment. If it were just one mistake, it could be forgiven. After all, Master Yang couldn't be correct 100% of the time. But now, 2 items in a row are fake, making people think wildly. Hearing everyone's words, Master Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. He really wanted to jump out and shout, "I really didn't know." But he couldn't say that. He could only swallow his bitterness, suffering in silence. Bring over the treasures from the sacred Luo ruins. Let me have a look. Qin Chen walked to the pearwood table, picked up an artifact, weighed it, and said, a broken bowl, priced at 12,000. This is a broken pot, priced at 20,000. Oh? This one is hollow inside, priced at 30,000. Black-hearted, so black-hearted. Qin Chen touched the items one by one, shaking his head as he did so. Qin Chen was interested in relics from before the Dark Age. While pretending to mock, he was actually carefully appraising the items. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting?" Master Yang said furiously. More and more guests were gathering on the second floor. If this continued, their treasure house's reputation would be ruined. "I'm just telling the truth." Qin Chen shook his head. If you feel something, you can say anything. This is slander against my treasure house." Master Yang was going mad. Even if the kid had strong treasure identifying abilities, how could he identify what was inside without polishing? This was pure malicious damage. He picked up the first raw stone and smashed it on the ground, saying angrily, "You say it's a broken bowl. Fine, if it's not, I'll sue you for slander." Clatter. The raw stone smashed on the ground, instantly shattering. The object hidden within the rock was also exposed. It was indeed a broken bowl, now smashed into rubble by Master Yang. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring foolishly at Master Yang. Master Yang was like a duck choked by the neck, speechless for a long time. It really was a broken bowl. Why was it a broken bowl? Chapter 93. I don't need a scabbard. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Zhang Ying, Lin Tian, let's go. Qin Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. With the matter resolved and the treasured weapon he wanted to purchase already in hand, Qin Chen knew that staying longer would only invite more trouble. It was better to leave. No one dared to block his way. Yes, young Master Chen. Zhang Ying and Lin Tian followed closely behind Qin Chen, excitement written all over their faces. Today, they had witnessed quite the spectacle. They were so thrilled they had countless questions for Qin Chen. Sure enough, Qin Chen and his companions left unimpeded. Master Yang and the others didn't even have the courage to stop them. Master Yang was now in a state of anxiety, unsure how to resolve the crisis facing the Jubao Pavilion. Watching Qin Chen leave with the rusty sword, Master Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Everyone, please hear my explanation. This time, it was my negligence. I failed to identify the true nature of the spirit-attracting jade and the kettle. Here, I, Yang Yan, must apologize to you all. However, this lad claimed that the artifacts at Yang, presented from the Jubao Pavilion are all rubbish. I cannot agree with that. Master Yang declared righteously, this batch of artifacts was obtained at great cost from the sacred Luo ruins. From them, you can see that the kettle is genuinely ancient. That lad merely got lucky, identifying a few items. Please do not be deceived. If that lad were truly a master appraiser, how could he possibly mistake a rusty sword for a treasure and purchase it? This shows that the lad is nothing but a fame seeker. I implore you not to believe his words. The reputation of our Jubao Pavilion over the years is something you can all see. Master Yang's speech, full of passion, sparked discussion among the crowd. Although people were dissatisfied with Master Yang's two misidentifications, Qin Chen's final choice of a rusty iron sword made them wonder whether Qin Chen was, as Master Yang said, merely lucky in identifying a few items. If so, the Jubao Pavilion might not be as underhanded as claimed. Therefore, to repay your support, I promise that no matter what you purchase in our Jubao Pavilion today, you will receive a 20% discount. Then, Master Yang's words exploded like a heavy bomb among the crowd. It was well known that due to its great fame, the Jubao Pavilion attracted a large number of dignitaries from the Great Qi Kingdom. Its treasures were often in short supply, so it rarely held promotions. Seeing a discount was nearly impossible under normal circumstances. In people's memory, even for VIP customers who had accumulated over 500,000 silver coins in spending, the Jubao Pavilion usually only offered a 15% discount. Now, suddenly offering a 20% discount instantly stirred everyone's excitement. With such a great opportunity, wouldn't it be a huge loss not to buy in bulk? The crowd buzzed with commotion. Seeing the crisis of trust about to be resolved by his own efforts, Master Yang inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief. Watching Qin Chen, who was about to descend the stairs, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. He sneered coldly in his heart, "I'll remember today's scene. I'll repay it in the future. Who dares say the treasured weapons I refined are rubbish? Step forward." Just then, a sharp shout came from the stairway. Then, a thin middle-aged man wearing a second-grade alchemist's robe ascended from the first floor and stood on the stairs, his entire body radiating killing intent. With this stance, he blocked Qin Chen's path. His two large eyes, like copper bells, glared coldly at the people in the hall, filled with anger. "It's Master Leng Mo from the artifact hall. Why has he come?" The crowd erupted in an uproar. The newcomer was the chief weaponsmith of the Jubao Pavilion, the famous second-grade artificer of the artifact hall, Master Leng Mo. This Leng Mo was also renowned in the Qi Kingdom. Over a decade ago, he became a second-grade artificer. In the past 10 years, he had forged many precious weapons, making him famous in the capital. Almost all powerful warriors in the capital had heard his name. In recent years, relying on the Jubao Pavilion's backing, Leng Mo's influence had peaked, and his temper had naturally grown very arrogant. Earlier, while forging treasured weapons in the artifact hall, he heard that someone had dared to call the treasured weapons he refined rubbish. Enraged, he halted his work and rushed over. He wanted to see what kind of person dared to call the treasured weapons refined by Leng Mo rubbish. "Master Leng Mo, it was Qin Chen who said the treasured weapons you refined are rubbish." Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Lian Peng, who had just been kicked to the ground by Qin Chen and had taken a long time to get up. He looked at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. "Yes, Master Leng Mo, we all heard it. This lad looked down on the treasured weapons you refined, dismissing them completely." Gu Zhou also said grimly. "Master Leng Mo, I heard it too. It really was Qin Chen who said it. It's truly excessive. Master, you are a master artificer of the capital. I don't know where this lad got the courage to say such things. It's too presumptuous, utterly lawless." Yan Ruyu and the others, who had long been dissatisfied with Qin Chen, now spoke up one after another, eager to see Qin Chen ruined. "It's you." Leng Mo's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Qin Chen, his face showing disdain. He had thought it was some significant figure daring to cause trouble at the Jubao Pavilion, but it turned out to be just a young brat. However, Leng Mo wasn't as casual as to believe others' words without verification. He cupped his hands toward Master Yang and said, "Master Yang is here. Leng Mo pays his respects. May I ask Master Yang if what everyone says is true?" Master Yang and he worked together at the Jubao Pavilion. Surely, Master Yang wouldn't lie. "Master Leng, you're too kind. I, Yang, also arrived later. However, I did hear about it." When purchasing treasured weapons, he indeed showed disdain for the weapons Master refined, calling them too ordinary. Master Yang's eyes shifted, and he inwardly sneered coldly. Qin Chen, you were so arrogant earlier. Let's see what you can do now." Leng Imo isn't like me, he doesn't have to worry about the treasure house's reputation. He fears no one who slanders the weapons he refines. Hearing this, Leng Mo's expression finally darkened. Brat, what do you have to say for yourself? What kind of insignificant brat dares to slander my work? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me, Leng Imo, for being merciless. A powerful aura, like a mountain, pressed down heavily on Qin Chen, akin to a volcano about to erupt. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying stepped back simultaneously. Under such a formidable aura, they felt as if caught in a violent storm, struggling to breathe. They couldn't help but look at Qin Chen. You are mistaken. I, Qin Chen, never said your treasured weapons are rubbish. Qin Chen frowned and replied indifferently. Chapter 94. Humph, Qin Chen, don't quibble. You clearly stated that the second floor treasured weapons are very ordinary. Why won't you admit it now? That's right, we all heard it clearly. If you had the guts to say it, you should have the guts to admit it. The one who served you earlier was Steward Su. Do you intend to quibble about what everyone has witnessed? Lian Peng and the others had been waiting to see Qin Chen's downfall. How could they let him quibble? They fired back like machine guns. I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Chen shook his head. But I did not say the treasured weapons you refined are rubbish. However, that's just how they are, mediocre at best. Qin Chen sighed. Considering that the Great Qi Kingdom was too remote, the treasured weapons refined by Leng Imo weren't necessarily rubbish, but they couldn't be called good either. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared at Qin Chen as if seeing a ghost. They had thought Qin Chen would try to quibble. Who could have guessed he would actually say mediocre right to Master Leng Mo's face? You're digging your own grave. This was Master Leng Imo, one of the senior second-grade artificers in the artifact hall. The second-grade weapons he refined might not be unmatched in the entire Qi Kingdom, but they were certainly among the best. Few could claim they were merely mediocre. Master Leng Imo, did you hear that? This brat actually said the treasured weapons you refined are just mediocre. It's too much. This is sheer disrespect toward you, Master. I can't stand it anymore. Master Leng Imo holds a lofty status and possesses superb skills. What qualifies him to say the weapons Master Leng Imo refined are ordinary? Damn it, how dare he slander Master Leng Imo? Execution wouldn't be too harsh. Master Leng Imo, don't let this brat off. The crowd erupted in an uproar, many filled with indignation, shouting angrily. Among them, Lian Peng, Gu Zhou, and the others flushed with excitement, thrilled to the core. Seeking death. Boom! Leng Imo also erupted in fury. A terrifying aura burst from his body, suddenly assaulting Qin Chen and his two companions. Thud, thud. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were jolted, staggering backward and nearly falling to the ground. But Qin Chen stood firm as a rock, unmoving. Why so angry? I merely spoke the truth. Since I've said it, can you step aside and let us leave? Qin Chen said indifferently. Leave? Ha ha ha. Leng Imo, enraged to the extreme, laughed in anger. After slandering me, you still think you can leave? Slander? Is that so? Humph, the second-grade treasured weapons I refine may not be unparalleled in the Qi Kingdom, but they are certainly among the finest. How dare you say they are merely mediocre? Leng Mo's face was as red as a pig's liver, his entire body radiating murderous intent like a demon. If you don't give a clear explanation today, regardless of your identity or background, you won't escape death. Young Master Chen. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying cried out in alarm, rushing forward. Qin Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, You want evidence? Fine, I'll give it to you. Walking to the weapon display cabinet on the left, Qin Chen picked up a long white sword. This long sword was 3 feet 3 inches in length and 2 fingers wide. The entire blade was snow-white, its surface mirror-like and reflective. A slight shake, and suddenly a penetrating chill diffused outward. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop several degrees instantly, freezing to the bone. It was the frostglass sword that Steward Su had introduced to Qin Chen earlier. "This frostglass sword should be your work," Qin Chen said. "That's right," Leng Yimo declared proudly. This frostglass sword was one of his prouder creations. "Good," Qin Chen said faintly. "This sword is second grade. Its main materials are Arctic cold iron and frost soul stone. Both materials are of the ice attribute. Combining them was clearly intended to enhance the sword's ice properties. However, as is well known, Arctic cold iron is relatively brittle among cold irons, and frost soul stone also has extremely low toughness and is prone to shattering. A sword made from these two materials is easily broken. Am I right?" "You're right, but so what? You think I don't know this?" Leng Yimo snorted coldly. "But where did you pick up some smattering of weapon refining knowledge and dare to spout nonsense here? Do you think I would make such a low-level mistake?" "Ah, you didn't make that mistake. To improve the sword's toughness and ductility, you added another material when forging it, Aurora sand. Aurora sand can indeed enhance the fusion between the Arctic cold iron and frost soul stone and increase the sword body's toughness. However, Aurora sand has a very special hidden property. Adding a material with latent fire attributes to two ice attribute materials is problematic." Qin Chen shook his head. "Ha ha ha, is that your opinion?" Hearing this, Leng Yimo couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. "Little brat, I don't know where you picked up some weapon refining knowledge, but you dare to mislead the public here. Do you know the essence of how I, Leng Yimo, refined this sword? Indeed, I did add Aurora sand. But do you think I, Leng Yimo, am unaware of Aurora sand's latent fire attribute? You only see the surface. Not only that, I specifically designed a method to eliminate Aurora sand's characteristics. That design is the most essential aspect of how I refined this frostglass sword." Leng Yimo looked at Qin Chen as if he were an idiot. "What you're referring to should be the array patterns engraved on the frostglass sword, right?" Before Leng Yimo could finish, Qin Chen suddenly interrupted. Channeling a stream of true qi, the frostglass sword in Qin Chen's hand suddenly revealed white array patterns, forming a complex array diagram and emitting an even more brilliant icy aura. The temperature on the entire second floor dropped several degrees again, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Second-grade frost-gathering array, fire-dispelling array, and liangyi array. Old man, you put a lot of thought into this. Qin Chen's voice was full of sarcasm. The purpose of the fire-dispelling array is to eliminate the fire attribute in Aurora sand. The liangyi array aims to perfect the fusion of the several materials. As for the frost-gathering array, it maximizes the ice attributes of the Arctic cold iron and frost soul stone. But old man, don't you know there is a conflict between the fire-dispelling array's array patterns and the frost-gathering array? Conflict? What conflict? Leng Yimo sneered. A skilled artificer must not only understand weapon refining but also array knowledge. I am not only a second-grade artificer but also a second-grade array master. Do you think I'm less familiar with arrays than you are? Oh really? As a second-grade array master, can you tell me how you engraved the frost-gathering array and the fire-dispelling array? Qin Chen sneered. A long sword is a weapon with a narrow body and stable materials. Therefore, not many arrays can be engraved on it. Few people know that the frost-gathering array and the fire-dispelling array cannot be engraved in the same location. Because there is a slight conflict in how their array patterns operate. Therefore, it's impossible to engrave the complete versions of both arrays on the sword body. Chapter 95. If I'm correct, you simplified both arrays. You used the 3rd, 5th, and 7th array zones from the frost-gathering array, and the 1st, 2nd, and 5th array zones from the fire-dispelling array. The patterns in these 6 zones share certain similarities. Only through slight modification can the two patterns harmonize without affecting the operational effects of the arrays. With every word Qin Chen spoke, Leng Mo's face grew uglier. By the time Qin Chen finished, his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, the shock in his heart was like a raging storm. Because everything Qin Chen said was absolutely correct. When he crafted the frostglass sword, he indeed modified the combination of the frost-gathering array and the fire-dispelling array. And the parts he modified were exactly the same as Qin Chen described. It's just that these modifications were extremely subtle. Even a third-grade array master might not notice them at a glance. How did this kid see through them in such a short time? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he said coldly, "So what if you're right? The array patterns I modified are flawless. They also enable the three materials to fuse perfectly without any defects." What? Ha ha ha, you actually have the nerve to say that. After modification, the fire-dispelling array loses 20% of its efficacy in resolving the fire attribute. That 20% loss is no small matter, it's a very serious flaw in the frostglass sword. Holding up the long sword, Qin Chen explained to the crowd, "In the short term, this frostglass sword shows no issues. But as soon as it is used several times, problems will erupt. First, the modified frost-gathering array and fire-dispelling array appear perfectly integrated, but in reality, the array patterns are unstable. After multiple operations, the arrays will fail. Second, the modified fire-dispelling array cannot completely resolve the fire attribute of the aurora sand, leading to instability in the entire sword's material structure. The final result is that the entire sword will suddenly shatter during combat, causing severe Qi reversal. In battle, if a weapon breaks and Qi reverses, you all know what the consequences would be, right?" Qin Chen looked indifferently at Leng Mo. The frost-gathering array and the fire-dispelling array are two arrays that even some genuine array masters dare not easily merge. You, a mere second-grade artificer, dared to alter them arbitrarily. Truly bold. You're talking nonsense. Utter bullshit. Master Leng Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes wide like copper bells. The shock in his heart was like an earthquake. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know how. Qin Chen's explanation of every step regarding the frostglass sword precisely matched his forging process. It was as if Qin Chen had been standing beside him, watching him forge the frostglass sword, and knew every detail. Was this kid a ghost? Master Leng Mo was terrified, and everyone else was stunned. Most people present didn't know much about weapon refining, but that didn't prevent them from recognizing a weapon's quality. Moreover, from Master Leng Mo's reaction, people could tell that what Qin Chen said was likely true. This frostglass sword actually had serious defects. Master Leng Mo, are you trying to scam people? Everyone knew the impact a defective weapon could have on a warrior. With a subpar treasured weapon, during battle, at most one's combat power wouldn't be enhanced much. But if the situation Qin Chen described occurred during combat, it would definitely lead to the sword breaking and the user dying. Can you call such a weapon a quality product? To call it mediocre is already an overestimation. Even calling it rubbish wouldn't be too much. Qin Chen shook his head as he spoke. Humph, that's just your nonsense. The integration of the frost-gathering array and the fire-dispelling array is merely your one-sided claim, with no evidence at all. Besides, even if there were issues, it's just an isolated incident. Snapping out of his shock, Leng Mo hastily shouted angrily. In the crowd, Yen Ryu stared at Qin Chen in astonishment, her eyes as wide as saucers. Because she clearly knew that what Qin Chen said was true. The Yen family was an array family. The frost-gathering array and the fire-dispelling array were two commonly used second-grade arrays, so they had conducted extensive research on them. A Yen family elder had once noticed the commonalities between the two arrays and attempted to merge them. However, he found that no matter how they were merged, the array could not be completely stabilized. Perhaps nothing seemed wrong initially, but after multiple operations, the entire array would collapse. Moreover, after merging the frost-gathering array and the fire-dispelling array, the efficacy of the fire-dispelling array would be reduced by about 20%. However, these research findings were confidential within the Yen family. How did Qin Chen know about them? Could his array mastery surpass even the elders? Is that so? Just an isolated incident? If the frostglass sword is an isolated incident, what about this explosive flame sword? Qin Chen picked up a red sword nearby, also forged by Leng Mo. In order to increase its true qi endurance, a small amount of ash stone was added to the explosive flame sword. Ash stone is produced deep within volcanoes and has a very strong fire attribute bearing capacity. It can indeed enhance the sword's fire attribute qi endurance, but the main material of this explosive flame sword is dragon flame steel. Combining dragon flame steel with ash stone increases true qi endurance and boosts the sword's explosive power, but it damages true qi transmission and weakens true qi defense. Once the opponent's attack exceeds the user's qi strength, it will jeopardize the user's safety. Furthermore, to enhance the explosive flame sword's power, you even engraved 3 fire attribute arrays on the sword: the first grade melting fire array, the second grade burst array, and the second grade tempering array. TSK, with the explosive flame sword's weak true qi endurance, combined with the tempering array's influence, there's only one outcome when used against an enemy: it can only kill opponents weaker than oneself, while being killed by those with stronger true qi. If a treasured weapon can't help one defeat stronger foes, what's the point of it? Qin Chen spoke eloquently. The crowd was stunned. With just a few casual glances, Qin Chen could clearly identify the refining materials, forging process, and even the engraved array patterns. Was this for real? Even a third-grade master artificer might not possess such ability, right? But seeing Master Ling Mo's jaw-dropping expression, they understood, 9 times out of 10, what Qin Chen said was true. Chapter 96. And then there's this dark iron sword. Its characteristic is its high strength, unafraid of any hardness, extremely effective. Originally, it's excellent material, but the only flaw is it's too heavy. To enhance this dark iron sword's destructive power while reducing its weight, you actually added a small amount of cloud pattern steel. It's true that after adding cloud pattern steel, this dark iron sword's weight is 20% lighter than an ordinary dark iron sword. However, the fusion between cloud pattern steel and dark iron is not ideal. It easily damages the sword's structural integrity. To prevent damage to the sword's structure, you had to add some green silica stone. Alas, green silica stone can indeed improve the fusion between the two and double the integration of cloud pattern steel and dark iron without damaging the sword structure. However, green silica stone is a material with extremely weak true qi bearing capacity. As a result, the dark iron sword's own true qi tolerance is greatly reduced. That's not all. To enhance this dark iron sword's attack power, you even engraved a second-grade armor-piercing array on it. Buddy, didn't the instructor who taught you arrays tell you that green silica stone is unsuitable as an array foundation? Green silica stone's weak true qi bearing capacity renders the armor-piercing array ineffective. At the same time, after true qi accumulates in the array patterns over time, the array's backlash will further damage the sword's structure. A perfectly good dark iron sword was ruined by you like this. I didn't call it rubbish, only said it was mediocre. I was already being very considerate of your feelings. Who would have thought you not only didn't appreciate it but also yelled at me? What do you want me to say? Qin Chen couldn't stop shaking his head, looking utterly speechless. Ling Mo's face flushed red, drenched in sweat from Qin Chen's words, almost spitting blood in fury. You wretched brat, what are you talking about? Fine, there's some truth to what you said. Green silica stone is unsuitable as an array foundation, and its true qi tolerance is relatively poor. But after adding it, the cloud pattern steel and dark iron fuse perfectly. This way, the dark iron sword's weight is slightly reduced, allowing the user to wield it with the same strength while increasing its power by at least 10%. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Weapon refining is about selecting and fusing various materials. I chose green silica stone because it's the best possible outcome. If you insist on fixating on this aspect, I have nothing to say. Can you find a better refining method? At this moment, Ling Mo no longer dared to view Qin Chen as an ordinary person. What Qin Chen said was indeed reasonable. In fact, he hadn't considered many of these issues, but given his abilities, that was all he could manage. For him, this was the best refining method. Qin Chen wasn't merely nitpicking here, which made him extremely dissatisfied. Anyone could find faults. Even a weapon refining apprentice might spot some errors in the weapons he forged. But the key was to propose a solution. Finding faults without solutions was just armchair theorizing, a complete joke. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen smiled disdainfully. Who said I have no solution? Fine, you can't solve it. Since I can't find a better way, why would I refine it this? Leng Emo retorted coldly. Suddenly, he froze, like an old duck choked by the neck. After a long pause, he exclaimed in shock, What? You have a solution? His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? The properties of green silica stone and cloud pattern steel have stumped artificers across the 5 northwestern kingdoms for years. He had consulted many historical texts and never found an answer. In the entire Qi kingdom, even the head of the artifact hall probably didn't know how to handle it. Ha, you must be drafting nonsense. Can you solve it? Do you know how complex and difficult this is? Remove the green silica stone, reduce the cloud pattern steel by 30%, and add a small amount of spirit condensing rock and iron devourer. Try it again. Qin Chen said lightly. Add spirit condensing rock and iron devourer? Ha, are you joking? Although spirit condensing rock can enhance true Qi activity, it isn't a refining material at all because its properties are very unstable, so it can only be used in array disks. As for iron devourer, it's... Casually speaking, Leng Mo's face was full of disdain and mockery, but suddenly his expression stiffened as if he had seen a ghost. Spirit condensing rock and iron devourer? This. As he said, spirit condensing rock's properties are very unstable. It's not typically used in refining but as a raw material for array disks because of its instability. But what if iron devourer is added? Iron devourer can neutralize spirit condensing rock's activity, stabilizing it. At the same time, iron devourer and dark iron share similar origins, combining the two can bring out dark iron's properties to the fullest. Most importantly, spirit condensing rock is a foundational material for making array disks. It not only doesn't hinder arrays but can even enhance them. The more Leng Emo thought, the more excited he became. In the end, his mouth hung open as if he could swallow an egg, staring at Qin Chen as if seeing a ghost. How did this kid come up with this idea? Perhaps it could work. How is that possible? Leng Emo was going insane. In his view, purely theoretically, the two materials Qin Chen proposed were over 10 times better than the green silica stone he used. Leng Mo's reaction also left everyone present dumbfounded. What was going on? Why had Master Leng Emo suddenly stopped speaking? That's a brilliant method. Perhaps it could work. Mixing spirit condensing rock with iron devourer and adding it to the refining process is amazing. Spirit condensing rock is only used for making array disks. No one ever thought it could be used in refining. How did he figure that out? My God! Leng Emo wasn't the only one proficient in weapon refining. Some people pondered carefully and immediately exclaimed. This was absolutely a stroke of genius. An unprecedented breakthrough in the history of weapon refining. Well? Earlier, I said the treasured weapons you refined were merely mediocre, which was already giving you a lot of face. What right do you have to make trouble here? Don't argue with me anymore. Seeing Leng Emo speechless for a long while, Qin Chen said lightly. Wait. What you said may be true, but it's just theory. Who knows if it's actually feasible? Seeing Qin Chen about to leave, Leng Emo snapped out of his daze and jumped up like a rabbit. Let Qin Chen leave. No way. Once Qin Chen left, how could Leng Emo maintain his standing in the world of weapon refining? How could he continue to show off in the Qi kingdom? No, absolutely cannot let him go. Chapter 96. And then there's this dark iron sword. Its characteristic is its high strength, unafraid of any hardness, extremely effective. Originally, it's excellent material, but the only flaw is it's too heavy. To enhance this dark iron sword's destructive power while reducing its weight, you actually added a small amount of cloud pattern steel. It's true that after adding cloud pattern steel, this dark iron sword's weight is 20% lighter than an ordinary dark iron sword. However, the fusion between cloud-patterned steel and dark iron is not ideal. It easily damages the sword's structural integrity. To prevent damage to the sword structure, you had to add some green silica stone. Alas, green silica stone can indeed improve the fusion between the two and double the integration of cloud-patterned steel and dark iron without damaging the sword structure. However, green silica stone is a material with extremely weak true chi bearing capacity. As a result, the dark iron sword's own true chi tolerance is greatly reduced. That's not all. To enhance this dark iron sword's attack power, you even engraved a second-grade armor-piercing array on it. Buddy, didn't the instructor who taught you arrays tell you that green silica stone is unsuitable as an array foundation? Green silica stone's weak true chi bearing capacity renders the armor-piercing array ineffective. At the same time, after true chi accumulates in the array patterns over time, the array's backlash will further damage the sword's structure. A perfectly good dark iron sword was ruined by you like this. I didn't call it rubbish, only said it was mediocre. I was already being very considerate of your feelings. Who would have thought you not only didn't appreciate it but also yelled at me? What do you want me to say? Qin Chen couldn't stop shaking his head, looking utterly speechless. Ling Mo's face flushed red, drenched in sweat from Qin Chen's words, almost spitting blood in fury. You wretched brat, what are you talking about? Fine, there's some truth to what you said. Green silica stone is unsuitable as an array foundation, and its true chi tolerance is relatively poor. But after adding it, the cloud-patterned steel and dark iron fuse perfectly. This way, the dark iron sword's weight is slightly reduced, allowing the user to wield it with the same strength while increasing its power by at least 10%. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Weapon refining is about selecting and fusing various materials. I chose green silica stone because it's the best possible outcome. If you insist on fixating on this aspect, I have nothing to say. Can you find a better refining method? At this moment, Ling Mo no longer dared to view Qin Chen as an ordinary person. What Qin Chen said was indeed reasonable. In fact, he hadn't considered many of these issues, but given his abilities, that was all he could manage. For him, this was the best refining method. Qin Chen wasn't merely nitpicking here, which made him extremely dissatisfied. Anyone could find faults. Even a weapon refining apprentice might spot some errors in the weapons he forged. But the key was to propose a solution. Finding faults without solutions was just armchair theorizing, a complete joke. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen smiled disdainfully. Who said I have no solution? Fine, you can't solve it. Since I can't find a better way, why would I refine it this? Ling Mo retorted coldly. Suddenly, he froze, like an old duck choked by the neck. After a long pause, he exclaimed in shock, What? You have a solution? His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? The properties of green silica stone and cloud-patterned steel have stumped artificers across the 5 northwestern kingdoms for years. He had consulted many historical texts and never found an answer. In the entire Qi kingdom, even the head of the artifact hall probably didn't know how to handle it. Ha, you must be drafting nonsense. Can you solve it? Do you know how complex and difficult this is? Remove the green silica stone, reduce the cloud-patterned steel by 30%, and add a small amount of spirit-condensing rock and iron devourer. Try it again. Qin Chen said lightly. Add spirit-condensing rock and iron devourer? Ha, are you joking? Although spirit-condensing rock can enhance true chi activity, it isn't a refining material at all because its properties are very unstable, so it can only be used in array discs. As for iron devourer, it's... Casually speaking, Ling Mo's face was full of disdain and mockery, but suddenly his expression stiffened as if he had seen a ghost. Spirit-condensing rock and iron devourer? This. As he said, spirit-condensing rock's properties are very unstable. It's not typically used in refining but as a raw material for array discs because of its instability. But what if iron devourer is added? Iron devourer can neutralize spirit-condensing rock's activity, stabilizing it. At the same time, Iron Devourer and Dark Iron share similar origins. Combining the two can bring out Dark Iron's properties to the fullest. Most importantly, Spirit Condensing Rock is a foundational material for making array discs. It not only doesn't hinder arrays but can even enhance them. The more Leng Mo thought, the more excited he became. In the end, his mouth hung open as if he could swallow an egg, staring at Qin Chen as if seeing a ghost. How did this kid come up with this idea? Perhaps it could work. How is that possible? Leng Mo was going insane. In his view, purely theoretically, the two materials Qin Chen proposed were over 10 times better than the green silica stone he used. Leng Mo's reaction also left everyone present dumbfounded. What was going on? Why had Master Leng Mo suddenly stopped speaking? That's a brilliant method. Perhaps it could work. Mixing Spirit Condensing Rock with Iron Devourer and adding it to the refining process is amazing. Spirit Condensing Rock is only used for making array discs. No one ever thought it could be used in refining. How did he figure that out? My God! Leng Mo wasn't the only one proficient in weapon refining. Some people pondered carefully and immediately exclaimed. This was absolutely a stroke of genius. An unprecedented breakthrough in the history of weapon refining. Well? Earlier, I said the treasured weapons you refined were merely mediocre, which was already giving you a lot of face. What right do you have to make trouble here? Don't argue with me anymore. Seeing Leng Mo speechless for a long while, Qin Chen said lightly. Wait. What you said may be true, but it's just theory. Who knows if it's actually feasible? Seeing Qin Chen about to leave, Leng Mo snapped out of his daze and jumped up like a rabbit. Let Qin Chen leave. No way. Once Qin Chen left, how could Leng Mo maintain his standing in the world of weapon refining? How could he continue to show off in the Qi Kingdom? No, absolutely cannot let him go. Chapter 97. What do you want? Do you expect me to forge a weapon for you on the spot? My time is limited, I don't have time to waste with you. Step aside. Qin Chen's expression darkened. What was going on? He had explained everything so clearly, yet this Leng Mo was still acting unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. It's not that I'm being difficult, but how do you prove what you said is correct? Prove it? Qin Chen was speechless. He had explained it so clearly. How else could he prove it? As a master artificer, Leng Mo should know that what he said was right. Glancing at the rusty sword in his hand, Qin Chen suddenly had an idea. Fine, I have an idea. He held up the rusty iron sword and said, take the weapon you forged and compare it with mine. Let's see whose weapon is stronger. If the weapon you forged breaks, don't cause any more trouble and step aside immediately. How about that? Silence. The bustling second floor fell silent. For real? Did I hear that right? This kid wants to take the rusty sword in his hand and compete with the second-grade treasured weapons forged by Master Leng Mo? To see whose weapon is stronger? Are you kidding? Everyone knew the rusty sword in Qin Chen's hand was merely a treasure gambled from the raw stones. It was covered in rust, with almost no smooth surface left, having lost its original appearance over time. Such a broken sword might even shatter if used to chop wood, and yet he wants to compete with Master Leng Mo's second-grade treasured weapons? Was Qin Chen insane? What did you say? Originally furious, Leng Mo almost exploded instantly upon hearing Qin Chen's words. Competing with a rusty sword against the second-grade treasured weapons he forged? Even if he won, there would be no honor in it. Wasn't this implying that his treasured weapons were only worthy of comparison with such a broken sword? What? You don't understand. Didn't you say I can't prove it? Comparing the two weapons will make it clear at a glance. If your weapon breaks, it naturally means your weapon is mediocre. If my weapon breaks, it means I was talking nonsense and slandering you, a second-grade artificer. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Or, do you not dare to compete? Qin Chen squinted at Leng Mo with a look that said, you don't dare, do you? I dare not, your sister. Eyes bulging, Ling Imo almost vomited blood in rage. What did he have to fear? Fine, since you want to compete like this, I'll oblige. Let's see what else you have to say afterward. Picking up the frostglass sword, Ling Imo suddenly channeled his true chi. Boom! The frostglass sword instantly bloomed with a brilliant white light. A chilling cold swept through the hall like a blizzard, forcing the crowd to retreat one after another, their faces filled with shock. What terrifying cold! It's freezing. I can't even circulate the chi in my body. As expected of the second-grade treasured weapon forged by Master Ling Imo. How could such a weapon shatter in battle? That Qin Chen must have been talking nonsense. The crowd was astounded. The icy aura from the frostglass sword made everyone look grave. Hey, brat, take this. In full view of everyone, Ling Imo shouted angrily. To achieve the best effect, he held nothing back. Driven by his heaven-grade chi, he swung the frostglass sword and slashed at the rusty sword in Qin Chen's hand. Bang! The fierce cold air swept out, turning into a tornado that rushed toward the ceiling. The momentum left everyone breathless. Crack! At the same time, a shattering sound rang clearly in everyone's ears. Ha ha ha, brat, what do you have to say now? Competing with me? You're like a moth flying into a flame, seeking your own doom. Amid the cold wind, Ling Imo laughed wildly. Today's pent-up frustration seemed to vanish instantly, and he laughed heartily. But as he laughed, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned strange, as if something bad had happened. Turning his head, he saw Qin Chen looking at him coldly and smiling, his eyes as if watching a clown. Infuriated, Ling Imo grew angry again. This brat was at death's door and still dared to look at him like that? He would teach him a good lesson later. But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong because he noticed that everyone in the hall was staring at the frostglass sword in his hand, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. One of them even pointed with a trembling finger and stammered, Master Ling Imo, your sword. What about my sword? His heart sank instantly. He abruptly looked down and saw that the sword, which had been intact moments ago, was now covered in cracks that were still spreading. Bang! The sword body suddenly exploded, sending shards flying everywhere. In his panic, he was still grazed by many fragments. His robe was full of holes, and like a beggar, much of his hair was sheared off, leaving him looking like a plucked chicken. As expected, it exploded. It really did explode. This. The crowd gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. No way, impossible. It must be an accident, definitely an accident. Unable to believe his eyes, Ling Imo was furious. He picked up the explosive flame sword, boom, fiery flames surged, true chi swept out, and he swung it down fiercely. Crack! The second explosive flame sword also shattered. On the other hand, the rusty sword in Qin Chen's hand remained undamaged, as if it had merely chopped through tofu. God, can you stop toying with me like this? Ling Imo was on the verge of tears. This was still a rusty sword. No matter how he struck it, it seemed like a divine weapon. I refuse to believe this. He picked up the third dark iron sword. Ling Mo's robes billowed as he channeled the chi in his body to its limit. It seemed as if a gale-force wind had swept through the entire Jubao pavilion. The dark iron sword was the hardest of the three swords. Even third-grade treasured weapons could barely compete with it in hardness alone. Ling Imo refused to believe that this time, he still couldn't break the rusty sword in Qin Chen's hand. Clang! This strike was even worse. The entire dark iron sword snapped in two. Half of the sword blade shot up and pierced through the ceiling of the Jubao Pavilion's second floor, leaving a hole. Holding the half-broken sword, Ling Mo's face alternated between green and white. He was utterly stupefied. Is this what you call a treasured weapon? I didn't call it rubbish, I only called it mediocre, and that was already giving you face. Why the need to prove it? Shaking his head, Qin Chen picked up the rusty sword and blew gently on it. There wasn't a single nick on the rusty sword, not even the rust flaked off. It remained intact. Slinging the rusty sword over his shoulder, Qin Chen took Lin Tian and Zhang Ying and left the Jubao pavilion. No one dared to stop him this time. Only after Qin Chen's figure had completely disappeared did Master Yang and the others suddenly snap back to reality. That rusty sword is absolutely extraordinary. It's a genuine divine weapon. Master Yang roared, his heart feeling as if crushed to death. He had thought Qin Chen was excitedly gambling on a rusty sword. He believed Qin Chen had misjudged it. Who could have known this was a true divine weapon? Even a treasured weapon like the dark iron sword could be cut through instantly. A third-grade weapon couldn't do that, it had to be at least fourth grade or above. My God! If he had known earlier, he would have kept that sword no matter what. Master Yang's heart was bleeding. Chapter 98. Not only Master Yang, but everyone else also realized that the rusty sword in Qin Chen's hand must be a formidable treasured weapon, otherwise, it could never have so easily shattered the treasured weapons forged by Master Ling Mo. How laughable, they hadn't seen it at all. They thought Qin Chen had misjudged and gambled on a piece of junk. I never expected Qin Chen to have such insight into weapon refining. No wonder Master Liang Yu of the Artifact Hall cared so much about him during the year-end final exam. Right, could this young man be Master Liang Yu's disciple? Otherwise, how could a youth possess such understanding? Master Liang Yu's disciple? No, Master Liang Yu is a genius in the Artifact Hall, but he only recently broke through to the second grade. His weapon refining accomplishments are probably inferior to Master Ling Mo's. How could Qin Chen be his disciple? Exactly, too true. Some dignitaries who had attended the year-end final exam spoke up one after another, aware of the relationship between Qin Chen and Master Liang Yu. What? Did you say the Qin Chen just now was the Qin Chen who won Tianqing Academy's year-end exam? Hearing the crowd's words, the stunned Ling Mo, who had yet to recover, suddenly jumped up, his face filled with shock as he roared. He trembled as if he had heard something incredible. Yes, Master Ling Mo, didn't you know? Some wondered. It's him. It's him. No wonder Qin Chen's name sounded so familiar earlier. It's him. Ling Mo's face was full of regret as he looked up and roared at the sky, I am an idiot. He rushed downstairs but could no longer find Qin Chen's figure. Damn it, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Returning to the Jubao pavilion, Ling Mo muttered to himself with a remorseful expression. Liang Yu and he were both second-grade artificers in the Artifact Hall. How could he not know Liang Yu's deeds? Liang Yu became famous only because he broke through to become a second-grade artificer in his 30s. He was the Artifact Hall's foremost genius with a promising future. In terms of actual weapon refining skill, Liang Yu, who had just broken through, was far inferior to him, who had been immersed in the second-grade realm for over a decade. But not long ago, during an exchange with Liang Yu, he discovered that Liang Yu's weapon refining skill was on par with his own, even slightly superior. This surprised and puzzled him. Later, he secretly investigated and found that Liang Yu's rapid improvement was entirely due to Qin Chen's recent guidance in the Wu Emperor's palace. After that, Liang Yu's accomplishments in refining underwent a complete transformation. Combined with what he heard about Liang Yu's performance at Tianqing Academy's year-end final exam, Ling Mo grew increasingly suspicious about Qin Chen's identity. Today, Qin Chen's weapon refining accomplishments showed him that Liang Yu's breakthrough was indeed due to Qin Chen. I'm such an idiot. If I had known this person was Qin Chen, how could I have offended him? Ling Mo felt like banging his head against a wall in regret. Now, he had wanted to get to know him. But it was all ruined. Yang Yan, if it weren't for you, how could I have offended young Master Chen? And you little bastards, just you wait. I'm furious. His hair stood on end. Ling Mo wanted to kill Lian Peng and the others with one hand, and he also harbored deep resentment toward Yang Yan. If they hadn't stirred up trouble, how could he have gotten worked up? If he had known who the other party was, he would never have offended young Master Chen. Thinking of this, Ling Mo felt like crying without tears. Angrily, he waved his sleeve and left. Seeing Ling Mo's drastic change before and after, everyone was stunned. Had Master Ling Mo been driven mad? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Others didn't want to stay either. Qin Chen had just said that the artifacts left in the Jubao Pavilion were basically rubbish. Initially, they were still somewhat skeptical. Now, they couldn't help but believe. Hadn't they seen Master Yang Yen and Master Leng Imo utterly humiliated before this youth? After this incident, the Jubao Pavilion's reputation was ruined. Naturally, Qin Chen was unaware of what happened in the Jubao Pavilion. At this moment, he, Lin Tian, and Zhang Ying had already arrived at the entrance to the Bloodline Sanctuary. Young Master Chen, haven't you already awakened your bloodline? Why are we here? Along the way, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying had admired Qin Chen endlessly. I'm not here for my bloodline awakening, but for you. Originally, Qin Chen's second task today was to visit the Alchemy Pavilion, but to investigate the peculiarities of Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, he had to go to the Bloodline Sanctuary first. For us. Young Master Chen, are you joking? Lin Tian and I awakened our bloodlines long ago. Ahem, to put it bluntly, it was 2 years earlier than you. It can't be wrong. Zhang Ying said, puzzled. Just come in. Qin Chen was too lazy to explain and directly entered the Bloodline Sanctuary. Hey, hey! Lin Tian and Zhang Ying called out a few times but ultimately had to follow Qin Chen inside. As soon as they entered the Bloodline Sanctuary, a clamor of noise assailed them. Qin Chen and the other two were taken aback by the scene before them. They saw an extremely long queue in the hall, packed with hundreds of people gathered there, creating a huge uproar. When will Master Chen Fan be available? I'd like to request Master Chen Fan to baptize my son. My son is 14 this year. He has been baptized twice but still hasn't awakened his bloodline. Is there any hope of awakening? Please make an exception. I'm from the Duan family in the capital. Is Master Li Wenyu free today? I have an appointment with Master Chen Fan. Let me go first. You have an appointment? So what? First come, first served, don't you understand that? Who's pushing from behind? Believe it or not, I'll cut you down. All kinds of noise filled the air, leaving Qin Chen dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are there so many people in the Bloodline Sanctuary today? When he came last time, it wasn't this lively. Young brother, are you here to awaken your bloodline? An old man at the back of the queue smiled. Due to Master Qin Chen's influence, the Bloodline Sanctuary has been packed for days. It's more than that. We heard that during Tianqing Academy's year-end final exam, a 15-year-old student named Qin Chen, who had failed to awaken many times before, succeeded in the end. Inspired by this, many 15-, 16-, and 17-year-olds in the capital who had never awakened before have come back to receive baptism again, hoping for a miracle, to awaken their bloodlines. Young brother, looking at your ages, all around 15 or 16, are you also here to try your luck? Hearing this, Qin Chen rubbed his nose. He hadn't expected the Bloodline Sanctuary to be so crowded today, and he was actually the culprit. Chapter 99. Be quiet. At the service desk of Blood Holy Land, several waiters are going crazy today. Lin Xinruo, who has been promoted to the leader, drinks loudly to maintain order, but no one listens to her. In her anger, she snapped at the service desk, and the huge voice made the whole hall suddenly silent. All of you, please be quiet. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Please line up one by one and divide them into 3 teams. If anyone dares to crowd again, you can't expect to see the masters today. I'm Deputy Director of Wangdu Procuratorial Office. I want to see Master Li Wenyu. Before Lin Xinruo's voice dropped, she saw a middle-aged man in an official uniform crowded over, pushed aside one of the waiters who stopped him, and came to the front of the service desk and said haughtily. As soon as her face sank, Lin Xinruo could no longer press her. She opened her mouth and roared out a word, go. You what do you say? The middle-aged man's face sank and said angrily, I'm the Deputy Director of the Public Security Department of Wangdu Procuratorial Office. How dare you, a little waiter? Dare your sister the Deputy Director of the Public Prosecutor's Office? What's more, believe it or not, my aunt will let you go out of the house immediately. If you have the ability, you can find masterly when you in your private time. Grandma, I don't get angry. You all think I'm a sick cat. Go back to the queue for me. I'm angry. You can't get the number today. The deputy director of the procuratorial department was red with anger and wanted to say something. Finally, he closed his mouth and lined up in the line. Just as Lin Shinro said, if you want to have the ability, you can have a conversation with a master in private time, and you won't have to queue up in the crowd. See this scene, others also have quiet down, obediently line up. Did not see that even the deputy director of the procuratorial department was scolded bloody? If he angered the other party, he was swept out in minutes. Looking at Lin Shinro, who has a bad temper, Qin Chen smiles. A few days ago, the little girl was as gentle as a rabbit. She didn't expect to see her for half a month. She became so fierce. Without queuing, Qin Chen went straight to the service desk. Less dust. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were shocked. They didn't see that the deputy director of the procuratorial department had been reprimanded just now. Chen Xiao went up like this and was not scolded as shit. They were scared to keep up. These three little guys have no choice but to stand in line. Bad luck. Watch him die. The others saw it, all looking gloating. Sure enough, a waiter saw that their foreman had just said that he would line up. However, three teenagers did not care about it. He frowned and yelled, "Which of your three children belongs to? Please go to the back of the queue." Haha, we are not here for baptism, but... Qin Chen was about to explain, but was interrupted. I don't care if you're here for baptism. I'll go to the back of the line right away. It's true that the young people are becoming more and more incompetent. Why, if you don't leave, do you want me to drive you out? The waiter's eyes were wide and angry, and he wanted to eat people. Less dust, let's hurry to line up. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were scared and urged in one side. With less dust, knowledge is knowledge and cool is cool, but the heart can't stand it. What is this place? Holy land of blood. It's not like Jubao building. Jubao Tower is just a shop. You can't be too strict with customers. But different from the holy land of blood, it's useless to say that you should be expelled. After being scolded, Qin Chen was speechless and reached into his arms. He was about to take out the golden guest order. He heard a surprise and a voice of doubt in his ear, "Dust less dust?" Turning her head, she saw Lin Shinro looking at herself excitedly. Sure enough, it's you, little dust. What brings you to the holy land of blood today? Lin Shinro is shaking and excited. She was very clear about how she became the foreman, not because she had served the young man last time and accidentally brought him to the awakening room for the president, so that she had today. On that day, when the dust was little gone, the president personally sent him out of the holy land of blood. Lu Tong, who had offended him, was expelled every minute. As for himself, after 2 days of rest, he was already the head of the hall. All this is just because she received what the young man in front of her brought, so that she could not be excited. Haha, long time no see. Qin Chen smiles. Little dust, do you have anything important to do today? I'll arrange it for you. Lin Shinro squeezed to the front of the crowd and said excitedly to Qin Chen. The waiter who yelled at Qin Chen before saw this scene, and his face was green with fear. The foreman was respectfully called the young man with little dust. What is the origin of this? Lin Tian and Zhang Ying are stupid, to this. It's no wonder that Chen Xiao was so determined and confident that he knew the leader of the holy land of blood. I said. I want an awakening room. These two are my friends. You can arrange it. Qin Chen Dao. It turns out to be a friend of little dust. Hello, two little brothers. Lin Shinro smiles sweetly at Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, and their eyes are straight. Lin Shinro is 18 years old. She looks very lovely and moving. She is wearing a white dress and she looks like a fairy. How could Lin Tian and Zhang Ying ever see such a beautiful woman before? I can't help feeling that less dust is worthy of less dust. I don't even know that even the female foreman of the Holy Land of Blood has been soaked by him. She is a model of our generation and an idol. Cough, good sister-in-law. Unable to help it, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying agreed. Poof. Qin Chen almost didn't have a mouthful of old blood. What the hell are these two guys doing, sister-in-law? Which is your sister-in-law? What nonsense are you two talking about? Qin Chen yelled. Well, you don't mind if you say something wrong, you don't mind if you say something wrong, or you don't mind the beauty. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying repeatedly said, looking at Qin Chen's eyes as a pair of do not need to cover up the expression, look at Qin Chen would like to give them a shudder. Lin Xinro sees this, purses a mouth to smile, shyly he looked at Qin Chen. I have to say that it's quite a good type. What's more outstanding about him is his extraordinary and worldly temperament, which makes Lin Xinro's heart shake with waves and blush. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying see this scene, have a strange smile at Qin Chen, a pair of how to explain the manner. Let's go. Lowering his head to cover up his embarrassment, Lin Xinro leads the way ahead. A group of people immediately walk towards the inner part of the Holy Land of Blood. What's the matter? I just said that people were queuing up. How can someone jump the queue immediately? What are the rules? Yes, how can we arrange and what to do? As soon as they saw Qin Chen, they were taken away by Lin Xinro. Many people were immediately dissatisfied and yelled. What's the matter? Just now this guy said that he had to wait in line, and in the blink of an eye, he took people to jump in the queue. It's too shameful. Chapter 100. Young Master Chen is a distinguished guest who holds the golden guest token of our Blood Holy Land. If you have the ability, you can also produce a VIP token. Besides, what's wrong with my mother leading people to cut in line? If you're willing, just wait in line. If you're not, then get the hell out. Coldly sweeping her gaze over everyone, Lin Xinro snorted angrily. Golden guest token? That kid? Everyone was stunned, their eyes bulging like eggs. Isn't the golden guest token the highest level VIP token in the Blood Holy Land? Generally, even the heads of the major families in the royal capital might not have one. Could such a young man really possess it? What is this young man's background? Ahem, so it turns out to be a golden guest of the Blood Holy Land. Of course, of course. Sir, please walk slowly, watch your step on the slippery ground. The crowd immediately changed their attitude, fawning with flattering smiles. The attendant who had scolded Qin Chen earlier was even more unsteady on his feet, almost crying. My God, I just yelled at a golden guest of the Blood Holy Land. I won't be killed tonight, will I? That awakening rune from last time should be available now. Qin Chen asked on the way. Of course, with young Master Chen's status, any awakening room is at your disposal. After all, Chairman Dongfang Qing had given clear orders, if he returned, he could use the special awakening room. Inside the awakening room. Take the bloodstone, then listen to me and try to stimulate your bloodline. Qin Chen placed 2 bloodstones into the hands of Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, speaking solemnly. Although Lin Tian and Zhang Ying didn't understand what Qin Chen intended to do, they still held the bloodstones. The bloodline instrument in front of the 2 quickly lit up. Activated by Qin Chen, a milky white light curtain enveloped Lin Tian and Zhang Ying. On the bloodline meter, numerous indicators soared rapidly, and countless array patterns also brightened to their limits. It was like a machine operating at maximum load, emitting brilliant light. Simultaneously, the bloodstones in their hands also began to glow. However, within the bloodstone in Lin Tian's hand, countless white light spots shimmered with a grayish-red light, gathering together from time to time, shifting into various forms like a cloud of smoke. Seeing this scene, Qin Chen's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. It's a fire attribute bloodline, and the bloodline form is actually Death Grey Cloud. No wonder Lin Tian's cultivation improved so rapidly after practicing the formula he was given. The Death Grey Cloud bloodline combined with the Netherfire attribute was a perfect match. Looking at Zhang Ying, countless mist-like filaments appeared within the bloodstone in her hand. These filaments continuously intertwined and tangled, eventually forming a state of layered rock scales. These scales and rocks constantly shattered and fused, as if possessing life. Qin Chen's expression grew even more astonished. Petrification bloodline, and in the form of immortal scale cloud, this. Qin Chen was shocked into speechlessness. It took him a long time to calm down. "Alright, you can stop now." After turning off the bloodline instrument, Qin Chen was at a loss for words. His two brothers had even more formidable bloodlines than he expected. No wonder their strength improved so quickly. But how could such bloodlines exist in this small Qi kingdom? It was truly astonishing. "Young Master Chen, what are fire attributes and petrification bloodlines?" "Lin Tian's and my bloodlines are supposedly one of rock and the other seems to be fire," Zhang Ying asked, puzzled. Lin Tian beside her was also completely baffled. They didn't understand what Qin Chen was talking about. Their bloodlines had been tested as early as 2 years ago. The examiner had clearly told them that their bloodlines were rock and fire bloodlines respectively, a well-known fact. Rock bloodline? Fire bloodline? Qin Chen shook his head. "Your bloodlines are definitely not rock or fire bloodlines, as those are merely common bloodlines. Your bloodlines belong to the king rank. If we must name them, Lin Tian, yours should be called Death Hellfire bloodline, and Zhang Ying, yours is Immortal Petrification bloodline. King rank bloodline." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. They had naturally heard that bloodlines were divided into 3 levels, mortal, mystic, and king. But the most powerful bloodlines in the entire Qi kingdom were no more than 4th grade, never exceeding the mystic rank. How could their bloodlines be the top-tier king rank? How was that possible? They found it hard to believe. "Don't think it's impossible. Your bloodlines are indeed king rank, and they belong to the latent type within the king rank. It's normal for ordinary bloodline masters to fail to see your true bloodline attributes." But, Qin Chen continued, "A king rank bloodline only represents the future potential of your bloodline, the possibility of reaching the highest 9th grade. It does not mean you will definitely achieve the 9th grade. You should understand the difference." "Really? Is that really true?" Qin Chen's words struck Lin Tian and Zhang Ying like thunder, leaving them with strange expressions on their faces. All along, every mentor at Tianqing Academy and every bloodline master who had tested them had told them their bloodlines were merely the most common rock and fire bloodlines. How could they become king-rank bloodlines in young Master Chen's view? And what was this about being latent bloodlines within the king rank? What exactly did that mean? And also, when did young Master Chen become a bloodline master? Why didn't they know? "Young Master Chen, you're not deceiving us, are you?" Zhang Ying asked with a peculiar expression, then suddenly said, "Oh, I get it. Young Master Chen, you must be getting back at us. Why are you so petty? Don't worry, we'll definitely not tell Princess Lingshan about this." Zhang Ying winked. "You little..." Qin Chen couldn't hold back any longer and gave him a sharp knock on the head. Zhang Ying's head immediately swelled with a large bump, and he cried out in pain. Qin Chen said solemnly, "Because the grade of your bloodlines is too high, you must cultivate techniques that match your bloodline attributes. Only then can you improve your strength rapidly and achieve extraordinary heights in the future. But if you only practice common techniques, your progress will be much slower, even worse than ordinary talents." Seeing Qin Chen's serious expression, Zhang Ying didn't dare to joke anymore. He glanced at Lin Tian, vaguely feeling that what Qin Chen said might be true. With a distressed look, Zhang Ying said, "However, neither Lin Tian's family nor mine are very powerful. The strongest techniques in our families are only low-grade at best. Moreover, they aren't very compatible with our bloodlines. Unless we can rank in the top 4 in the year-end academy examination, we'll have a chance to enter the academy's library and select techniques." At this point, both of them wore bitter expressions. Getting a top rank in the year-end final exam was not easy at all.